Let's get out of here fast, I said. We've probably set off an alarm already. As if an answer, a low chime cut across our talk. Pearly light sprang up on a square panel. Foster and I stared at it. What do you make of it? He said. I'm no expert on Stone Age relics, I said. But if that's not a radar screen, I'll eat it. I sat down in the single chair before the dusty control console and watched a red blip creep across the screen. That blip is either a mighty slow airplane or it's at one hell of an altitude. I sat upright, eyes on the screen. Look at this, Foster, I snapped. A pattern of dots flashed across the screen, faded, flashed again. I don't like that thing blinking at us, I said. It makes me feel conspicuous. I looked at the big red button beside the screen. Maybe if I pushed that. Without waiting to think it over, I jabbed at it. I'm not sure you should have done that, Foster said. There is room for doubt, I said in a strained voice. It looks like I've launched a bomb from the ship overhead. A trace of memory. Prologue. He awoke and lay for a moment looking up at a low ceiling, dimly visible in a faint red glow, feeling the hard mat under his back. He turned his head, saw a wall and a panel on which a red indicator light glared. He swung his legs over the side of the narrow couch and sat up. The room was small, gray-painted, unadorned. Pain throbbed in his forearm. He shook back the loose sleeve of the strange purple garment, saw a pattern of tiny punctures in the skin. He recognized the mark of a feeding hunter. Who would have dared? A dark shape on the floor caught his eye. He slid from the couch, knelt by the still body of a man in a purple tunic stained black with blood. Gently he rolled the body onto its back. A Maron. He seized the limp wrist. There was a faint pulse. He rose and saw a second body and, near the door, two more. Quickly he went to each. All three were dead, hideously slashed. Only a Maron still breathed, faintly. He went to the door, shouted into the darkness. The ranged shelves of a library gave back a brief echo. He turned back to the gray-walled room, noticed a recording monitor against a wall. He fitted the neurodes to the dying man's temples. But for this gesture of recording a Maron's life's memories, there was nothing he could do. He must get into a therapist and quickly. He crossed the library, found a great echoing hall beyond. This was not the Sapphire Palace beside the shallow sea. The lines were unmistakable. He was aboard a ship, a far voyager. Why? How? He stood uncertain. The silence was absolute. He crossed the great hall and entered the observation lounge. Here lay another dead man, by his uniform a member of the crew. He touched a knob and the great screens glowed blue. A giant crescent swam into focus, locked, soft blue against the black of space. Beyond it a smaller companion hung, gray-blotched, airless. What worlds were these? An hour later, I had ranged the vast ship from end to end. In all, 7 corpses, cruelly slashed, peopled the silent vessel. In the control sector, the communicator lights glowed, but to my calls there was no answer from the strange world below. I turned to the recording room. Amaron still breathed weakly. The memory recording had been completed. All that the dying man remembered of his lone life was imprinted now in the silver cylinder. It remained only to color code the trace. My eyes were caught by a small cylinder projecting from the aperture at the side of the high couch where I had awakened my own memory trace. So I had undergone the change. I took the color-banded cylinder, thrust it into a pocket, then whirled at a sound. A nest of hunters, swarming globes of pale light, clustered at the door. Then they were on me. They pressed close, humming in their eagerness. Without the proper weapon, I was helpless. I caught up the limp body of Amaron. With the hunters trailing in a luminous stream, I ran with my burden to the shuttleboat bay. 3 shuttles lay in their cradles. I groped for a switch, my head swimming with the sulphurous reek of the hunters. Light flooded the bay, driving them back. I entered the lifeboat and placed the dying man on a cushioned couch. It had been long since I had manned the controls of a ship, but I had not forgotten. Amaron was dead when the lifeboat reached the planetary surface. The vessel settled gently, and the lock cycled. I looked out at a vista of ragged forest. This was no civilized world. Only the landing ring and the clearing around it showed the presence of man. There was a hollow in the earth by a square marker block at the eastern perimeter of the clearing. I hoisted the body of Amaryln to my back and moved heavily down the access ladder. Working bare-handed, I deepened the hollow, placed the body in it, scraped earth over it. Then I rose and turned back toward the shuttle boat. 40 feet away, a dozen men, squat, bearded, wrapped in the shaggy hides of beasts, stood between me and the access ladder. The tallest among them shouted, raising a bronze sword threateningly. Behind these, others clustered at the ladder. Motionless, I watched as one scrambled up, reached the top, and disappeared into the boat. In a moment, the savage reappeared at the opening and hurled down handfuls of small bright objects. Shouting, others clambered up to share the loot. The first man again vanished within the boat. Before the foremost of the others had gained entry, the port closed, shutting off a terrified cry from within. Men dropped from the ladder as it swung up. The boat rose slowly, angling toward the west, dwindling. The savages shrank back, awed. I watched until the tiny blue light was lost against the sky. Chapter 1. The ad read, Soldier of Fortune seeks companion in arms to share unusual adventure. Foster, Box 19, Mayport. I crumpled the newspaper and tossed it toward the wire basket beside the park bench. I pushed back a slightly frayed cuff and glanced at my bare wrist. It was a habit, my watch was in a hawk shop in Tupelo, Mississippi. It didn't matter. I didn't need to know what time it was. Across the park, most of the store windows along the side street were dark. There were no people in sight, they were all home now, having dinner. I watched the lights blink off in the drugstore with its bottles of colored water in the window, then at the candy and cigar emporium at the end of the line. I fidgeted on the hard bench and patted my pocket for a cigarette I didn't have. I wished the old man behind the counter would call it a day and go home. As soon as it was dark enough, I planned to rob his store. I wasn't a full-time stick-up artist. Maybe that's why the nervous feeling kept playing around under my rib cage. It was really a simple job, the wooden door with the hardware store lock that would open almost as easily without a key as with one, and the sardine can metal box with the day's receipts in it. 10 minutes after I cracked the door, I'd be on my way to the depot with fare to Miami in my pocket. I'd learned harder tricks than petty larceny back when I had a promising future with Army intelligence. That was a long time ago, and I'd had a lot of breaks since then, none of them good. I got up and took another turn around the park. It was a warm evening, and the mosquitoes were out. I caught a whiff of frying hamburger from the elite cafe down the street. It reminded me I hadn't eaten lately. The lights were on at the commercial hotel and one in the ticket office at the station. The local police force was still sitting on a stool at the Rexall, talking to the counter girl. I could see the .38 revolver hanging down in a worn leather holster at his hip. All of a sudden, I was in a hurry to get it over with. I took another look at the lights. All the stores were dark now. There was nothing to wait for. I crossed the street, sauntered past the cigar store with its dusty boxes of stogies and piles of homemade fudge stacked on plates with paper doilies. Behind them, the interior of the store looked grim and dead. I glanced around and then turned down the side street toward the back door. A black sedan eased around the corner and pulled up to the curb. A face leaned over to look at me through lenses like the bottoms of Tabasco bottles. The hot evening air stirred, and I felt my damp shirt cold against my back. "Looking for anything in particular, mister?" the cop said. I just looked at him. "Passing through town, are you?" he asked. For some reason, I shook my head. "I'm going to work for Mr. Foster." "What Mr. Foster?" The cop's voice was wheezy, but relentless, a voice used to asking questions. I remembered the ad something about an adventure, Foster, Box 19. The cop was still staring at me. "Box 19, I said." He looked me over some more, then reached across and opened the door. "Better come on down to the station house with me, mister," he said. At police headquarters, the cop motioned me to a chair, sat down behind a desk, and pulled a phone toward him. He dialed slowly, then swiveled his back to me to talk. Insects danced around the bare light bulb. There was an odor of leather and unwashed bedding. I sat and listened to a radio in the distance wailing a sad song. It was half an hour before I heard a car pull up outside. The man who came through the door was wearing a light suit that was neither new nor freshly pressed but had that look of perfect fit and taste that only the most expensive tailoring can achieve. He moved in a relaxed way but gave an impression of power held in reserve. At first glance, I thought he was in his middle 30s, but when he looked my way, I saw the fine lines around his blue eyes. I got to my feet. He came over to me. "I'm Foster," he said, and held out his hand. I shook it. "My name is Legion," I said. The desk sergeant spoke up. "This fellow says he came here to Mayport to see you, Mr. Foster." Foster looked at me steadily. "That's right, Sergeant. This gentleman is considering a proposition I've made." "Well, I didn't know, Mr. Foster," the cop said. "I quite understand, Sergeant," Foster said. "We all feel better, knowing you're on the job." "Well, you know," the cop said. "We may as well be on our way then," Foster said. "If you're ready, Mr. Legion." "Sure, I'm ready," I said. Mr. Foster said goodnight to the cop, and we left. On the pavement in front of the building, I stopped. "Thanks, Mr. Foster," I said. "I'll comb myself out of your hair now." Foster had his hand on the door of a deceptively modest-looking cabriolet. I could smell the solid leather upholstery from where I stood. "Why not come along to my place, Legion?" he said. "We might at least discuss my proposition." I shook my head. "I'm not the man for the job, Mr. Foster," I said. "If you'd like to advance me a couple of bucks, I'll get myself a bite to eat and fade right out of your life." "What makes you so sure you're not interested?" "Your ad said something about adventure." "I've had my adventures. Now I'm just looking for a hole to crawl into." "I don't believe you, Legion." Foster smiled at me, a slow, calm smile. "I think your adventures have hardly begun." I thought about it. If I went alone, I'd at least get a meal and maybe even a bed for the night. It was better than curling up under a tree. "Well," I said, "a remark like that demands time for an explanation." I got into the car and sank back in a seat that seemed to fit me the way Foster's jacket fit him. "I hope you won't mind if I drive fast," Foster said. "I want to be home before dark." We started up and wheeled away from the curb like a torpedo sliding out of the launching tube. I got out of the car in the drive at Foster's house and looked around at the wide clipped lawn, the flower beds that were vivid even by moonlight, the line of tall poplars, and the big white house. "I wish I hadn't come," I said. "This kind of place reminds me of all the things I haven't gotten out of life." "Your life's still ahead of you," Foster said. He opened the slab of mahogany that was the front door, and I followed him inside. At the end of a short hall, he flipped a switch that flooded the room before us with soft light. I stared at an expanse of pale gray carpet about the size of a tennis court, on which rested glowing Danish teak furniture upholstered in rich colors. The walls were a rough textured gray, here and there were expensively framed abstractions. The air was cool with the heavy coolness of air conditioning. Foster crossed to a bar that looked modest in the setting, in spite of being bigger than those in most of the places I'd seen lately. "Would you care for a drink?" he said. I looked down at my limp, stained suit and grimy cuffs. "Look, Mr. Foster," I said. "I just realized something. If you've got a stable, I'll go sleep in it." Foster laughed. "Come on, I'll show you the bath." I came downstairs, clean, showered, and wearing a set of Foster's clothes. I found him sitting, sipping a drink, and listening to music. "The Liebstadt," I said. "A little gloomy, isn't it?" "I read something else into it," Foster said. "Sit down and have a bite to eat and a drink." I sat in one of the big soft chairs and tried not to let my hand shake as I reached for one of the sandwiches piled on the coffee table. "Tell me something, Mr. Legion," Foster said. "Why did you come here? Mention my name if you didn't intend to see me." I shook my head. "It just worked out that way." "Tell me something about yourself," Foster said. "It's not much of a story." "Still, I'd like to hear it." "Well, I was born, grew up, went to school." "What school?" "University of Illinois." "What was your major?" "Music." Foster looked at me, frowning slightly. "It's the truth," I said. "I wanted to be a conductor. The Army had other ideas. I was in my last year when the draft got me. They discovered I had what they considered an aptitude for intelligence work. I didn't mind it. I had a pretty good time for a couple of years." "Go on," Foster said. "Well, I'd had a bath and a good meal. I owed him something. If he wanted to hear my troubles, why not tell him? I was putting on a demonstration." A defective timer set off a charge of HE 50 seconds early on a 1-minute setting. A student was killed. I got off easy with a busted eardrum and a pound or two of gravel embedded in my back. When I got out of the hospital, the army felt real bad about letting me go, but they did. My terminal leave pay gave me a big weekend in San Francisco and set me up in business as a private investigator. I had enough left over after the bankruptcy proceedings a few months later to get me to Las Vegas. I lost what was left and took a job with a casino operator named Ganino. I stayed with Ganino for nearly a year. Then one night a visiting bank clerk lost his head and shot him 8 times with a .22 target pistol. I left town the same night. After that I sold used cars for a couple of months in Memphis, then I made like a lifeguard at Daytona, baited hooks on a 30-foot tuna boat out of Key West, all the odd jobs with low pay and no future. I spent a couple of years in Cuba. All I got out of that was 2 bullet scars on the left leg and a prominent position on a CIA blacklist. After that things got tough. A man in my trade can't really hope to succeed in a big way without the little blue card in the plastic cover to back his play. I was headed south for the winter, and I picked Mayport to run out of money. I stood up. I sure enjoyed the bath, Mr. Foster, and the meal too. I'd like real well to get into that bed upstairs and have a night's sleep just to make it complete, but I'm not interested in the job. I turned away and started across the room. Legion, Foster said. I turned. A beer bottle was hanging in the air in front of my face. I put a hand up fast and the bottle slapped my palm. Not a bad set of reflexes for a man whose adventures are all behind him, Foster said. I tossed the bottle aside. If I'd missed, that would have knocked my teeth out, I said angrily. You didn't miss even though you're weaving a little from the beer. And a man who can feel a pint or so of beer isn't an alcoholic, so you're clean on that score. I didn't say I was ready for the rummy ward, I said. I'm just not interested in your proposition, whatever it is. Legion, Foster said, maybe you have the idea I put that ad in the paper last week on a whim. The fact is, I've been running it in one form or another for over 8 years. I looked at him and waited. Not only locally. I've run it in the big city papers and in some of the national weekly and monthly publications. Altogether, I've had perhaps 50 responses. Foster smiled wryly. About 3/4 of them were from women who thought I wanted a playmate. Several more were from men with the same idea. The few others were hopelessly unsuitable. That's surprising, I said. I'd have thought you'd have brought half the nuts in the country out of the woodwork by now. Foster looked at me, not smiling. I realized suddenly that behind the urbane facade there was a hint of tension, a trace of worry in the level blue eyes. I'd like very much to interest you in what I have to say, Legion. I think you lack only one thing, confidence in yourself. I laughed shortly. What are the qualifications you think I have? I'm a jack of no trades. Legion, you're a man of considerable intelligence and more than a little culture. You've traveled widely and know how to handle yourself in difficult situations or you wouldn't have survived. I'm sure your training includes techniques of entry and fact-gathering not known to the average man, and perhaps most important, although you're an honest man, you're capable of breaking the law when necessary. So that's it, I said. No, I'm not forming a mob, Legion. As I said in the ad, this is an unusual adventure. It may probably will involve infringing various statutes and regulations of one sort or another. After you know the full story, I'll leave you to judge whether it's justifiable. If Foster was trying to arouse my curiosity, he was succeeding. He was dead serious about whatever it was he was planning. It sounded like something no one with good sense would want to get involved in, but on the other hand, Foster didn't look like the sort of man to do anything foolish. Why don't you tell me what this is all about? I said. Why would a man with all this, I waved a hand at the luxurious room, want to pick a hobo like me out of the gutter and talk him into taking a job? Your ego has taken a severe beating, that's obvious. I think you're afraid that I'll expect too much of you or that I'll be shocked by some disclosure you may make. Perhaps if you'd forget yourself and your problems for the moment, we could reach an understanding. Yeah, I said. Just forget my problems. Chiefly money problems, of course. Most of the problems of this society involve the abstraction of values that money represents. Okay, I said. I've got my problems, you've got yours. Let's leave it at that. You feel that because I have material comfort, my problems must of necessity be trivial ones, Foster said. Tell me, Mr. Legion, have you ever known a man who suffered from amnesia? Foster crossed the room to a small writing desk, took something from a drawer, then looked at me. I'd like you to examine this, he said. I went over and took the object from his hand. It was a small book, with a cover of drab-colored plastic, unornamented except for an embossed design of 2 concentric rings. I opened the cover. The pages were as thin as tissue, but opaque, and covered with extremely fine writing in strange foreign characters. The last dozen pages were in English. I had to hold the book close to my eyes to read the minute script. January 19, 1710. Having come nigh to calamity with the near loss of the key, I will henceforth keep this journal in the English tongue. If this is an explanation of something, it's too subtle for me, I said. Legion, how old would you say I am? That's a hard one, I said. When I first saw you, I would have said the late 30s, maybe. Now, frankly, you look closer to 50. I can show you proof, Foster said, that I spent the better part of a year in a military hospital in France. I awakened in a ward, bandaged to the eyes, and with no memories whatever of my life before that day. According to the records made at the time, I appeared to be about 30 years of age. Well, I said, amnesia's not so unusual among war casualties, and you seem to have done pretty well since. Foster shook his head impatiently. There's nothing difficult about acquiring material wealth in this society, though the effort kept me well occupied for a number of years and diverted my thoughts from the question of my past life. The time came, however, when I had the leisure to pursue the matter. The clues I had were meager enough. The notebook I've shown you was found near me, and I had a ring on my finger. Foster held out his hand. On the middle finger was a massive signet, engraved with the same design of concentric circles I had seen on the cover of the notebook. I was badly burned, my clothing was charred. Oddly enough, the notebook was quite unharmed, though it was found among burned debris. It's made of very tough stuff. What did you find out? In a word, nothing. No military unit claimed me. I spoke English, from which it was deduced that I was English or American. They couldn't tell which from your accent? Apparently not. It seems I spoke a sort of hybrid dialect. Maybe you're lucky. I'd be happy to forget my first 30 years. I spent a considerable sum of money in my attempts to discover my past, Foster went on. And several years of time. In the end, I gave it up. And it wasn't until then that I found the first faint inkling. So you did find something, I said. Nothing I hadn't had all along. The notebook. I'd have thought you would have read that before you did anything else, I said. Don't tell me you put it in the bureau drawer and forgot it. I read it, of course, what I could read of it. Only a relatively small section is in English. The rest is a cipher. And what I read seemed meaningless, quite unrelated to me. You've glanced through it. It's no more than a journal, irregularly kept, and so cryptic as to be little better than a code itself. And of course the dates, they range from the early 18th century through the early 20th. A sort of family record, maybe, I said. Didn't it mention any names, or places? Look at it again, Legion, Foster said. See if you notice anything odd other than what we've already discussed. I thumbed through the book again. It was no more than an inch thick, but it was heavy, surprisingly heavy. There were a lot of pages. I shuffled through hundreds of closely written sheets, and yet the book was less than half used. I read bits here and there. May 4, 1746. The voyage was not a success. I must forsake this avenue of inquiry. October 23, 1790. Built the West Barrier a cubit higher. Now the fires burn every night. Is there no limit to their infernal persistence? January 19, 1831. I have great hopes for the Philadelphia enterprise. My greatest foe is impatience. All preparations for the change are made, yet I confess I am uneasy. There are plenty of oddities, I said. Aside from the entries themselves. This is supposed to be old, but the quality of the paper and binding beats anything I've seen. And that handwriting is pretty fancy for a quill pen. There's a stylus clipped to the spine of the book, Foster said. It was written with that. I looked, pulled out a slim pen, then looked at Foster. Speaking of odd, I said. A genuine antique early colonial ballpoint pen doesn't turn up every day. Suspend your judgment until you've seen it all, Foster said. And 200 years on one refill, that's not bad. I riffled through the pages, then tossed the book onto the table. Who's kidding who, Foster? I said. The book was described in detail in the official record, of which I have copies. They mention the paper and binding, the stylus, even quote some of the entries. The authorities worked over it pretty closely, trying to identify me. They reached the same conclusion as you, that it was the work of a crackpot, but they saw the same book you're looking at now. So what? So it was faked up sometime during the war. What does that prove? I'm ready to concede it's 40 years old. You don't understand, Legion, Foster said. I told you I woke up in a military hospital in France. But it was an AEF hospital and the year was 1918. I glanced sideways at Foster. He didn't look like a nut. All I've got to say is, I said, you're a hell of a spry-looking 90. You find my appearance strangely youthful. What would be your reaction if I told you that I've aged greatly in the past few months? That a year ago I could have passed as no older than 30 without the slightest difficulty. I don't think I'd believe you, I said. And I'm sorry, Mr. Foster, but I don't believe the bit about the 1918 hospital either. How can I? I know. Fantastic. But let's go back a moment to the book itself. Look closely at the paper, it's been examined by experts. They're baffled by it. Attempts to analyze it chemically failed. They were unable to take a sample. It's impervious to solvents. They couldn't get a sample? I said. Why not just tear off the corner of one of the sheets? Try it, Foster said. I picked up the book and plucked at the edge of one of the blank sheets, then pinched harder and pulled. The paper held. I got a better grip and pulled again. It was like fine, tough leather, except that it didn't even stretch. It's tough, all right, I said. I pulled out my pocket knife, trying to saw at the edge of the paper. It wouldn't budge. I tried again with all my weight on the knife, sawing furiously. The paper remained unmarked, impervious to even the sharpest blade. I sheathed the knife and shook my head. That's some paper, Mr. Foster, I said. Try to tear the binding, Foster said. Put a match to it. Shoot at it if you like. Nothing will make an impression on that material. Now, you're a logical man, Legion. Is there something here outside ordinary experience, or is there not? I sank back into my chair, feeling the urge for a cigarette, but I still didn't have one. What does it prove? I asked. Only that the book is not a simple fraud. You're facing something that can't be dismissed as fancy. The book exists. That is our basic point of departure. Where do we go from there? I asked. There is a second factor to be considered, Foster continued. At some time in the past, I seem to have made an enemy. Someone, or something, is systematically hunting me. I tried to laugh, but it felt out of place. Why not sit still and let it catch up with you? Maybe it could tell you what the whole thing is about. Foster shook his head. It started almost 30 years ago. I was driving south from Albany, New York, at night. It was a long, straight stretch of road, no houses. I noticed lights following me. Not headlights, something that bobbed along, off in the fields along the road. But they kept pace, gradually moving alongside. Then they closed in ahead, keeping out of range of my headlights. I stopped the car. I wasn't seriously alarmed, just curious. I wanted a better look, so I switched on my spotlight and played it on the lights. They disappeared as the light touched them. After half a dozen were gone, the rest began closing in. I kept picking them off. There was a sound, too, a sort of high-pitched humming. I caught a whiff of sulfur then, and suddenly I was afraidly afraid. I caught the last one in the beam, no more than 10 feet from the car. I can't describe the horror of the moment. It sounds pretty weird, I said. But what was there to be afraid of? It must have been some kind of heat lightning. There is always the pat explanation, Foster said. But no explanation can rationalize the instinctive dread I felt. I started up the car and drove on, right through the night and the next day. I sensed that I must put distance between myself and whatever it was I had met. I bought a home in California and tried to put the incident out of my mind with limited success. Then it happened again. The same thing? Lights? It was more sophisticated the next time. It started with interference static on my radio. Then it affected the wiring in the house. All the lights began to glow weakly, even though they were switched off. I could feel it in my bones, moving closer, hemming me in. I tried the car, it wouldn't start. Fortunately, I kept a few horses at that time. I mounted and rode into town at a fair gallop, you may be sure. I saw the lights but outdistanced them. I caught a train and kept going. I don't see. It happened again 4 times in all. I thought perhaps I had succeeded in eluding it at last. I was mistaken. I have had definite indications that my time here is drawing to a close. I would have been gone before now, but there were certain arrangements to be made. Look, I said. This is all wrong. You need a psychiatrist, not an ex-tough guy. Delusions of persecution. It seemed obvious that the explanation was to be found somewhere in my past life, Foster went on. I turned to the notebook, my only link. I copied it out, including the encrypted portion. I had photostatic enlargements made of the initial section, the part written in unfamiliar characters. None of the experts who have examined the script have been able to identify it. So what? I said. So it was faked up sometime during the war. What does that prove? I'm ready to concede it's 40 years old. You don't understand, Foster said. The writer of the log was dogged by the same nemesis that now follows me. It doesn't make any sense, I said. For the moment, Foster said, stop looking for logic in the situation. Look for a pattern instead. There's a pattern, all right, I said. The next thing that struck me, Foster continued, was a reference to a loss of memory, a second point of some familiarity to me. The writer expresses frustration at the inability to remember certain facts which would have been useful to him in his pursuit. What kind of pursuit? I asked. Some sort of scientific project, as nearly as I can gather. The journal bristles with tantalizing references to matters that are never explained. And you think the man who wrote it had amnesia? Not exactly amnesia, Foster said. But there were things he was unable to remember. If that's amnesia, we've all got it, I said. Nobody's got a perfect memory. But these were matters of importance, not the kinds of things that simply slip one's mind. I can see how you'd want to believe the book had something to do with your past, Mr. Foster, I said. It must be a hard thing, not knowing your own life story. But you're on the wrong track. Maybe the book is a story you started to write in code, so nobody would accidentally read it and kid you about it. Legion, what was it you planned to do when you got to Miami? The question caught me off guard. Well, I don't know, I hedged. I wanted to get south, where it's warm. I used to know a few people. In other words, nothing, Foster said. Legion, I'll pay you well to stay with me and see this thing through. I shook my head. Not me, Mr. Foster. The whole thing sounds, well, the kindest word I can think of is nutty. Legion, Foster said, do you really believe I'm insane? Let's just say this all seems a little screwy to me, Mr. Foster. I'm not asking you just to work for me, Foster said. I'm asking for your help. You might as well look for your fortune in tea leaves, I said, irritated. There's nothing in what you've told me. There's more, Legion. Much more. I've recently made an important discovery. When I know you're with me, I'll tell you. You know enough now to accept the fact that this isn't entirely a figment of my imagination. I don't know anything, I said. So far it's all talk. If you're concerned about payment. No, damn it, I barked. Where are the papers you keep talking about? I ought to have my head examined for sitting here humoring you. I've got troubles enough. I stopped, rubbing my scalp. I'm sorry, Mr. Foster, I said. I guess what's really bothering me is that you've got everything I think I want and you're not content with it. It bothers me to see you off chasing fairies. If a man with his health and plenty of money can't enjoy life, what the hell is there for anybody? Foster looked at me thoughtfully. Legion, if you could have anything in life you wanted, what would you ask for? Anything? I've wanted a lot of different things. Once I wanted to be a hero. Later, I wanted to be smart, know all the answers. Then I had the idea that a chance to do an honest job, one that needed doing, was the big thing. I never found that job. I never got smart either, or figured out how to tell a hero from a coward without a program. In other words, Foster said, you were looking for an abstraction to believe in this case, justice. But you won't find justice in nature. It's a thing that only man expects or acknowledges. There are some good things in life, I'd like to get a piece of them. Don't lose your capacity for dreaming in the process. Dreams? I said. Oh, I've got those. I want an island somewhere in the sun, where I can spend my time fishing and watching the sea. You're speaking cynically, but you're still attempting to concretize an abstraction, Foster said. But no matter, materialism is simply another form of idealism. I looked at Foster. But I know I'll never have those things or that justice you were talking about, either. Once you really know, you'll never make it. Perhaps unattainability is an essential element of any dream, Foster said. But hold on to your dream, whatever it is, and never give it up. So much for philosophy, I said. Where is it getting us? You'd like to see the papers, Foster said. He fished a key ring from an inner pocket. If you don't mind going out to the car, he said, and perhaps getting your hands dirty, there's a strongbox welded to the frame. I keep photostats of everything there, along with my passport, emergency funds, and so on. I've learned to be ready to travel on very short notice. Lift the floorboards, you'll see the box. It's not all that urgent, I said. I'll take a look in the morning after I've caught up on some sleep. But don't get the wrong idea, it's just my knot-headed curiosity. Very well, Foster said, lying back with a sigh. I'm tired, Legion. My mind is tired. Yeah, I said, so is mine, not to mention other portions of my anatomy. Get some sleep, Foster said. We'll talk again in the morning. I pushed back the light blanket and slid out of bed. The rug beneath my feet was as thick and soft as a working girl's mink. I crossed to the closet and pushed the button to make the door slide aside. My old clothes were still lying on the floor where I'd left them, but I had the clean ones Foster had lent me. He wouldn't mind if I borrowed them a little longer, it would be cheaper for him in the long run. Foster was as loony as a 6-day bike racer, but there was no point in waiting around to tell him so. The borrowed outfit didn't include a coat. I thought of putting my old jacket on, but it was warm outside, and a gray pinstripe with grease spots wouldn't help the picture any. I transferred my personal belongings from the grimy clothes on the floor and eased the door open. Downstairs, the curtains were drawn in the living room. I could vaguely make out the outline of the bar. It wouldn't hurt to take along a bite to eat. I groped my way behind the bar, felt along the shelves, and found a stack of small cans that rattled softly. Nuts, probably. I reached to put a can on the bar, and it clattered against something I couldn't see. I swore silently, feeling over the obstruction. It was bulky, with the cold smoothness of metal, and there were small projections with sharp corners. It felt for all the world like. I leaned over and squinted. With the faint gleam of moonlight from a chink in the heavy curtains falling just so, I could almost make out the shape. I crouched lower and caught the glint of light along the perforated jacket of a .30 caliber machine gun. My eye followed the barrel, making out the darker square of the entrance hall and the tiny reflection of light off the polished brass doorknob at the far end. I stepped back, flattened against the wall, with a hollow feeling inside. If I had tried to walk through that door, Foster was crazy enough for 2 ordinary nuts. My eyes flicked around the room. I had to get out quickly before he jumped out and said boo. And I died of heart failure. The windows, maybe. I came around the end of the bar, got down, and crawled under the barrel of the gun and over to the heavy drapes, pushing them aside. Pale light glowed beyond the glass, not the soft light of the moon but a milky, churning glow that reminded me of the phosphorescence of seawater. I dropped the curtain, ducked back under the gun into the hall, and pushed through a swinging door into the kitchen. There was a faint glow from the luminous handle of the refrigerator. I yanked it open, spilling light on the floor, and looked around. Plenty of gleaming white fixtures but no door out. There was a window, almost obscured by leaves. I eased it open and almost broke my fist on a wrought iron trellis. Back in the hall, I tried 2 more doors, both locked. A third opened, and I found myself looking down the cellar stairs. They were steep and dark as cellar stairs always seem to be, but they might be the way out. I felt for a light switch, flipped it on. A weak illumination showed me a patch of damp-looking floor at the foot of the steps. It still wasn't inviting, but I went down. There was an oil furnace in the center of the room, with dusty ductwork spidering out across the ceiling. Some heavy packing cases of rough wood were stacked along one wall, and at the far side of the room, there was a boarded-up coal bin but no cellar door. I turned to go back up. Then I heard a sound and froze. Somewhere, a cockroach scuttled briefly. Then I heard the sound again, a faint grinding of stone against stone. I peered through the cobwebbed shadows, my mouth suddenly dry. There was nothing. The thing for me to do was to get up the stairs fast, batter the iron trellis out of the kitchen window, and run like hell. The trouble was, I had to move to do it, and the sound of my own steps was so loud it was paralyzing. Compared to this, the shock of stumbling over the gun was just a mild kick, like finding a whistle in your Cracker Jacks. Ordinarily, I didn't believe in things that went bump in the night, but this time I was hearing the bumps myself, and all I could think about was Edgar Allan Poe and his cheery tales about people who got themselves buried before they were thoroughly dead. There was another sound, then a sharp snap, and I saw light spring up from a crack that opened across the floor in the shadowy corner. That was enough for me. I jumped for the stairs, took them 3 at a time, and banged through the kitchen door. I grabbed up a chair, swung it around, and slammed it against the trellis. It bounced back and cracked me across the mouth. I dropped it, tasting blood. Maybe that was what I needed. The panic faded before a stronger emotion, anger. I turned and barged along the dark hall to the living room, and lights suddenly went on. I whirled and saw Foster standing in the hall doorway, fully dressed. "Okay, Foster," I yelled. "Just show me the way out of here." Foster held my eyes, his face tense. "Calm yourself, Mr. Legion," he said softly. "What's happened here?" "Get over there to that gun," I snapped, pointing to the .30 caliber on the bar. "Disarm it, and then get the front door open. I'm leaving." Foster's eyes flicked over the clothes I was wearing. "So I see," he said. His gaze returned to my face, his expression serious. "What is it that's frightened you, Legion?" "Don't act so innocent," I said. "Or am I supposed to believe that Brownie set up that booby trap while you were asleep?" His eyes shifted to the gun, and his expression tightened. "It's mine," he said. "It's an automatic arrangement. Something's activated it without sounding my alarm." "You haven't been outside, have you?" "How could I?" "This is important, Legion," Foster interrupted, his voice sharp. "It would take more than the sight of a machine gun to panic you." "What have you seen?" "I was looking for a back door," I said. "I went down to the cellar. I didn't like it down there, so I came back up." "What did you see in the cellar?" Foster's face looked strained and colorless. "It looked like..." I hesitated. "There was a crack in the floor, noises, lights." "The floor," Foster said, his tone grim. "Certainly. That's the weak point." He seemed to be talking to himself. I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. "Something funny going on outside your windows, too." Foster glanced toward the heavy drapes. "Listen carefully, Legion," he said urgently. "We are in grave danger, both of us. It's fortunate you arose when you did. This house, as you must have guessed by now, is something of a fortress. At this moment, it is under attack. The walls are protected by some rather formidable defenses. I can't say as much for the cellar floor, it's merely 3 feet of ferroconcrete. We'll have to go now very swiftly, and very quietly." "Okay, show me," I said. Foster turned and went back along the hall to one of the locked doors. He pressed something, and the door opened. I followed him inside a small room. He crossed to a blank wall, pressed against it, and a panel slid aside. Foster jumped back. "Monarch's wounds," he gasped. He threw himself at the wall, and the panel closed. I stood stock still. From somewhere, there was a smell like sulfur. "What the hell is going on?" I asked, my voice cracking with fear. "That odor," Foster said urgently. "Quickly, the other way." I stepped back as Foster pushed past me and ran along the hall. I didn't look back to see what was behind me. Foster took the stairs 3 at a time, pulled up short on the landing, and went to his knees. He shoved back an Isfahan rug as supple as sable, revealing a steel ring set in the floor. His face was white with strain. "Invoke thy monarchs," he said hoarsely, and heaved at the ring. A section of the floor swung up, showing the first step of a flight leading down into a black hole. Foster didn't hesitate, he dropped his feet in, scrambling down. I followed. The stairs went down about 10 feet, ending on a stone floor. There was the sound of a latch turning, and we stepped out into a larger room. Moonlight filtered through a row of high windows, and I smelled the fragrance of fresh night air. "We're in the garage," Foster whispered. "Go around to the other side of the car and get in quietly." I touched the smooth flank of the rakish cabriolet, felt my way around it, and eased the door open. I slipped into the seat and closed the door gently. Beside me, Foster touched a button, and a green light glowed on the dash. "Ready?" he asked. "Sure." The starter whined half a turn and the engine caught. Without waiting, Foster gunned it, let in the clutch. The car leaped for the closed doors, and I ducked, then saw the doors snap aside as the low-slung car roared out into the night. We took the first turn in the drive at 40, and rounded onto the highway at 60, tires screaming. I glanced back and caught a glimpse of the house, its stately facade white in the moonlight, and then we were out of sight over a rise. "What's it all about?" I called over the rush of air. The needle touched 90 and kept going. Later, Foster barked. I didn't feel like arguing. I settled down in the padded seat and watched the speedometer eat up the miles. It was nearly 4:30 when I finally broke the silence. A tentative gray street showed through the palm fronds to the east. "By the way," I said, "what was the routine with the steel shutters, the bulletproof glass in the kitchen, and the handy home model machine gun covering the front door? Mice bat around the place, are they?" "Those things were necessary and more," Foster said, his voice low and tense. "Now that the short hairs along my spine have relaxed," I said, "the whole thing looks pretty silly. We've run far enough now to be able to stop, turn around, and stick our tongues out." "Not yet, not for a long while yet," Foster said sharply. "Why don't we just go back home?" I went on, and... "No," Foster said sharply. "I want your word on that, Legion. No matter what, don't ever go near that house again." "It'll be daylight soon," I said. "We'll feel pretty asinine about this little trip after the sun comes up, but don't worry, I won't tell anybody." "We've got to keep moving," Foster said. "At the next town, I'll telephone for seats on a flight out of Miami." "Hold on," I said. "You're raving. What about your house?" "We didn't even stick around long enough to make sure the TV was turned off." "And what about passports, and money, and luggage? And what makes you think I'm going with you?" "I've kept myself in readiness for this emergency," Foster said. "There are disposition instructions for the house on file with a legal firm in Jacksonville. There's nothing to connect me with my former life, once I've changed my name and disappeared. As for the rest, we can buy luggage in the morning. My passport is in the car. Perhaps we'd better go first to Puerto Rico, until we can arrange one for you." "Look," I said. "I got spooked in the dark, that's all. Why not just admit we made fools of ourselves?" Foster shook his head. "The inherent inertia of the human mind," he said. "How it fights to resist new ideas." "The kind of new ideas you're talking about could get both of us locked up in the chuckle ward," I said. "Legion," Foster said, "I think you'd better write down what I'm going to tell you. It's important, vitally important. I won't waste time with preliminaries. The notebook I showed you's in my jacket. You must read the English portion of it. Afterwards, what I'm about to say may make more sense. I hope you don't feel your last will and testament coming on, Mr. Foster," I said. "Not before you tell me what that was we were both so eager to get away from." "I'll be frank with you," Foster said flatly. "I don't know." Foster wheeled into the dark drive of a silent service station, eased to a stop, set the brake, and slumped back in the seat. "Do you mind driving for a while, Legion?" he asked. "I'm not feeling very well." "Sure, I'll drive," I said. I got out, went around to his side, and helped him out. Foster sat limply, eyes closed, his face drawn and strained. He looked older than he had last night, years older. The night's experiences hadn't taken anything off my age, either. Foster opened his eyes, looked at me blankly. He seemed to gather himself with an effort. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm not myself." He moved over, and I took the driver's seat. "If you're sick," I said, "we'd better find a doctor." "No, it's all right," he said blurrily. "Just keep going." "We're 150 miles from Mayport now," I said. Foster turned to me, started to say something, and then slumped into a dead faint. I grabbed for his pulse, it was strong and steady. I rolled up an eyelid, and a dilated pupil stared sightlessly. He was all right, I hoped. But the thing to do was get him in bed and call a doctor. We were at the edge of a small town. I let the brake off and drove slowly into town, swung around a corner, and pulled up in front of the sagging marquee of a rundown hotel. Foster stirred as I cut the engine. Foster, I said. I'm going to get you into a bed. Can you walk? He groaned softly and opened his eyes. They were glassy. I got out, helped him to the sidewalk, and walked him into the dingy lobby. I approached a reception counter where a dim bulb burned. I rang the bell. It was a minute before an old man shuffled out from where he'd been sleeping. He yawned, eyed me suspiciously, and then looked at Foster. We don't want no drunks here, he said. Respectable house. My friend is sick, I said. Give me a double with a bath. And call a doctor. What's he got? The old man said. Ain't contagious, is it? That's what I want a doctor to tell me. I can't get the doc for in the morning. And we got no private bathrooms. I signed the register. We rode the open cage elevator to the 4th floor, went along a gloomy hall to a door painted a peeling brown. It didn't look inviting, the room inside wasn't much better. There was a lot of flowered wallpaper, an old-fashioned washstand, and 2 wide beds. I stretched Foster out on one. He lay relaxed, a serene expression on his face, the kind undertakers try for but never quite seem to manage. I sat down on the other bed and pulled off my shoes. It was my turn to have a tired mind. I lay back and let it sink down like a gray stone into still water. I awoke from a dream in which I had just discovered the answer to the riddle of life. I tried to hold on to it, but it slipped away, it always does. Gray daylight was filtering through the dusty windows. Foster lay slackly on the broad sagging bed, a ceiling lamp with a faded fringed shade casting a sickly yellow light over him. It didn't make things any cheerier, I flipped it off. Foster was lying on his back, arms spread wide, breathing heavily. Maybe it was only exhaustion, and he didn't need a doctor after all. He'd probably wake up in a little while, raring to go. As for me, I was feeling hungry again. I'd have to have a buck or so for sandwiches. I went over to the bed and called Foster's name. He didn't move. If he was sleeping that soundly, maybe I wouldn't bother him. I eased his wallet out of his coat pocket, took it to the window, and checked it. It was fat. I took a 10, put the wallet on the table. I remembered Foster had said something about money in the car. I had the keys in my pocket. I got my shoes on and let myself out quietly. Foster hadn't moved. Down on the street, I waited for a couple of yokels who were looking over Foster's car to move on, then slid into the seat, leaned over, and got the floorboards up. The strong box was set into the channel of the frame. I scraped the road dirt off the lock and opened it with a key from Foster's key ring, took out the contents. There was a bundle of stiffish papers, a passport, some maps marked up, and a wad of currency that made my mouth go dry. I riffled through it, 50 grand if it was a buck. I stuffed the papers, money, and passport back in the box, locked it, and climbed out onto the sidewalk. A few doors down the street, there was a dirty window lettered Maze Eat. I went in, ordered hamburgers and coffee to go, and sat at the counter with Foster's keys in front of me, thinking about the car that went with them. The passport only needed a little work on the picture to get me wherever I wanted to go, and the money would buy me my choice of islands. Foster would have a nice long nap, and then take a train home. With his dough, he'd hardly miss what I took. The counterman put a paper bag in front of me, and I paid him and went out. I stood by the car, jingling the keys on my palm and thinking. I could be in Miami in an hour, and I knew where to go for the passport job. Foster was a nice guy and I liked him, but I'd never have a break like this again. I reached for the car door, and a voice said, "Paper, mister?" I jumped and looked around. A dirty-faced kid was staring at me. "Sure," I said, handing him a single and taking the paper. Flipping it open, a Mayport dateline caught my eye. Police raid hideout. A surprise raid by local police led to the discovery here today of a secret gangland fortress. Chief Chesters of the Mayport Police stated that the raid came as an aftermath of the arrival in the city yesterday of a notorious northern gang member. A number of firearms, including army-type machine guns, were seized in the raid on a house 9 miles from Mayport on the Fernandina Road. The raid was said by Chief Chesters to be the culmination of a lengthy investigation. Cr. Foster, 50, owner of the property, is missing and feared dead. Police are seeking the ex-convict who visited the house last night. It is feared that Foster may have been the victim of a gangland murder. I stormed through the door to the darkened room and stopped short. In the gloom, I saw Foster sitting on the edge of the bed, looking my way. "Look at this," I yelled, flapping the paper in his face. Now the cops are dragging the state for me, and on a murder rap at that. Get on the phone and sort this mess out if you can. You and your little green men. The cops think they've stumbled onto Al Capone's arsenal. You'll have fun explaining that one. Foster looked at me with interest, smiling. What's funny about it, Foster? I yelled. Your dough may buy you out, but what about me? Forgive me for asking, Foster said pleasantly, but who are you? There are times when I'm slow on the uptake, but this wasn't one of them. The implications of what Foster had said hit me hard enough to make my knees go weak. Oh no, Mr. Foster, I said. You can't lose your memory again, not right now, not with the police looking for me. You're my alibi, you're the one who has to explain all the business about the guns and the ad in the paper. I just came to see about a job, remember? My voice was getting a little shrill. Foster sat looking at me, wearing an expression between a frown and a smile, like a credit manager turning down an application. He shook his head slightly. My name is not Foster. Look, I said. Your name was Foster yesterday, that's all I care about. You're the one who owns the house the cops are all upset about. And you're the corpse I'm supposed to have knocked off. You've got to go to the cops with me right now and tell them I'm just an innocent bystander. I went to the window and raised the shades to let some light into the room, then turned back to Foster. I'll explain to the cops about you thinking the little men were after you. I stopped talking and stared at Foster. For a wild moment, I thought I'd made a mistake, that I'd wandered into the wrong room. I knew Foster's face, all right, the light was bright enough now to see clearly, but the man I was talking to couldn't have been a day over 20 years old. I went close to him, staring hard. There were the same cool blue eyes, but the lines around them were gone. The black hair grew lower and thicker than I remembered, and the skin was clear. I sat down hard on my bed. Mamma mia, I said. Kes la difficulted? Foster said. Shut up, I moaned. I'm confused enough in one language. I was trying hard to think, but I couldn't seem to get started. A few minutes earlier, I'd had the world by the tail just before it turned around and bit me. Cold sweat popped out on my forehead when I thought about how close I had come to driving off in Foster's car. Every cop in the state would be looking for it by now, and if they found me in it, the jury wouldn't be out 10 minutes reaching a verdict of guilty. Then another thought hit, meth kind that brings you bolt upright with your teeth clenched and your heart hammering. It wouldn't be long before the local hick cops would notice the car out front. They'd come in after me, and I'd tell them it belonged to Foster. They'd take a look at him and say, nuts, the bird we want is 50 years old, and where did you hide the body? I got up and started pacing. Foster had already told me there was nothing to connect him with his house in Mayport. The locals there had seen enough of him to know he was pushing middle age, at least. I could kick and scream and tell them this 20-year-old kid was Foster, but I'd never make it stick. There was no way to prove my story. They'd figure Foster was dead and that I'd killed him, and anybody who thinks you need a corpus to prove murder better read his Perry Mason again. I glanced out of the window and did a double take. 2 cops were standing by Foster's car. One of them went around to the back, got out a pad, took down the license number, then said something over his shoulder, and started across the street. The second cop planted himself by the car, his eye on the front of the hotel. I whirled on Foster. Get your shoes on, I croaked. Let's get the hell out of here. We went down the stairs quietly and found a back door opening onto an alley. Nobody saw us go. An hour later, I sagged in a grimy coach seat and studied Foster, sitting across from me, a middle-aged nut with the face of a young kid and a mind like a blank slate. I had no choice but to drag him with me. My only chance was to stick close and hope he got back enough of his memory to get me off the hook. It was time for me to be figuring my next move. I thought about the $50,000 I had left behind in the car and groaned. Foster looked concerned. Are you in pain? He asked. And how I'm in pain, I said. Before I met you, I was a homeless bum, broke and hungry. Now I can add a couple more items. The cops are after me, and I've got a mental case to nursemaid. What law have you broken? Foster asked. None, I barked. As a crook, I'm a washout. I've planned 3 larcenies in the last 12 hours, and flunked out on all of them. And now I'm wanted for murder. Whom did you kill? Foster inquired courteously. I leaned across so I could snarl in his face. You! I snapped, then softened my tone. Get this through your head, Foster. The only crime I'm guilty of is stupidity. I listened to your crazy story, and because of you, I'm in a mess I'll never get straightened out. I leaned back. And then there's the question of old men taking a nap and waking up in their late teens. We'll get to that later, after I've had my nervous breakdown. I'm sorry if I've been the cause of difficulty, Foster said. I wish I could recall the things you've spoken of. Is there anything I can do to assist you now? And you were the one who wanted help, I said. There is one thing, let me have the money you've got on you. We'll need it. Foster retrieved his wallet from where I'd instructed and handed it over. I rummaged through it, finding no photos or fingerprints. When Foster said he'd arranged matters so he could disappear without a trace, he hadn't been kidding. We'll go to Miami, I said. I know a place in the Cuban section where we can lay low, cheap. Maybe if we wait a while, you'll start remembering things. Yes, Foster said. That would be pleasant. You haven't forgotten how to talk, at least, I said. I wonder what else you can do. Do you remember how you made all that money? I can remember nothing of your economic system, Foster said. He looked around. This is a very primitive world, in many respects, he said. It should not be difficult to amass wealth here. I never had much luck at it, I said. I haven't even been able to amass the price of a meal. Food is exchanged for money? Foster asked. Everything is exchanged for money, I said. Including most of the human virtues. This is a strange world, Foster said. It will take me a long while to become accustomed to it. Yeah, me too, I said. Maybe things would be better on Mars. Foster nodded. Perhaps, he said. Perhaps we should go there. I groaned and caught myself. No, I'm not in pain, I said. But don't take me so literally, Foster. We rode along in silence for a while. Say, Foster, I said. Have you still got that notebook of yours? Foster fished out the book after checking several pockets and examined it, frowning. You remember it? I asked, watching him closely. He shook his head slowly and ran his finger around the circles embossed on the cover. This pattern, he said. It signifies. Go on, Foster, I said. Signifies what? I'm sorry, he said. I don't remember. I took the book and sat staring at it, though I wasn't really seeing it. I was seeing my future. If Foster didn't turn up, they'd naturally assume he was dead. I'd been with him just before his disappearance. It wasn't hard to see why they'd want to talk to me, and my having vanished too wouldn't help any. My picture would blossom out in post offices all over the country, and even if they didn't catch me right away, the murder charge would always be there, hanging over me. It wouldn't do any good to turn myself in and tell them the whole story. They wouldn't believe me, and I wouldn't blame them. I didn't really believe it myself, and I'd lived through it. But then, maybe I was just imagining that Foster looked younger. After all, a good night's rest could work wonders. I glanced at Foster again and almost groaned. 20 was stretching it, 18 was more like it. I was willing to swear he'd never shaved in his life. Foster, I said. It's got to be in this book who you are, where you came from. It's the only hope I've got. I suggest we read it, then, Foster said. A bright idea, I said. Why didn't I think of that? I thumbed through the book to the section in English and read for an hour. Starting with the entry dated January 19, 1710, the writer had scribbled a few lines every few months. He seemed to be some kind of pioneer in the Virginia colony. He complained about prices, the Indians, and the ignorance of the other settlers, and every now and then threw in a remark about the enemy. He often took long trips, and when he got home, he complained about those, too. It's a funny thing, Foster, I said. This is supposed to have been written over a period of a couple of 100 years, but it's all in the same hand. That's kind of odd, isn't it? Why should a man's handwriting change? Foster said. Well, it might get a little shaky toward the end, don't you agree? Why is that? I'll spell it out, Foster, I said. Most people don't live that long. 100 years is stretching it, to say nothing of 2. This must be a very violent world, then, Foster said. Skip it, I said. You talk like you're just visiting. By the way, do you remember how to write? Foster looked thoughtful. Yes, he said. I can write. I handed him the book and the stylus. Try it, I said. Foster opened to a blank page, wrote, and handed the book back to me. Always and always and always, I read. I looked at Foster. What does that mean? I looked at the words again, then quickly flipped to the pages written in English. I wasn't an expert on penmanship, but this came up and cracked me right in the eye. The book was written in Foster's hand. It doesn't make sense, I said for the 40th time. Foster nodded in sympathetic agreement. Why would you write out this junk yourself, and then spend all that time and money trying to have it deciphered? You said experts worked over it and couldn't break it. But, I went on, you must have known you wrote it, you knew your own handwriting. But on the other hand, you had amnesia before, you had the idea you might have told something about yourself in the book. I sighed, leaned back, and tossed the book over to Foster. Here, you read a while, I said. I'm arguing with myself, and I can't tell who's winning. Foster looked the book over carefully. This is odd, he said. What's odd? The book is made of cough. It is a permanent material and yet it shows damage. I sat perfectly still and waited. Here on the back cover, Foster said. A scuffed area. Since this is cough, it cannot be an actual scar. It must have been placed there. I grabbed the book and looked. There was a faint mark across the back cover, as though the book had been scraped on something sharp. I remembered how much luck I had had with a knife. The mark had been put here, disguised as a casual nick in the finish. It had to mean something. How do you know what the material is? I asked. Foster looked surprised. In the same way that I know the window is of glass, he said. I simply know. Speaking of glass, I said, wait till I get my hands on a microscope. Then maybe we'll begin to get some answers. Chapter 4. The 200-pound senorita with the wart on her upper lip put a pot of black Cuban coffee and a pitcher of salted milk down beside the 2 chip cups, leered at me in a way that might have been appealing 30 years before, and waddled back to the kitchen. I poured a cup, gulped half of it, and shuddered. In the street outside the cafe, a guitar cried Estrelita. Okay, Foster, I said. Here's what I've got. The first half of the book is in pothooks, I can't read that. But this middle section, the part coded in regular letters, it's actually encrypted English. It's a sort of resume of what happened. I picked up the sheets of paper on which I had transcribed my deciphering of the coded section of the book, using the key that had been micro-engraved in the fake scratch on the back cover. I read. For the first time, I am afraid. My attempt to construct the communicator called down the hunters upon me. I made such a shield as I could contrive, and sought their nesting place. I came there, and it was in that place that I knew of old, and it was no hive, but a pit in the ground, built by men of the 2 worlds. And I would have come into it, but the hunters swarmed in their multitudes. I fought them and killed many, but at last I fled away. I came to the western shore, and there I hired bold sailors and a poor craft, and set forth. In 49 days we came to shore in this wilderness, and there were men as from the dawn of time, and I fought them, and when they had learned fear, I lived among them in peace, and the hunters have not found this place. Now it may be that my saga ends here, but I will do what I am able. The change may soon come upon me, I must prepare for the stranger who will come after me. All that he must know is in these pages. And say I to him. Have patience, for the time of this race draws close. Venture not again on the eastern continent, but wait, for soon the northern sailors must come in numbers into this wilderness. Seek out their cleverest metalworkers, and when it may be, devise a shield, and only then return to the pit of the hunters. It lies in the plain, 50/10,000 parts of the girth of this, to the west of the Great Chalk Phase, and 1470 parts north from the median line, as I reckon. The stones mark it well with the sign of the 2 worlds. I looked across at Foster. It goes on then with a blow-by-blow account of dealings with aborigines. He was trying to get them civilized in a hurry. They figured he was a monarch and he set them to work building roads and cutting stone and learning mathematics and so on. He was doing all he could to set things up so the stranger who was to follow him would know the score, and carry on the good work. Foster's eyes were on my face. What is the nature of the change he speaks of? He never says, but I suppose he's talking about death, I said. I don't know where the stranger is supposed to come from. Listen to me, Legion, Foster said. There was a hint of the old anxious look in his eyes. I think I know what the change was. I think he knew he would forget. You've got amnesia on the brain, old buddy, I said. And the stranger is himself. A man without a memory. I sat frowning at Foster. Yeah, maybe, I said. Go on. And he says that all that the stranger needs to know is there in the book. Not in the part 1 decoded, I said. He describes how they're coming along with the road building job, and how the new mine panned out, but there's nothing about what the hunters are, or what had gone on before he tangled with them the first time. It must be there, Legion, but in the first section, the part written in alien symbols. Maybe, I said. But why the hell didn't he give us a key to that part? I think he assumed that the stranger himself would remember the old writing, Foster said. How could he know that it would be forgotten with the rest? Your guess is as good as any, I said. Maybe better, you know how it feels to lose your memory. But we've learned a few things, Foster said. The pit of the hunters, we have the location. If you call this 10,000 parts to the west of Chalk Face a location, I said. We know more than that, Foster said. He mentions a plane, and it must lie on a continent to the east. If you assume that he sailed from Europe to America, then the continent to the east would be Europe, I said. But maybe he went from Africa to South America, or... The mention of northern sailors suggests the Vikings. You seem to know a little history, Foster, I said. You've got a lot of odd facts tucked away. We need maps, Foster said. We'll look for a plane near the sea. Not necessarily. And with a formation called a chalk face to the east. What's this median line business? I said. And the bit about 10,000 parts of something? I don't know. But we must have maps. I bought some this afternoon, I said. I also got a dime store globe. I figured we might need them. Let's get out of this and back to the room, where we can spread out. I know it's a grim prospect, but... I got to my feet, dropped some coins on the oilcloth-covered table, and led the way out. It was a short half-block to the flea trap we called home. We kept out of it as much as we could, holding our long daily conferences across the street at the Novedades. The roaches scurried as we passed up the dark stairway to our not-much-brighter room. I crossed to the bureau and opened a drawer. The globe, Foster said, taking it in his hands. I wonder if perhaps he meant a 10,000th part of the circumference of the Earth. What would he know about? Disregard the anachronistic aspect of it, Foster said. The man who wrote the book knew many things. We'll have to start with some assumptions. Let's make the obvious ones, that we're looking for a plane on the west coast of Europe. Lying, he pulled a chair up to the Scabers table and riffled through to one of my scribbled sheets. 50/10000 s of the circumference of the Earth, that would be about 125 miles west of a chalk formation, and 3,675 miles north of a median line. Maybe, I said, he means the equator. Certainly. Why not? That would mean our plane lies on a line through. He studied the small globe Warsaw, and south of Amsterdam. But this part about a rock outcropping, I said. How do we find out if there's any conspicuous chalk formation around there? We can consult a geology text. There may be a library in this neighborhood. The only chalk deposits I ever heard about, I said, are the White Cliffs of Dover. White Cliffs. We both reached for the globe at once. 125 miles west of the chalk cliffs, said Foster. He ran a finger over the globe. North of London, but south of Birmingham. That puts us reasonably near the sea. Where's the atlas? I said. I rummaged, came up with a cheap tourist's edition, and flipped the pages. Here's England, I said. Now we look for a plane. Foster put a finger on the map. Here, he said. A large plane called Salisbury. Large is right, I said. It would take years to find a stone cairn on that. We're getting excited about nothing. We're looking for a hole in the ground, hundreds of years old if this lousy notebook means anything, maybe marked with a few stones in the middle of miles of plain. And it's all guesswork anyway. I took the atlas, turned the page. I don't know what I expected to get out of decoding those pages, I said. But I was hoping for more than this. I think we should try, Legion, Foster said. We can go there, search over the ground. It would be costly, but not impossible. We can start by gathering capital. Wait a minute, Foster, I said. I was staring at a larger scale map showing southern England. Suddenly my heart was thudding. I put a finger on a tiny dot in the center of Salisbury Plain. 6, 2, and even, I said. There's your pit of the hunters. Foster leaned over, read the fine print. Stonehenge. I read from the encyclopedia page. This great stone structure, lying on the plain of Salisbury, Wiltshire, England, is preeminent among megalithic monuments of the ancient world. Within a circular ditch 300 foot in diameter, stones up to 22 in height are arranged in concentric circles. The central altar stone, over 16 foot long, is approached from the northeast by a broad roadway called the Avenue. It is not an altar, said Foster. How do you know? Because Foster frowned. I know, that's all. The journal said the stones were arranged in the sign of the two worlds, I said. That means the concentric circles, I suppose, the same thing that's stamped on the cover of the notebook. And the ring, Foster said. Let me read the rest. A great sarsen stone stands upright in the avenue, the axis through the two stones, when erected, pointed directly to the rising of the sun on Midsummer Day. Calculations based on this observation indicate a date of approximately 1600 BC. Foster took the book and I sat on the windowsill and looked out at a big Florida moon over the ragged line of roofs with a skinny royal palm sticking up in silhouette. It didn't look much like the postcard views of Miami. I lit a cigarette and thought about a man who long ago had crossed the North Atlantic in a dragon boat to be a monarch among the Indians. I wondered where he came from, and what it was he was looking for, and what kept him going in spite of the hell that showed in the spare lines of the journal he kept. If, I reminded myself, he had ever existed. Foster was poring over the book. Look, I said. Let's get back to Earth. We have things to think about, plans to make. The fairy tales can wait until later. What do you suggest? Foster said. That we forget the things you've told me, and the things we've read here, discard the journal, and abandon the attempt to find the answers? No, I said. I'm no sorehead. Sure, there's some things here that somebody ought to look into someday. But right now what I want is the cops off my neck. And I've been thinking. I'll dictate a letter, you write it, your lawyers know your handwriting. Tell them you were on the thin edge of a nervous breakdown, that's why all the artillery around your house, and you made up your mind suddenly to get away from it all. Tell them you don't want to be bothered, that's why you're traveling incognito, and that the northern mobster that came to see you is just stupid, not a killer. That ought to at least cool off the cops. Foster looked thoughtful. That's an excellent suggestion, he said. Then we need merely to arrange for passage to England, and proceed with the investigation. You don't get the idea, I said. You can arrange things by mail so we get our hands on that dough of yours. Any such attempt would merely bring the police down on us, Foster said. You've already pointed out the unwisdom of attempting to pass myself off as myself. There ought to be a way. I said. We have only one avenue of inquiry, Foster said. We have no choice but to explore it. We'll take passage on a ship to England. What'll we use for money and papers? It would cost hundreds. Unless, I added, we worked our way. But that's no good. We'd still need passports plus union cards and seaman's tickets. Your friend, Foster said. The one who prepares passports. Can't he produce the other papers as well? Yeah, I said. I guess so. But it will cost us. I'm sure we can find a way to pay, Foster said. Will you see him early in the morning? I looked around the blowsy room. Hot night air stirred a geranium wilting in a tin can on the windowsill. An odor of bad cooking and worse plumbing floated up from the street. At least, I said, it would mean getting out of here. It was almost sundown when Foster and I pushed through the door to the saloon bar at the Ancient Sinner and found a corner table. I watched Foster spread out his maps and papers. Behind us there was a murmur of conversation and the thump of darts against a board. When are you going to give up and admit we're wasting our time? I said. 2 weeks of tramping over the same ground, and we end up in the same place. We've hardly begun our investigation, Foster said mildly. You keep saying that, I said. But if there ever was anything in that rock pile, it's long gone. The archaeologists have been digging over the site for years, and they haven't come up with anything. They don't know what to look for, Foster said. They were searching for indications of religious significance, human sacrifice, that sort of thing. We don't know what we're looking for either, I said. Unless you think maybe we'll meet the hunters hiding under a loose stone. You say that sardonically, Foster said. But I don't consider it impossible. I know, I said. You've convinced yourself that the hunters were after us back at Mayport when we ran off like a pair of idiots. From what you've told me of the circumstances, Foster began. I know, you don't consider it impossible. That's the trouble with you, you don't consider anything impossible. It would make life a lot easier for me if you'd let me rule out a few items like leprechauns who hang out at Stonehenge. Foster looked at me, half smiling. It had only been a few weeks since he woke up from a nap looking like a senior class president who hadn't made up his mind whether to be a preacher or a movie star, but he had already lost that mild, innocent air. He learned fast, and day by day I had seen his old personality re-emerge and, in spite of my attempts to hold on to the ascendancy, dominate our partnership. It's a failing of your culture, Foster said, that hypothesis becomes dogma almost overnight. You're too close to your Neolithic, when the blind acceptance of tribal lore had survival value. Having learned to evoke the fire monarch from sticks, by rote, you tend to extend the principle to all established facts. Here's an established fact for you, I said. We've got 15 pounds left, hats about $40. It's time we figure out where to go from here, before somebody starts checking up on those phony papers of ours. Foster shook his head. I'm not satisfied that we've exhausted the possibilities here. I've been studying the geometric relationships between the various structures. I have some ideas I want to check. I think it might be a good idea to go out at night, when we can work without the usual crowd of tourists observing every move. I groaned. My dogs are killing me, I said. Let's hope you'll come up with something better or at least different. We'll have a bite to eat here, and wait until dark to start out, Foster said. The publican brought us plates of cold meat and potato salad. I worked on a thin but durable slice of ham and thought about all the people, somewhere, who were sitting down now to gracious meals in the glitter of crystal and silver. I'd had too many greasy French fries and too many cheap dives the last few years. I could feel them all now, burning in my stomach. I was getting farther from my island all the time, and it was nobody's fault but mine. The ancient sinner, I said. That's me. Foster looked up. Curious names these old pubs have, he said. I suppose in some cases the origins are lost in antiquity. Why don't they think up something cheery, I said. Like the Paradise Bar and Grill or the Happy Hour Cafe. Did you notice the sign hanging outside? No. A picture of a skeleton. He's holding one hand up like a Yankee evangelist prophesying doom. You can see it through the window there. Foster turned and looked out at the weathered sign creaking in the evening wind. He looked at it for a long time. When he turned back, there was a strange look around his eyes. What's the matter? I started. Foster ignored me, waved to the proprietor, a short fat countryman. He came over to the table, wiping his hands on his apron. A very interesting old building, Foster said. We've been admiring it. When was it built? Well, sir, the publican said, this here house is a many 100-year-old. It were built by the monks, they say, from the monastery what used to stand nearby here. It were tore down by the king's men, Henry, that was, what time he drove the papists out. That would be Henry VIII, I suppose? Aye, it would that. And this house is all that were spared, it being the brewing house, as the king said were a worthwhile institution, and he laid on a tithe, that 2 kegs of stout was to be laid by for the king's use each brewing time. Very interesting, Foster said. Is the custom still continued? The publican shook his head. It were ended in my grandfather's time, it being that the queen were a teetotaler. How did it acquire the curious name, the ancient sinner? The tale is, the publican said, that one day a lay brother of the order were digging about yonder on the plain by the great stones, in search of the druid's treasure, albeit the abbot had forbid him to go nigh the heathen ground, and he come on the bones of a man, and being of a kindly turn, he had the thought to give them Christian burial. Now, knowing the abbot would nae permit it, he set to work to dig a grave by moonlight in holy ground, under the monastery walls. But the abbot, being wakeful, were abroad and come on the brother a digging, and when he asked the why of it, the lay brother having visions of penances to burden him for many a day, he ups, and tells the abbot it were a ale cellar he were about digging, and the abbot, not being without wisdom, clapped him on the back, and went on his way. And so it was the alehouse got built, and blessed by the abbot, and with it the bones that was laid away under the floor beneath the ale casks. So the ancient sinner is buried under the floor? Aye, so the tale goes, though I've not dug for him myself. But the house has been knowed by the name these 400 years. Where was it you said the lay brother was digging? On the plain, yonder, by the Druid's stones, what they call Stonehenge, the publican said. He picked up the empty glasses. What about another, gentleman? Certainly, Foster said. He sat quietly across from me, his features composed, but I could see there was tension under the surface calm. What's this all about? I asked softly. When did you get so interested in local history? Later, Foster murmured. Keep looking bored. That'll be easy, I said. The publican came back and placed heavy glass mugs before us. You were telling us about the Lay brothers finding the bones, Foster said. You say they were buried in Stonehenge? The publican cleared his throat, glanced sideways at Foster. The gentleman wouldn't be from the university now, I suppose? He said. Let's just say, Foster said easily, smiling, that we have a great interest in these bits of lore and interest supported by modest funds. Of course. The publican made a show of wiping at the rings on the tabletop. A costly business, I wager, he said. Digging about in odd places and all. Now, knowing where to dig, that's important, I'll be bound. Very important, Foster said. Worth £5, easily. 'Twere my grandfer told me of the spot, took me out by moonlight, he did, and showed me where his grandfer had showed him. Told me it were a fine great secret, the likes of which a simple man could well take pride in. And an additional £5 as a token of my personal esteem. Foster said. The publican eyed me. Well, a secret as was handed down father to son. And, of course, my associate wishes to express his esteem, too. Foster said. Another £5 worth. That's all the esteem the budget will bear, Mr. Foster, I said. I got out the £15 and passed the money across to him. I hope you haven't forgotten those people back home who wanted to talk to us, I said. They'll be getting in touch with us any time now, I'll bet. Foster rolled up the bills and held them in his hand. That's true. Mr. Legion, he said. Perhaps we shouldn't take the time. But being it's for the advancement of science, the publican said. I'm willing to make the sacrifice. We'll want to go out tonight, Foster said. We have a very tight schedule. The landlord dickered with Foster for another 5 minutes before he agreed to guide us to the spot where the skeleton had been found. When he left, I began. Now tell me. Look at the signboard again, Foster said. I looked. The skull smiled, holding up a hand. I see it, I said. But it doesn't explain why you handed over our last buck. Look at the hand. Look at the ring on the finger. I looked again. A heavy ring was painted on the bony index finger, with a pattern of concentric circles. It was a duplicate of the one on Foster's finger. The publican pulled the battered Morris Minor to the side of the highway and set the brake. This is as close as we best take the machine, he said. We got out and looked across the rolling plain where the megaliths of Stonehenge loomed against the last glow of sunset. The publican rummaged in the boot, produced a ragged blanket and 2 long 4-cell flashlights, and gave one to Foster and the other to me. Do nae use the electric torches until I tell ye, he said, lest the whole county see there's folks abroad here. We watched as he draped the blanket over a barbed wire fence, clambered over, and started across the barren field. Foster and I followed, not talking. The plain was deserted. A few lonely lights showed on a distant slope. It was a dark night with no moon. I could hardly see the ground ahead. A car moved along a distant road, its headlights bobbing. We moved past the outer ring of stones, skirting fallen slabs 20 feet long. We'll break our necks, I said. Let's have one of the flashlights. Not yet, Foster whispered. Our guide paused, we came up to him. It were a mortal long time since I were last hereabouts, he said. I best take me bearings off the Friar's Heel. What's that? Yon great stone, standing alone in the avenue. We squinted, it was barely visible as a dark shape against the sky. The bones were buried there? Foster asked. Nay, all by theirself, they was. Now it were 20 paces, grandfer said, him bein' 15 stone and long in the leg. The publican muttered to himself, pacing off distances. What's to keep him from just pointing to a spot after a while, I said to Foster, and saying this is it? We'll wait and see, Foster said. They were a hollow, as it were, in the earth, the publican said, with a bit of stone by it. I reckon it were 50 paces from here, he pointed, yonder. I don't see anything, I said. Let's take a closer look. Foster started off and I followed, the publican trailing behind. I made out a dim shape, with a deep depression in the earth before it. This could be the spot, Foster said. Old graves often sink. Suddenly he grabbed my arm. Look. The surface of the ground before us seemed to tremble, then heave. Foster snapped on his flashlight. The earth at the bottom of the hollow rose, cracked open. A boiling mass of luminescence churned, and a globe of light separated itself, rose, bumbling along the face of the weathered stone. Saints preserve us, the publican said in a choked voice. Foster and I stood, rooted to the spot, watching. The lone globe rose higher and abruptly shot straight toward us. Foster threw up an arm and ducked. The ball of light veered, struck him a glancing blow, darted off a few yards, hovered. In an instant, the air was alive with the spheres, boiling up from the ground and hurtling toward us, buzzing like a hive of yellow jackets. Foster's flashlight lanced out toward the swarm. Use your light, Legion! He shouted hoarsely. I was still standing, frozen. The globes rushed straight at Foster, ignoring me. Behind me, I heard the publican turn and run. I fumbled with the flashlight switch, snapped it on, swung the beam of white light on Foster. The globe at his head vanished as the light touched it. More globes swarmed to Foster and popped like soap bubbles in the flashlight's glare, but more swarmed to take their places. Foster reeled, fighting at them. He swung the light and I heard it smash against the stone behind him. In the instant darkness, the globes clustered thick around his head. Foster, I yelled, run! He got no more than 5 yards before he staggered, went to his knees. Cover, he croaked. He fell on his face. I rushed the mass of darting globes, took up a stance straddling his body. A suffocating cloud pressed around both of us, but it was Foster they went for. I thought of the slab. If I could get my back to it, I might have a chance. I stooped, got a grip on Foster's coat, and started back, dragging him. The lights boiled around me. I swept the beam of light and kept going until my back slammed against the stone. I crouched against it. Now they could only come from the front. I glanced at the cleft the lights had come from. It looked big enough to get Foster into. That would give him some protection. I tumbled him over the edge, then flattened my back against the slab and settled down to fight in earnest. I worked in a pattern, sweeping vertically, then horizontally. The globes ignored me, drove toward the cleft, fighting to get at Foster, and I swept them away as they came. The cloud around me was smaller now, the attack less ravenous. I picked out individual globes, snuffed them out. The hum became ragged, faltered. Then there were only a few globes around me, milling wildly, disorganized. The last half-dozen fled, bumbling away across the plain. I slumped against the rock, sweat running down into my eyes, my lungs burning with the sulfur. Foster, I gasped. Are you all right? He didn't answer. I flashed the light onto the cleft. It showed me damp clay, a few pebbles. Foster was gone. I scrambled to the edge of the pit, my flashlight casting anxious shadows across the darkened interior. The tunnel sloped down into the earth, revealing the hiding place from which the glowing globes had erupted. Foster was wedged in the opening. I slid down beside him and heaved him back onto level ground. He was still breathing, which was a relief. I glanced nervously around, wondering if the pub owner would return or if he'd alert someone. Given his demeanor, I doubted he'd invite trouble with the ghosts of ancient sinners. Foster stirred and groaned. Where are they? He mumbled. Take it easy, Foster, I said. You're okay now. Legion, he said, trying to sit up. The hunters. Call them hunters if you want, I said. I don't have a better name for them. I used the flashlights on them. They're gone. That means. Let's not worry about what it means. Let's just get out of here. The hunters, they burst out of the ground from a cleft in the earth. That's right. You were halfway into the hole. I guess that's where they were hiding. The pit of the hunters, Foster said. If you say so, I said. Lucky you didn't go down it. Legion, give me the flashlight. I've got a feeling I'm not going to like what's coming, I said. I handed him the light, and he shone it into the tunnel mouth. The beam revealed a polished black glass roof arching 4 feet over the rubble-strewn bottom of the shaft. A stone clattered down the 30-degree slope. Hell, that tunnel's man-made, I said. And I don't mean Neolithic man. Legion, we need to see what's down there, Foster said. We could come back later, with ropes and insurance policies, I suggested. But we won't, Foster replied. We've found what we were looking for. Sure, I said, and it serves us right. Are you sure you're up for this? I'm sure. Let's go. Foster thrust his legs into the opening and slid over the edge. I followed, easing down until I lost my grip and slid the rest of the way. I hit the bottom hard enough to knock the wind out of me. I scrambled to my hands and knees on a gravel-strewn floor. What is this place? I muttered, digging the flashlight out of the rubble and sweeping it around. We were in a low-ceilinged room, about 10 yards square. Smooth walls loomed with dark shapes that resembled sarcophagi, but these had dials and levers. For a couple of guys who avoid cops, I said, we've got a knack for stumbling into the wrong places. This is some kind of top-secret military installation. Impossible, Foster said. This couldn't be a modern structure at the bottom of a rubble-filled shaft. Let's get out of here fast, I said. We've probably triggered an alarm already. As if on cue, a low chime echoed through the room. Pearly light sprang up on a square panel. I approached it, my flashlight revealing what looked like a radar screen. A red blip crept across the display. What do you make of it? Foster asked. I'm no expert on ancient relics, I said, but if that's not a radar screen, I'm a monkey's uncle. I slumped into the single chair before the dusty control console, watching the red blip. Foster stood behind me, his face set in concentration. We owe a debt to that ancient sinner, he said. Who would have guessed he'd lead us here? Ancient sinner? I said. This place looks as modern as tomorrow's technology. Look at the symbols on the machines, Foster said. They're identical to those in the first section of the journal. All pothooks look alike to me, I said. But this screen worries me. If I'm right, that blip is either a very slow aircraft or it's at an incredible altitude. Modern aircraft operate at great heights, Foster said. Not at this height, I said. Let me check these scales. There are several controls here, Foster said, obviously intended to activate mechanisms. Don't touch anything, I said. We don't need to start World War III. I doubt the results would be so drastic, Foster replied. This installation probably serves a purpose unconnected with modern warfare, but very possibly related to the journal and my own past. The less we know, the better, I said. If we don't mess with anything, we can always claim we were just sheltering from the rain. Don't forget the hunters, Foster said. Some new anti-personnel gimmick. They came out of this shaft, Foster insisted. It was opened by the pressure of the hunters bursting out. Why did they choose that precise moment, just as we arrived? I asked. I think they were aroused, Foster said. They sensed the presence of their ancient foe. I stared at him, incredulous. I see where you're going with this, I said. You're their ancient foe now, right? So, centuries ago, you had a run-in with the hunters here at Stonehenge. You battled them, then fled, crossed the Atlantic on a Viking ship, lost your memory, became a guy named Foster, and now, a few weeks ago, you lost it again. Am I right? More or less. And now we're a couple of 100 feet under Stonehenge after facing a bunch of glowing stink bombs, and you're telling me you'll be 900 on your next birthday. Remember the journal entry? I came to the place of the hunters, and it was a place I knew of old, and there was no hive, but a pit built by men of the two worlds. Okay, I said. So you're pushing 1,000. I glanced at the screen, scribbled some quick calculations on a scrap of paper. That object on the screen is, give or take, at an altitude of about 30,000 miles. I tossed the pencil aside and turned to face Foster. What are we tangled up in? Not that I really want to know. I'm ready to head to a nice clean jail now and pay my debt to society. Calm down, Legion, Foster said. You're overreacting. Okay, I said, returning to the screen. You're the boss. Do what you want. I just hope you're not completely off your rocker, and that somehow. I sat up straight, eyes fixed on the screen. Look at this, Foster, I snapped. A pattern of dots flashed across the screen, faded, and flashed again. Some kind of IFF, I said. A recognition signal. I wonder what we're supposed to do now. Foster watched the screen silently. I don't like that thing blinking at us, I said. It makes me feel like we're on display. I eyed the large red button beside the screen. Maybe if I pushed that without thinking, I jabbed at it. A yellow light blinked on the control panel. On the screen, the pattern of dots disappeared. The red blip split, a smaller blip moving off at right angles to the main mass. I'm not sure you should have done that, Foster said. There's room for doubt, I said, my voice strained. It looks like I might have just launched a bomb from the ship overhead. The climb back up the tunnel took 3 grueling hours, each moment filled with a relentless refrain echoing in my head, this may be it, this may be it, this may be. When I finally crawled out of the tunnel mouth and collapsed onto my back, gasping for breath, Foster emerged beside me, equally exhausted. We need to get to the highway, I said, untangling the 10-foot rope of ripped garments that had kept us connected during the climb. There's a telephone at the pub, we'll notify the authorities. I looked up, and my heart sank. Hold it. I grabbed Foster's arm and pointed skyward. What's that? Foster followed my gaze. A brilliant point of blue light, brighter than any star, was growing noticeably larger as we watched. Maybe we won't get to notify anyone after all, I said. I think that's our bomb coming home to roost. That's illogical, Foster said, his eyes narrowing. The installation would hardly be arranged to destroy itself in such a complex manner. Let's get out of here, I yelled, the urgency clear in my voice. It's approaching us very rapidly, Foster observed. The distance we could cover in the next few minutes would be trivial compared to the killing radius of a modern bomb. We'd be safer sheltered in the cleft than out in the open. We could slide down the tunnel, I suggested. And be buried? Foster countered. You're right, I'd rather face the surface, I agreed. We crouched, eyes fixed on the growing blue glare overhead. It grew larger, brighter, illuminating the plain like a pale blue sun. There was no sound, and as the disk descended, it appeared to foreshorten, revealing a dark shape above it, dimly lit by the reflected light. The thing's the size of a ferry boat, I said, staring in disbelief. It's going to miss us, Foster said. It'll land several hundred feet to the east of US. We watched as the slender shape floated down with a dreamlike slowness, first at 500 feet, then 300, finally hovering just above the giant stones. It's coming down right on top of Stonehenge, I shouted. The vessel settled directly on the ancient ring of stones. For a moment, they were vividly silhouetted against the flood of blue radiance, then, abruptly, the glare faded and died. Foster, I said, do you think it's barely possible? A slit of yellow light appeared on the side of the hull, widening into a square. A ladder extended down to touch the ground. If somebody with tentacles starts down that ladder, I said, my voice trembling, I'm getting out of here. No one will emerge, Foster said quietly. I believe we'll find that this ship of space is at our disposal. I'm not going aboard that thing, I said for the 5th time. I'm not sure of much in this world, but I'm sure of that. Legion, Foster said, this is no 20th century military vessel. It clearly homed in on the transmitter in the underground station, which seems to be directly beneath the old monument that's several thousand years old. And I'm supposed to believe this ship has been orbiting Earth for the last few thousand years, waiting for someone to push the red button? You call that logical? Given permanent materials, such as those used in the notebook, it's not impossible or even particularly difficult. We got out of the tunnel alive. Let's settle for that. We're on the verge of solving a mystery that stretches back through the centuries, Foster said, a mystery that I pursued, if I understand the journal, through many lifetimes. One thing about losing your memory, you don't have any fixed ideas to get in the way of your theories. Foster smiled grimly. The trail has brought us here. We must follow it wherever it leads. I lay on the ground, staring at the unbelievable shape across the field, the beckoning square of light. This ship, or whatever it is, I said, it drops down out of nowhere and opens its doors. And you want to walk right into the cozy interior. Listen. Foster cut in. A low rumbling began, an ominous sound like distant guns. More ships? I started. Jet aircraft, Foster said. From the bases in East Anglia, probably. They've likely tracked our ship in. That's all for me, I yelled, scrambling to my feet. The secret's out. Get down, Legion, Foster shouted. The roar of approaching engines grew deafening. What for? They. Two long lines of fire traced across the sky, curving downward. I dove behind a stone just as the rockets struck. The shockwave slammed into the earth like a monstrous thunderclap, and I saw the tunnel mouth collapse. I twisted, seeing the red glare of jet tailpipes as a fighter hurtled past, climbing into a turn. They're crazy, I yelled. Firing on. A second barrage exploded, shaking the earth with 9 salvos. I clung to the ground as the air filled with the stench of high explosives. We'd be dead if we'd tried the tunnel, I gasped, spitting dirt. It caved at the first rocket. And if the ship was what you thought, Foster, they've destroyed something. The sentence was lost in the settling dust. Through the haze, the shape of the ship stood unchanged, though the square of light was gone. The door opened again, and the ladder extended once more, invitingly. They'll try nukes next time, I said. That might be too much for the ship's defenses and definitely too much for us. Listen, Foster urged. A deeper rumble built in the distance. To the ship. Foster called. He sprinted across the ground ripped apart by the rocket explosions. I hesitated, weighing the risk of being caught in the open, then joined him. Foster stumbled over debris, reached the ladder, and climbed quickly. The growl of approaching bombers grew into a snarl of deadly intent. I leaped over a still-smoking stone fragment, took the ladder in 2 jumps, and plunged into the yellow-lit interior. Behind me, the door slammed shut. Inside, I found myself in a luxuriously fitted circular room. A pedestal stood in the center, with a polished bar projecting from it. The bones of a man lay beside it. Foster dashed forward, seized the bar, and pulled. It slid back effortlessly. The lights flickered, and I felt a moment of vertigo, but nothing else happened. Try it the other way, I yelled. The bombs will fall any second. Foster thrust in front of me. Look. I stared at the glowing panel he was pointing to, a duplicate of the one in the underground chamber. It displayed a curved white line with a red point ascending from it. We're clear, Foster said. We've made a successful takeoff. But we can't be moving, I said. There's no acceleration. There must be soundproofing, that's why we can't hear the bombers. No soundproofing would help if we were at ground zero, Foster said. This ship is the product of an advanced science. We've left the bombers far behind. Where are we going? Who's steering this thing? It steers itself, I would judge, Foster said. I don't know where we're going, but we're well on our way. I looked at him in amazement. You're enjoying this, aren't you, Foster? You're having the time of your life. I can't deny that I'm delighted at this turn of events, Foster said. Don't you see? This vessel is a launcher lifeboat under automatic control. And it's taking us to the mother ship. Okay, Foster, I said. I glanced at the skeleton on the floor behind him. But I hope we have better luck than the last passenger. It had been 2 hours since we docked with the colossal, derelict ship, and Foster and I stood in front of a 10-foot screen that flickered to life when I pressed a silver button. The screen displayed a vast void of bottomless black, studded with scintillating points of polychrome brilliance that hurt to look at. Dominating this galactic backdrop was the ship itself, an immense, black torpedo shape drifting like an ancient leviathan. The ship's bulk blotted out half the titanic vista, and yet, despite its grandeur, it exuded a palpable sense of abandonment. I feel, Foster said, somehow I'm coming home. I tried to respond, but my voice came out as a croak. Clearing my throat, I managed, if this is your ride, I hope they didn't leave the meter running. We're broke. We're closing in rapidly, Foster said. Another 10 minutes, I'd guess. So how do we dock? I asked. Did you find a manual or something? I predict the approach will be automatic, Foster replied, his gaze fixed on the enormous vessel. This is your big moment, isn't it? I said. I've got to hand it to you, pal. You've come out on top, just like the Rover boys. The ship moved smoothly closer, its surface revealing fine golden lines of decorative filigree against the black void. A tiny square of pale light appeared, expanding into a massive bay door that swallowed us whole. The screen went dark, and there was a gentle jar as the ship docked. The port opened silently. We've arrived, Foster said, stepping out. Shall we take a look? I wouldn't think of leaving without one, I said, following him. As I stepped out, I was astonished. I had expected an empty hold, bare metal walls, but instead, we found ourselves in a vaulted cavern, shadowed and rich with 1,000 colors. The air was tinged with a strange, exotic perfume, and low music whispered among stalagmite-like buttresses. Pools, playing fountains, and waterfalls dotted the landscape, with dim vistas stretching away, lit by slanting rays of muted sunlight. What kind of place is this? I asked, marveling. It's like a fairyland or a dream. It's not an earthly scheme of decoration, Foster said. But I find it strangely pleasing. Hey, look over there, I yelped suddenly. A hollow-eyed skull stared out from the shadows at the base of a column. Foster approached the skull, examining it closely. There was a disaster here, he said. That much is clear. It's creepy, I said. Let's go back, I forgot to get film for my brownie. The long dead pose no threat, Foster said calmly. He was kneeling, studying the white bones, and picked up something from among them. Look, Legion. I went over and saw that Foster was holding a ring. We're onto something big, pal, I said. It's the twin to yours. I wonder who he was, Foster mused. I wish we knew that, I said. And who killed him, or what happened here? Let's keep going. The answers must be here somewhere, Foster said, heading toward a corridor that reminded me of a sunny avenue lined with chestnut trees except there were no trees and no sun. I followed, my curiosity piqued. We wandered for hours, exploring, touching, and soaking in the wonder of it all. We came across another skeleton lying among towering engines and finally paused in a giant storeroom stacked high with supplies. Have you stopped to think, Foster? I said, fingering a length of rose-violet cloth as thin as woven spider webs. This boat's a treasure trove of saleable items? Talk about the wealth of the Indies. I seek only one thing here, my friend, Foster said. My past. Sure, I said. But just in case you don't find it, you might want to consider the business angle. We could set up a regular shuttle run, hauling stuff down. You Earthmen, Foster sighed, every new experience is immediately assessed in terms of its merchandising possibilities. I leave that to you. Okay, I said. You go on ahead and scout around where the technical stuff is. I'll browse around here for a while. As you wish. We'll meet back at the end of the big hall we passed, I said. Foster nodded and went off. I turned to a bin filled with what looked like unset emeralds the size of walnuts. I picked up a handful, juggling them with a grin. Anyone for marbles? I murmured to myself. Hours later, I wandered through a corridor that felt like a path through a garden forest, crossed a ballroom that resembled a meadow floored in rust-red wood and shaded by giant ferns, and entered the hall where Foster sat at a long table cut from yellow marble. A light the color of sunrise gleamed through tall pseudo-windows. I dropped an armful of books on the table. Look at these, I said. All made from the same stuff as the journal. And the pictures? I flipped open one of the heavy folio-sized volumes to a double-page spread featuring a group of bearded Arabs in dingy white jalabas, a flock of thin goats in the background. The quality of the color and detail was astonishingly high, akin to the best color transparencies. I can't read the text, I said, but I'm a whiz at looking at pictures. Most of the books show scenes I hope I never see in the flesh, but I found a few made on Earth monarch knows how long ago. Travel books, perhaps, Foster suggested. Travel books that could sell for any university's budget, I said, flipping through pages. Take a look at this one. Foster examined a panoramic shot of a procession of shaven-headed men in white sarongs, carrying a miniature golden boat on their shoulders, descending a long flight of white stone steps. In the background, brick-red cliffs loomed, baked in desert heat. That's the temple of Hatshepsut in its prime, I said. Which makes this print close to 4,000 years old. Here's another I recognize. I turned to a smaller aerial view showing a gigantic pyramid with chipped stone facing in missing panels, revealing the cruder underlying blocks. That's one of the major pyramids, maybe Khufu's, I said. It was already a couple thousand years old and falling into disrepair. And look at this, I opened another volume to a vivid photograph of a great shaggy elephant with a pinkish trunk and white curving yellow tusks. A mastodon, I said. And there's a woolly rhino, and an ugly-looking critter that must be a saber-tooth. This book is ancient. A lifetime of rummaging wouldn't exhaust the treasures aboard this ship, Foster said. How about bones? Did you find any more? I asked. Foster nodded. There was a disaster of some sort. Perhaps disease. None of the bones was broken. I can't figure out the one in the lifeboat, I said. Why was he wearing a necklace of bear's teeth? I sat down across from Foster. We've got plenty of mysteries to solve, but there's something else we need to address. Where's the kitchen? I'm getting hungry. Foster handed me a black rod from among several on the table. I think this may be important, he said. What is it? A chopstick. Touch it to your head, above the ear. What does it do? Give you a massage? I pressed it to my temple. Suddenly, I was in a gray-walled room, facing a towering surface of ribbed metal. I reached out, placed my hands over the proper perforations. For apparent malfunction in the quaternary field amplifiers, I knew, auto-inspection circuit override was necessary before activation. I blinked, looked around at the yellow table and piled books, the rod still in my hand. I was in some kind of powerhouse, I said. There was something wrong with the quaternary field amplifiers, Foster finished. I seemed to be right there, I said. I understood exactly what it was all about. These are technical manuals, Foster said. They'll tell us everything we need to know about the ship. I was thinking about what I was getting ready to do, I continued. The way you do when you're starting a job, I was troubleshooting the quaternary Watsits and I knew how. Foster got to his feet and moved toward the doorway. We'll have to start at one end of the library and work our way through, he said. It will take us a while, but we'll get the facts we need. Then we can plan. Foster picked a handful of briefing rods from the racks in the comfortably furnished library and started his search. We needed clues about where to find food, beds, or operating instructions for the ship. I hoped we might find something like a library card catalog, which would allow us to locate what we needed quickly. I went to the far end of the first rack and noticed a short row of red rods standing out vividly among the black ones. I took one out, considered it carefully, and decided it was unlikely to be any more dangerous than the others. I placed it against my temple. As the bells rang, I applied neurovascular tension, suppressed cortical areas upsilon zeta and iota, and stood by 4. I jerked the rod from my head, my ears still ringing with the shrill alarm. The effect of the rods was like reality itself, but intensified, with all attention focused single-mindedly on the experience at hand. The potential for entertainment with these devices was staggering. You could experience being in a tiger's den, riding an airplane down in flames, or facing a heavyweight champion. I wondered how stronger sensations, like pain and fear, would compare. Would they feel as real as the impulse to adjust your quaternary Watsits? I tried another rod. At the sound of the apex tone, I racked instruments, walked, not ran, to the nearest transfer channel. Another. Having assumed duty as alert officer, I reported first to coordination control via shortline and confirmed rapport. These were routine SOPs covering simple situations aboard ship. I skipped a few, tried again. Needing a zevometer, I keyed instruction complex 1, followed with the code. 3 rods further along, I got this. The situation falling outside my area of primary conditioning, I reported in corpo to technical briefing, level 9, section 4, subsection 12, preliminary. I recalled that it was now necessary to supply my activity code, my activity code, my activity code. A sensation of disorientation grew, confused images flickered like vague background noise. Then a clear voice cut across the confusion. You have suffered partial personality fade. Do not be alarmed. Select a general background orientation rod from the nearest emergency rack. Its location is. I moved along the stacks and paused in front of a niche where a U-shaped plastic strip was clamped to the wall. I removed it, fitted it to my head, and I was moving along the stacks, to pause in front of a niche. I leaned against the wall, my head humming. The red stick lay on the floor at my feet. That last bit had been potent, something about a general background briefing. Hey, Foster. I called out. I think I've got something. He appeared from the stacks. As I see it, I said, this background briefing should tell us all we need to know about the ship, then we can plan our next move more intelligently. We'll know what we're doing. I took the plastic strip from the wall, just as I had seemed to do in the phantom scene the red rod had projected for me. These things make me dizzy, I said, handing it to Foster. Anyway, you're the logical one to try it. He took the plastic strip, went to a reclining seat at the near end of the library hall, and settled himself. "I have an idea this one will hit harder than the others," he said. He fitted the clamp to his head and, instantly, his eyes glazed, he slumped back, limp. "Foster!" I yelled. I jumped forward, started to pull the plastic piece from his head, then hesitated. Maybe Foster's abrupt reaction was standard procedure, but I didn't like it much. I reasoned with myself. After all, this was what the red rod had indicated as normal procedure in a given emergency. Foster was merely having his faded personality refreshed. His full-blown, three-dimensional personality was what we needed to answer many of our questions. Though the ship and everything in it had lain unused and silent for forgotten millennia, the library should still be good. The librarian might be absent for eons, and Foster was unconscious, but I shouldn't let trifles like that worry me. I got up and prowled the room. There wasn't much to look at except stacks and more stacks. The knowledge stored here was fantastic, both in magnitude and character. If I ever get home with a load of these rods. I strolled through a door leading to another room. It was small, functional, dimly lit. The middle of the room was occupied by a large and elaborate divan with a cap-shaped fitting at one end. Other curious accoutrements were arranged along the walls. There wasn't much to thrill me. But bone-wise, I had hit the jackpot. 2 skeletons lay near the door, in the final slump of death. Another lay beside the fancy couch, a long-bladed dagger next to it. I squatted beside the 2 near the door and examined them closely. They appeared as human as I was. I wondered what kind of men they had been, what kind of world they came from that could build a ship like this and stock it as it was. The dagger near the other bones was intriguing. It seemed to be made of a transparent orange metal, and its hilt was stamped with a repeated pattern of the 2 worlds motif. It was the first clue about what had happened among these men when they last lived, not a complete clue, but a start. I took a closer look at an apparatus like a dentist's chair parked against the wall. Spidery metal arms were mounted above it, and a series of colored glass lenses was arranged nearby. A row of dull silver cylinders was racked against the wall, with another projecting from a socket at the side of the machine. I took it out and examined it. It was a plain pewter-colored plastic, heavy and smooth. I felt pretty sure it was a close cousin to the chopsticks stored in the library. I wondered what kind of information was recorded in it as I dropped it in my pocket. I lit a cigarette and went out to where Foster lay. He was still in the same position as when I had left him. I sat down on the floor beside the couch to wait. It was an hour before he stirred, heaved a sigh, and opened his eyes. He reached up, pulled off the plastic headpiece, and dropped it on the floor. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Brother, I've been sweating." Foster looked at me, his eyes traveling up to my uncombed hair and down to my scuffed shoes. His eyes narrowed in a faint frown. Then he spoke in a language that seemed to be all Zs and Qs. "Don't spring any surprises on me, Foster," I said hoarsely. "Talk American." A look of surprise crossed his face. He stared into my eyes again, then glanced around the room. "This is a ship's library," he said. I heaved a sigh of relief. "You gave me a scare, Foster. I thought for a second your memory was wandering again." Foster was watching my face as I spoke. "What was it all about?" I asked. "What have you found out?" "I know you," said Foster slowly. "Your name is Legion." I nodded, feeling the tension rise again. "Sure, you know me. Just take it easy, pal. This is no time to lose your marbles." I put a hand on his shoulder. "You remember, we were." He shook my hand off. "That is not the custom in Valen," he said coldly. "Valen?" I echoed. "What kind of routine is this, Foster?" "We were friends when we walked into this room an hour ago. We were hot on the trail of something, and I'm human enough to want to know how it turned out." "Where are the others?" "There's a couple of others in the next room," I snapped. "But they've lost a lot of weight. I can find you several more, in the same condition. Outside of them there's only me." Foster looked at me as if I wasn't there. "I remember Valen," he said. He put a hand to his head. "But I remember, too, a barbaric world, brutal and primitive. You were there. We traveled in a crude railcar, and then in a barge that wallowed in the sea. There were narrow, ugly rooms, evil odors, harsh noises. That's not a very flattering portrait of Monarch's country, I said, but I'm afraid I recognize it. The people were the worst, Foster said. Misshapen, diseased, with swollen abdomens and wasted skin and withered limbs. Some of the boys don't get out enough, I said. The hunters. We fled from them, Legion, you and I. And I remember a landing ring. He paused. Strange, it had lost its capstones and fallen into ruin. Us natives call it Stonehenge. The hunters burst out of the earth. We fought them. But why should the hunters seek me? I was hoping you'd tell me, I said. Do you know where the ship came from? And why? This is a ship of the two worlds, he replied. But I know nothing of how it came to be here. How about all that stuff in the journal? Maybe now you. The journal. Foster broke in. Where is it? In your coat pocket, I guess. Foster felt through his jacket awkwardly, brought out the journal. He opened it. I moved around to look over his shoulder. He had the book open to the first section, the part written in the curious alien characters that nobody had been able to decipher. And he was reading it. We sat at the library table of deep green, heavy, polished wood, the journal open at its center. For hours I had waited while Foster read. Now at last he leaned back in his chair, ran a hand through the youthful black hair, and sighed. My name, he said, was Culklin. And this, he laid his hand upon the book, is my story. This is one part of the past I was seeking. And I remember none of it. Tell me what the journal says, I asked. Read it to me. Foster picked it up, riffled the pages. It seems that I awoke once before, in a small room aboard this vessel. I was lying on a memo couch, by which circumstance I knew that I had suffered a change. You mean you'd lost your memory? And regained it on the couch. My memory trace had been re-impressed on my mind. I awoke knowing my identity, but not how I came to be aboard this vessel. The journal says that my last memory was of a building beside the shallow sea. Where's that? On a far world called Valen. Yeah? And what next? I looked around me and saw 4 men lying on the floor, slashed and bloody. One was alive. I gave him what emergency treatment I could, then searched the ship. I found 3 more men, dead, none living. Then the hunters attacked, swarming to me. Our friends the fireballs? Yes, they would have sucked the life from me and I had no shield of light. I fled to the lifeboat, carrying the wounded man. I descended to the planet below, your Earth. The man died there. He had been my friend, a man named Amaryln. I buried him in a shallow depression in the earth and marked the place with a stone. The ancient sinner, I said. Yes. I suppose it was his bones the lay brother found. And we found out last night that the depression was the result of dirt sifting into the ventilator shaft. But I guess you didn't know anything about the underground installation, way back then. Doesn't the journal say anything? No, there is no mention made of it here. Foster shook his head. How curious to read of the affairs of this stranger and know he is myself. How about the hunters? How did they get to Earth? They are insubstantial creatures, said Foster, yet they can endure the vacuum of space. I can only surmise that they followed the lifeboat down. They were tailing you? Yes, but I have no idea why they pursued me. They're harmless creatures in the natural state, used to seek out the rare fugitive from justice on Valen. They can be attuned to the individual, thereafter, they follow him and mark him out for capture. Kind of like bloodhounds, I said. Say, what were you, a big-time racketeer on Valen? The journal is frustratingly silent as to my Valonian career, said Foster. But this whole matter of the unexplained intergalactic voyage and the evidences of violence aboard the ship make me wonder whether I, and perhaps others of my companions, were being exiled for crimes done in the two worlds. Wow! So they sicked the hunters on you? I said. But why did they hang around at Stonehenge all this time? There was a trickle of power feeding the screens, said Foster. They need a source of electrical energy to live, until 100 years ago it was the only one on the planet. How did they get down into the shaft without opening it up? Given time, they pass easily through porous substances. But, of course, last night, when I came on them after their long fast, they simply burst through in their haste. Okay. What happened next after you buried the man? The journal tells that I was set upon by natives, men who wore the hides of animals. One of their number entered the ship. He must have moved the drive lever. It lifted, leaving me marooned. So those were his bones we found in the boat, I mused, the ones with the bear's tooth necklace. I wonder why he didn't come into the ship. Undoubtedly he did. But remember the skeleton we found just inside the landing port? That must have been a fairly fresh and rather gory corpse at the time the savage stepped aboard. It probably seemed to him all too clear an indication of what lay in store for himself if he ventured further. In his terror he must have retreated to the boat to wait, and there starved to death. He was stranded in your world, and you were stranded in his. Yes, said Foster. And then, it seems, I lived among the brute men and came to be their king. I waited there by the landing ring through many years in the hope of rescue. Because I did not age as the natives did, I was worshipped as a monarch. I would have built a signaling device, but there were no pure metals, nothing I could use. I tried to teach them, but it was a work of centuries. I should think you could have set up a school, trained the smartest ones, I said. There was no lack of intelligent minds, Foster said. It is plain that the savages were of the blood of the two worlds. This earth must have been seeded long ago by some ancient castaways. But how could you go on living for hundreds of years? Are your people supermen that live forever? The natural span of a human life is very great. Among your people, there is a wasting disease from which you all die young. That's no disease, I said. You just naturally get old and die. The human mind is a magnificent instrument, Foster said, not meant to wither quickly. I'll have to chew that one over, I said. Why didn't you catch this disease? All Valonians are inoculated against it. I'd like a shot of that, I said. But let's get back to you. Foster turned the pages of the journal. I ruled many peoples, under many names, he said. I traveled in many lands, seeking for skilled metal workers, glassblowers, wise men. But always I returned to the landing ring. It must have been tough, I said, exiled on a strange world, living out your life in a wilderness, century after century. My life was not without interest, Foster said. I watched my savage people put aside their animal hides and learn the ways of civilization. I taught them how to build, and keep herds, and till the land. I built a great city, and I tried foolishly to teach their noble caste the code of chivalry of the two worlds. But although they sat at a round table like the great ringboard at Okhamaloth, they never really understood. And then they grew too wise, and wondered at their king, who never aged. I left them, and tried again to build a long signaler. The hunters sensed it, and swarmed to me. I know, I said. And it was a place you knew of old, no hive but a pit built by men. They overwhelmed me, I barely escaped with my life. Starvation had made the hunters vicious. They would have drained my body of its life energy. And if you'd known the transmitter was there but you didn't. So you put an ocean between you and them. They found me even there. Each time I destroyed many of them, and fled. But always a few lived to breed and seek me out again. But your signaler didn't work? No. It was a hopeless attempt. Only a highly developed technology could supply the raw materials. I could only teach what I knew, encourage the development of the sciences, and wait. And then I began to forget. Why? A mind grows weary, Foster said. It is the price of longevity. It must renew itself. Shock and privation hasten the change. I held it off for many centuries, but now I felt it coming on me. At home on Valen a man would record his memory at such a time, store it electronically in a device, and after the change, restore his old recollections. But marooned as I was, my memories, once lost, were gone forever. I see, I said. So now we understand a bit more. What do we do next? I did what I could, I prepared a safe place, and wrote messages that I would find when I awoke. When you woke up in the hotel, you were young again, overnight. How could it happen? When the mind renews itself, erasing the scars of the years, the body, too, regenerates. The skin forgets its wrinkles, and the muscles their fatigue. They become again as they once were. When I first met you, I said, you told me about waking up back in 1918, with no memory. Yours is a harsh world, Legion. I must have forgotten many times. Somewhere, sometime, I lost the vital link, forgot my quest. When the hunters came again, I fled, not understanding. You had a machine gun set up in the house at Mayport. What good was that against the hunters? None, I suppose, Foster replied. But I didn't know. I only knew that I was pursued. And by then you could have made a signaler, I said. But you'd forgotten how or even that you needed one. But in the end I found it with your help, Legion. But still there is a mystery. What came to pass aboard this ship all those centuries ago? Why was I here? And what killed the others? Look, I said. Here's a theory, there was a mutiny, while you were in the machine having your memory fixed. You woke up and it was all over and the crew was dead. That hypothesis will serve, said Foster. But one day I must learn the truth of this matter. What I can't figure out is why somebody from Valen didn't come after this ship. It was right here in orbit. Consider the immensity of space, Legion. This is one tiny world, among the stars. But there was a station here, fitted out for handling your ships. That sounds like it was a regular port of call. And the books with the pictures, they prove your people have been here off and on for thousands of years. Why would they stop coming? There are such beacons on 1,000 worlds, said Foster. Think of it as a buoy marking a reef, a trailblaze in the wilderness. Ages could pass before a wanderer chanced this way again. The fact that the ventilator shaft at Stonehenge was choked with the debris of centuries when I first landed there shows how seldom this world was visited. I thought about it. Bit by bit Foster was putting together the jigsaw pieces of his past. But he still had a long way to go before he had the big picture, frame and all. I had an idea. Say, you said you were in the memory machine. You woke up there and you just had your memory restored. Why not do the same thing again, now? That is, if your brain can take another pounding this soon. Yes, he said. He stood up abruptly. There's just a chance. Come. I followed him out of the library into the room with the bones. He moved over to look down at them curiously. Quite a fracas, I said. 3 of them. This would be the room where I awakened, said Foster. These are the men I saw dead. They're still dead, I said. But what about the machine? Foster walked across to the fancy couch, leaned down beside it, then shook his head. No, he said. Of course it wouldn't be here. What? My memory trace, the one that was used to restore my memory that other time. Suddenly I recalled the cylinder I had pocketed hours before. With a surprising flutter at my heart I held it up, like a kid in a classroom who knows he's got the right answer. This it? Foster glanced at it briefly. No, that's an empty like those you see filed over there. He pointed to the rack of pewter-colored cylinders on the opposite wall. They would be used for emergency recordings. Regular multi-life memory traces would be key-coded with a pattern of colored lines. It figures, I said. That would have been too easy. We have to do everything the hard way. I looked around. It's a big bureau to look for a collar button under, but I guess we can try. It doesn't matter, really. When I return to Valen, I'll recover my past. There are vaults where every citizen's trace is stored. But you had yours here with you. It could only have been a copy. The master trace is never removed from OK Hamaloth. I guess you'll be eager to get back there, I said. That'll be quite a moment for you, getting back home after all these years. Speaking of years, were you able to figure out how long you were marooned down on Earth? I lost all record of dates long ago, said Foster. I can only estimate the time. About how long? I persisted. Since I descended from this ship, Legion, he said, 3,000 years have passed. I hate to see the team split up, I said. You know, I was kind of getting used to being an apprentice nut. I'm going to miss you, Foster. Come with me to Valen, Legion, he said. We were standing in the observation lounge, looking out at the bright-lit surface of the Earth 30,000 miles away. Beyond it, the dead white disk of the moon hung like a cardboard cutout. Thanks anyway, buddy, I said. I'd like to see those other worlds of yours, but in the end I might regret it. It's no good giving an Eskimo a television set. I just sit around on Valen pining for home, beat up people, stinks, and all. You could return here someday. From what I understand about traveling in a ship like this, I said, a couple of 100 years would pass before I got back, even if it only seemed like a few weeks en route. I want to live out my life here with the kind of people I know, in the world I grew up in. It has its faults, but it's home. Then there is nothing I can do, Legion, Foster said, to reward your loyalty and express my gratitude. Well, I said. There is a little something. Let me take the lifeboat, and stock it with a few goodies from the library, and some of those marbles from the storeroom, and a couple of the smaller mechanical gadgets. I think I know how to merchandise them in a way that'll leave the economy on an even keel and incidentally set me up for life. As you said, I'm a materialist. As you wish, Foster said. Take whatever you desire. One thing I'll have to do when I get back, I said, is open the tunnel at Stonehenge enough to sneak a thermite bomb down it if they haven't already found the beacon station. As I judge the temper of the local people, Foster said, the secret is safe for at least 3 generations. I'll bring the boat down in a blind spot where radar won't pick it up, I said. Our timing was good, in another few years, it wouldn't have been possible. And this ship would soon have been discovered, Foster said. In spite of radar-negative screens. I looked at the great smooth sphere hanging, haloed, against utter black. The Pacific Ocean threw back a brilliant image of the sun. I think I see an island down there that will fill the bill perfectly, I said. And if it doesn't, there are a million more to choose from. You've changed, Legion, Foster said. You sound like a man with a fair share of joie de vivre. I used to think I was a guy who never got the breaks, I said. There's something about standing here looking at the world that makes that kind of thinking sound pretty dumb. There's everything down there a man needs to make his own breaks, even without a stock of trade goods. Every world has its rules of life, Foster said. Some more complex than others. To face your own reality, that's the challenge. Me against the universe, I said. With those odds, even a loser can look good. I turned to Foster. We're in a 10-hour orbit, I said. We'd better get moving. I want to put the boat down in southern South America. I know a place there where I can offload without answering too many questions. You have several hours before the most favorable launch time, Foster said. There's no hurry. Maybe not, I said. But I've got a lot to do. I took a last look toward the majestic planet beyond the viewscreen. And I'm eager to get started. I sat on the terrace, watching the sun sink into the sea, and thought about Foster, somewhere out there beyond the purple palaces on the far horizon, in the ship that had waited for him for 3,000 years, heading home at last. It was strange to reflect that for him, traveling near the speed of light, only a few days had passed, while 3 years went by for me, 3 fast years that I had made good use of. The toughest part had been the first few months, after I put the lifeboat down in a canyon in the desert country south of a little town called Itsenca, in Peru. I waited by the boat for a week, to be sure the vigilantes weren't going to show up with their helpful suggestions and embarrassing questions. Then I hiked to town, carrying a pack with a few carefully selected items to start my new career. It took me 2 weeks to work, lie, barter, and plead my way to the seaport town of Callao and another week to line up passage home as a deckhand on a banana scow. I disappeared over the side at Tampa and made it to Miami without attracting attention. As far as I could tell, the cops had already lost interest in me. My old friend, the heavyweight senorita, wasn't overjoyed to see me, but she put me up, and I started in on my plan to turn my souvenirs into money. The items I had brought with me from the lifeboat were a pocketful of little gray dominoes that were actually movie film and a small projector to go with them. I didn't offer them for sale direct. I made arrangements with an old acquaintance in the business of making pictures with low costume budgets for private showings. I set up the apparatus and projected my films, and he copied them in 35mm. I told him that I'd smuggled them in from East Germany. He didn't think much of the Krauts, but he admitted you had to hand it to them technically. The special effects were absolutely top-notch. His favorite was one I called the Mammoth Hunt. I had 12 pictures altogether, with a little judicious cutting and a dubbed-in commentary. They made up into fast-moving 20-minute short subjects. He got in touch with a friend in the distribution end in New York, and after a little cagey fencing over contract terms, we agreed on a deal that paid $100,000 for the 12, with an option on another dozen at the same price. Within a week after the pictures hit the neighborhood theaters around Bayonne, New Jersey, in a cautious tryout, I had offers up to $500,000 for my next consignment, no questions asked. I left my pal Mickey to handle the details on a percentage basis and headed back for Itsenca. The lifeboat was just as I'd left it. It would have been all right for another 50 years as far as the danger of anybody stumbling over it was concerned. I explained to the crew I brought out with me that it was a fake rocket ship, a prop I was using for a film I was making. I let them wander all over it and get their curiosity out of their systems. The consensus was that it wouldn't fool any but dino tail fins, no ray guns, and the instrument panel was a joke, but they figured that it was my money, so they went to work setting up a system of camouflage nets, part of the plot, I told them, and offloading my cargo. A year after my homecoming, I had my Islanda square mile of perfect climate, 15 miles off the Peruvian coast, in a house that was tailored to my every whim by a mind-reading architect who made a fortune on the job and earned it. The uppermost floor, almost a tower, was a strong room, and it was there that I had stored my stock in trade. I had sold off the best of the 100 or so films I had picked out before leaving Foster, but there were plenty of other items. The projector itself was the big prize. The self-contained power unit converted nuclear energy to light with 99% efficiency. It scanned the films, one molecular layer at a time, and projected a continuous picturino 16 frames a second flicker here. The color and sound were absolutely lifelike, with the result that I'd had a few complaints from my distributor that the Technicolor was kind of washed out. The principles involved in the projector were new, and in theory, at least, way over the heads of our local physicists. But the practical application was nothing much. I figured that, with the right contacts in scientific circles to help me introduce the system, I had a billion-dollar industry up my sleeve. I had already fed a few little gimmicks into the market: a tough paper suitable for shirts and underwear, a chemical that bleached teeth white as the driven snow, and all-color pigment for artists. With the knowledge I had absorbed from all the briefing rods I had studied, I had the techniques of 100 new industries at my fingertips, and I hadn't exhausted the possibilities yet. I spent most of a year roaming the world, discovering all the things that a free hand with a dollar bill could do for a man. The next year I put in fixing up the island, buying paintings and rugs and silver for the house, and a concert grand piano. After the first big thrill of economic freedom had worn off, I still enjoyed my music. For 6 months I had a full-time physical instructor giving me a 24-hour-a-day routine of diet, sleep, and all the precision bodybuilding my metabolism could stand. At the end of the course, I was twice the man I'd ever been, the instructor was a physical wreck, and I was looking around for a new hobby. Now, after 3 years, it was beginning to get me, boredom, the disease of the idle rich, that I had sworn would never touch me. But thinking about wealth and having it on your hands are two different things, and I was beginning to remember almost with nostalgia the tough old times when every day was an adventure, full of cops and missed meals and 1,000 unappeased desires. Not that I was really suffering. I was relaxed in a comfortable chair, after a day of surf fishing and a modest dinner of Chateaubriand. I was smoking a skinny cigar rolled by an expert from the world's finest leaf and listening to the best music $1,000 hi-fi could produce. And the view, though free, was worth $1 million a minute. After a while, I would stroll down to the boathouse, start up the Rolls-powered launch, and tool over to the mainland, transfer to my Caddy convertible, and drive into town where a tall brunette from Stockholm was waiting for me to take her to the movies. My steady gal was a hard-working secretary for an electronics firm. I finished up my stogie and leaned forward to drop it in a big silver ashtray when something caught my eye out across the red-painted water. I sat squinting at it, then went inside and came out with a pair of 7x50 binoculars. I focused them and studied the dark speck that stood out clearly now against the gaudy sky. It was a heavy-looking powerboat, heading dead toward my island. I watched it come closer, swing off toward the 100-foot concrete jetty I had built below the seawall, and ease alongside in a murmur of powerful engines. They died, and the boat sat in sudden silence, dwarfing the pier. I studied the bluish-gray hull, the inconspicuous flag aft. 2 heavy deck guns were mounted on the foredeck, and there were 4 torpedoes slung in launching cradles. The hardware didn't make half as much impression on me as the ranks of helmeted men drawn up on deck. I sat and watched. The men shuffled off onto the pier, formed up into 2 squads. I counted 48 men and a couple of officers. There was the faint sound of orders being barked, and the column stepped off, moving along the paved road that swung between the transplanted royal palms and hibiscus, right up to the wide drive that curved off to the house. They halted, did a left face, and stood at parade rest. The 2 officers, wearing Class A's, and a tubby civilian with a briefcase came up the drive, trying to look as casual as possible under the circumstances. They paused at the foot of the broad flight of Tennessee marble steps leading up to my perch. The leading officer, a brigadier general no less, looked up at me. "May we come up, sir?" he said. I looked across at the silent ranks waiting at the foot of the drive. "If the boys want a drink of water, Sarge," I said, "tell them to come on over." "I am General Smale," the BG said. "This is Colonel Sanchez of the Peruvian Army." He indicated the other military type, and Mr. Pruffy of the American Embassy at Lima. Well, I said, leaning back with a smile. "It looks like I've got a real party going on." Smail's face was a picture of exasperation as he pointed at the incoming submarine, now surfacing fully and letting its crew spill out. This isn't a joke, Mr. Legion. That sub is a high-value asset. We've got a situation here. And I'm guessing you're not here for the view, I replied, still watching the chaotic scene unfold. The men on the lawn were scrambling, and the submarine's hatch was open wide, more personnel emerging with each passing second. What's the deal with the submarine? I asked, genuinely curious. Is this a surprise party or a covert operation gone awry? It's a Soviet nuclear-powered submarine, Smail said, his voice tight. We've received intelligence that it might be linked to our investigation into the Martians. There are concerns it might be after something or someone connected to your recent activities. I raised an eyebrow. Me? Why would a Soviet sub be interested in me? Given the nature of your technology and its resemblance to some recent Soviet advancements, it's a possibility we can't ignore, Smail said. Your activities have attracted a lot of attention, and not all of it friendly. So you've been keeping tabs on me, I said, the hint of a smirk playing on my lips. That's flattering, General. I hope you've enjoyed the show. You've been a difficult man to track, Mr. Legion, Smail said. But now it seems we have a more pressing issue. We need to secure the area and determine the intentions of the submarine crew. I looked down at the chaos below. You've got your hands full, General. I'm sure you'll manage. Smail shot me a sharp look. Don't underestimate the situation. This could be more serious than you think. The scene on the terrace was turning increasingly hectic. The submarine crew, dressed in dark uniforms, were now spread out, engaging with the Marines who were attempting to establish control. The atmosphere was tense, charged with the potential for conflict. Care to join the party? I asked, half teasing, but Smail's face was grim. Stay here, he ordered, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. For your own safety. With that, Smail hurried down the stairs, barking orders and rallying his troops. Pruffy, still clutching his briefcase, was caught in the middle of the turmoil, his face a mixture of bewilderment and concern. Colonel Sanchez, looking more composed, approached me. Mr. Legion, it seems you've become the center of a significant international incident. I understand this is troubling, but it's crucial that we handle this situation delicately. Delicate is my middle name, I replied. But if you need any help, I'm happy to assist. After all, this is my island. Sanchez gave me a nod of appreciation and joined the fray below. I watched as the scene unfolded, my mind racing through the implications of this unexpected development. Whatever had drawn the Soviets here, it was clear my peaceful existence was now a lot more complicated. I rubbed my temples, the echoes of the brief breathing device still lingering like a faint buzz. The room around me, cluttered with my assorted knickknacks and oddities, felt oddly comforting now that the dizzying rush of foreign memories had faded. The situation outside was deteriorating quickly. I could hear the sporadic bursts of gunfire, the clattering of boots, and the shouts of men engaged in a frantic struggle. The smoking wreck of the PT boat was a grim reminder of the stakes involved. The Russian sub had disappeared, likely having retreated to a safe distance while its crew went about their business. I needed to think quickly. The sub and its men weren't the only threat, Smail and his Marines were still a factor, and the presence of the Soviets meant I could be caught in the crossfire if I didn't act smart. There was no telling how far either side would go to secure their objectives, and right now, those objectives probably included getting their hands on me. I cast a quick glance around the room. I had managed to stash a few items in my pockets before heading to the strongroom, but I needed a way to get out of here, ideally without drawing too much attention. The armor glass window offered a good view of the lawn and the perimeter, but it also showed me just how exposed I was. The thought of slipping out through the garden crossed my mind. The lush greenery could provide some cover if I timed it right. The battle below might offer a distraction, but I couldn't rely on it for long. The Marines and the Russians both had sharp eyes and a keen interest in anything that moved. I picked up the small items I had gathered earlier, some personal effects, a couple of odd gadgets, and the memory trace cylinder. They were of little immediate use, but they might come in handy later. I took one last look around the room, noting the inconspicuous strip of plastic that had almost become my undoing. The brief briefing device had done its job, giving me a glimpse into an alien world. For now, the knowledge was a double-edged sword. It might be useful, but it was also a heavy burden, adding complexity to an already tangled mess. I made my way to the back door of the strongroom. It led out to a service corridor that could potentially offer a route to the lower levels of the island. If I could navigate through the maze of passages and avoid detection, I might find a way to escape or at least delay the inevitable confrontation. As I opened the door, the noise from the battle grew louder, and I could see the flash of gunfire reflecting off the marble floors of the corridor. I took a deep breath and stepped out, hoping my instincts would guide me through the chaos. Every step was calculated, my ears straining to pick up the sounds of approaching footsteps or shouts. The corridor was dimly lit, the occasional flicker of emergency lights casting airy shadows on the walls. My mind raced with options, each one weighed against the ticking clock. Finally, I reached a junction in the corridor. To my left, I could hear the faint murmur of voices, likely Smail's Marines organizing a defensive position. To my right, the sounds of the conflict outside seemed to grow louder, suggesting that the Russians were making their move. I had to make a choice. I could attempt to sneak through the area held by the Marines, hoping they wouldn't recognize me or get caught up in their own firefight. Alternatively, I could try to make my way toward the area where the Russians had landed, potentially blending in with their forces or finding an escape route. With a quick mental calculation, I decided to head toward the area where the Russians had landed. It was a gamble, but it might offer a better chance for an escape or at least provide some cover. I moved swiftly but cautiously, every sense alert to the slightest sign of danger. The stakes were high, and the outcome depended on how well I played my hand in this volatile game. There were more shots, coming from somewhere off to the left. It looked like the boys were fighting it out old style, hand to hand, with small arms. It figured, after all, what they wanted was me and all my clever ideas intact, not a smoking ruin. I don't know whether it was my romantic streak or my cynical one that had made me drive the architect nuts putting secret passages in the walls of my chateau and tunnels under the lawn, but I was glad now I had them. There was a narrow door in the west wall of the strongroom that gave onto a tight spiral stair. From there I could take my choice, the boathouse, the edge of the woods behind the house, or the beach 100 yards north of the jetty. All I had to do was. The house trembled a split second ahead of a terrific blast that slammed me to the floor. I felt blood start from my nose. Head ringing, I scrambled to my feet, groped through the dust to my escape hatch. Somebody outside was getting impatient. It wouldn't do to have my fancy getaway route fall in before I had used it. I felt another shell hit the house, mortars, I guessed, or rockets. I must have slept through the preliminaries and wakened just in time for the main bout. My fingers were on the sensitive pressure areas that worked the concealed door. I took a last glance around the room, where the dust was just settling from the last blast. My eyes fell on a plain pewter-colored cylinder lying where I had tossed it an hour before, but now I knew what it was. In one jump I was across the room and had grabbed it up. I remembered finding it aboard the lifeboat when I tidied up. It had lain concealed among the bones of the man with the bear-tooth necklace. He must have come across it, admired its pretty colors, and tucked it away in his fur pants. And now I, with my Valonian memories banked in my mind, could appreciate just how precious an object it was. It was Foster's memory. It would be only a copy, undoubtedly, still, I couldn't leave it behind. A blast heavier than the last one rocked the house, a big chunk of plaster fell. It was way past time to go. Snorting and coughing from the dust, I got back to the emergency door, went through it, and started down. At the bottom I paused to think it over, and the earth jumped again. I fell back, saw the roof of the beach tunnel collapse. That left the woods and the boathouse. I didn't have much time to decide, the tunnels might go any second. Apparently my architect had economized on the tunnel shorings. But then, he hadn't figured on any major wars happening in the front yard. The fight was going on, as near as I could judge, to the south of the house and behind it. Probably the woods were full of skirmishers, taking advantage of the cover. The best bet was the boathouse, direct. I'd have preferred to wait until dark, but the idea didn't seem practical under the circumstances. I took a deep breath and started into the tunnel. With a little luck I'd find my boat intact. I would have to pull out under the noses of the combatants, but maybe the element of surprise would give me a few hundred yards start. I had enough horses to beat anything afloat to the mainland if I could make a clean break. The tunnel was dark, but that didn't bother me. It ran dead straight to the boathouse. I came to the wooden slat door and stood for a moment, listening. Everything was quiet. I eased it open and stepped onto the ramp inside the building. In the gloom, polished mahogany and chromework threw back muted highlights. I circled, slipped the mooring rope, and was about to step into the cockpit when I heard the bolt of a rifle smack home. I whirled, threw myself flat. The deafening bam. of a .30 caliber fired at close quarters laid a pattern of fine ripples on the black water. I rolled, hit with a splash that drowned a second shot, and dove deep. 3 strokes took me under the door, out into the green bloom of open water. I hugged the yellowish sand of the bottom, angled off to the right, and kept going. I had to get out of my jacket, and somehow I managed it, almost without losing a stroke. And there went all the goodies I'd stashed away in the pockets, down to the bottom of the drink. I still had Foster's memory trace, it was in my slacks and there wasn't time to get out of them nor to kick off my tennis shoes. 10 strokes, 15, 20. I knew my limit, 25 good strokes on a full load of air, but I had dived in a hurry. 25, and another, and one more. And up above a man was waiting, rifle aimed, for my head to break the surface. 30 strokes, and here I come, ready or not. I rolled on my back, got my face above the surface. I got half a gulp of fresh air before the shot slapped spray into my face and echoed off across the water. I sank like a stone, kicked off, and made another 25 yards before I had to come up. The rifleman was faster this time. The bullet crossed my shoulder like a hot iron, and I was under water again. My kick work was weak now, the strength was draining from my arms fast. I had to have air, but I could almost feel the solid smack of a steel-jacketed bullet against my skull. I had to keep going. My chest was on fire and there was a whirling blackness all around me. I felt consciousness fading, but maybe just one more stroke. As from a distance I observed the clumsy efforts of the swimmer, watched the flounderings of the poor, untrained creature. It was apparent that an override of the autonomic system was required. With dispatch I activated cortical area Omicron, rerouted the blood supply, drew an emergency oxygen source from stored fats, diverting the necessary energy to break the molecular bonds. Now, with the body drawing on internal sources, ample for 600 seconds at maximum demand, I stimulated areas upsilon and mu. I channeled full survival level energy to the muscle complexes involved, increased power output to full skeletal tolerance, eliminated waste motion. The body drove through the water with the fluid grace of a sea denizen. I floated on my back, breathing in great surges of cool air and blinking at the crimson sky. I had been underwater, a few yards from shore, drowning. Then there was an awareness, like a voice, telling me what to do. From out of the mass of Valonian knowledge I had acquired, I had drawn what I needed. And now I was here, half a mile from the beach, winded but intact. But there was no time now to wonder at miracles. I raised my head and glanced toward the house. A column of smoke rose from a gaping cavity where the bedroom windows used to be. A man jumped up, darted across the lawn, fell. I heard a shot a few seconds later, floating lazily across the still sunset water. There was no visible activity at the water's edge, the rifleman was gone. He probably thought he'd finished me, especially if he had noticed blood in the water. I thought about sharks. I hadn't heard of any in this neighborhood, but a little blood was just the thing to bait them in. I twisted, got a look at the throbbing burn across my left shoulder where the rifleman's bullet had grazed. It was nothing much, just a skin gouge. It didn't seem to be bleeding. If it had been, there wasn't much I could do about it. It was no time for worrying. I had to keep my mind on the problem of getting to the mainland. It was a 15-mile swim, but if the boys on shore could keep each other occupied, I ought to be able to make it. I thought again about pulling off my pants and shoes but decided against it. I'd be in awkward shape without them if I made it. I felt beat, as though I hadn't eaten all day, which wasn't too strange, because I hadn't. Well, at least I wouldn't get stomach cramps while circling the island. From there I'd strike out for shore. And the first thing I would do when I got out of this would be to order the biggest, rarest steak in South America. I took a last look toward the house. I could see fire inside it now. I guessed each side was rationalizing the destruction as denial to the enemy. It had been a nice place and I'd miss it. Someday somebody was going to pay for it. I sat at the kitchen table in Margarita's Lima apartment and gnawed the last few shreds off the strip T-bone, while my girl poured me another cup of coffee. "Now tell me about it," she said. "Why did they burn your house? And how did you succeed in getting here?" "They got so interested in the fight, they lost their heads," I said. "That's the only explanation I can think of. I thought I'd be as safe as a $2 watch at a pickpockets convention. I figured they'd go to some pains to avoid damaging me. I guessed wrong. But your own people. Maybe they were right, they couldn't afford to let the Ruskies get me. Funny if they'd just thought to write me a letter and ask for my cooperation. But how did you get covered with mud? And the blood stains on your back?" I had a nice long swim, 5 hours worth. Then another hour getting through a mangrove swamp. Lucky I had a moon. Then a 3-hour hike, and here I am. I hope you're feeling better now that you've had something to eat. You looked terrible. Another block and I wouldn't have made it. I felt sucked dry. The scratch on my back is nothing, but maybe the shock. I don't know. Lie down now and sleep, said Margarita. What do you want me to do? Get me some clothes, I said. A gray suit, white shirt, black tie, and shoes. And go to my bank and draw some money, save 5,000. Oh yeah, see if there's anything in the papers. If you see anybody hanging around the lobby when you come back, don't come up, give me a call and I'll meet you. She stood up. This is really awful, she said. Can't your embassy? Didn't I mention it? A Mr. Pruffy, of the embassy, came along to hold Smale's hand, not to mention a Colonel Sanchez. I wouldn't be surprised if the local cops weren't in the act by now, unless they all think I'm dead. That impression won't last long after you show up with a nice fresh check on my account and spend part of it on a man's suit. I'll get some sleep and light out as soon as you get back. Where will you go? I'll get to the airport and play it by ear. I don't think they've alerted everybody. It was a hush-hush deal until it went sour, now they're still picking up the pieces. The bank won't be open for hours yet, said Margarita. Go to sleep and don't worry. I'll take care of everything. I made it to the bedroom and slid out on the big wide bed, and consciousness slipped away like a silk curtain falling. I knew I wasn't alone as soon as I opened my eyes. I hadn't heard anything, but I could feel someone in the room. I sat up slowly, looked around. He was sitting in the embroidered chair by the window, an ordinary-looking fellow in a tan tropical suit, with an unlighted cigarette in his mouth and no particular expression on his face. Go ahead, light up, I said. Don't mind me. Thanks, he said, in a thin voice. He took a lighter from an inner pocket, flipped it, held it to the cigarette. I stood up. There was a blur of motion from my visitor, and the lighter was gone and a short-nosed revolver was in its place. You've got the wrong scoop, mister, I said. I don't bite. I'd rather you wouldn't move suddenly, Mr. Legion, he said. He coughed, his eyes on mine. My nerves aren't what they used to be. The gun was still on me. Which side are you working for? I said. And can I put my shoes on, or are you afraid I'll pull a gat out of my sock? He rested the pistol on his knee. Get completely dressed, Mr. Legion. Sorry, I said. No can do. No clothes. He frowned slightly. My jacket will be a little small for you, he said. But I think you can manage. I was sitting on the bed again. I'm going to get out a cigarette, I said. Try not to shoot me. I reached for a package on the table, lit up. His eyes stayed on mine. How come you didn't figure I was dead? I asked, blowing smoke at him. We checked the house, he said. No body. Why, you incompetent asses? You were supposed to think I drowned. That possibility was considered. But we made the routine checks anyway. Nice of you to let me sleep it out. How long have you been here? Only a few minutes, he said. He glanced at his watch. We'll have to be going in another 15. What do you want with me? I said. You blew up everything you were interested in. The department wants to ask you a few questions. Look, I'm just a dumb guy, I whined. I don't know nothing about all that stuff. I was just the guy that peddled it, see? He took a drag on his cigarette, squinted at me through the smoke. You ran up an A average in college, he said, including English. You boys really do your homework. I looked at the pistol. I wonder if you'd really shoot me, I mused. I'll try to make the position clear, he said. Just to avoid any unfortunate misunderstanding. My instructions are to bring you in, alive if possible. If it appears that you may evade arrest, or fall into the wrong hands, I'll be forced to use the gun. I pulled my shoes on, thinking it over. My best chance to make a break was now, while there was only one watchdog. But I had a feeling he was telling the truth about shooting me. I had already seen the boys in action at the house. He got up. Let's step into the living room, Mr. Legion. I moved past him through the door. In the living room, the clock on the mantel said 11. I'd been asleep for 5 or 6 hours. Margarita ought to be getting back any minute. Put this on, he said. I took the light jacket, wedged myself into it, looked at my reflection in the big rectangular mirror that occupied most of a wall above the low divan. It's not the real me, I said. I usually. The telephone rang. I looked at my watchdog. He shook his head. We stood and listened to it ring. After a while it stopped. We'd better be going now, he said. Walk ahead of me, please. We'll take the elevator to the basement and leave by the service entrance. He stopped talking, eyes on the door. There was the rattle of a key. The gun came up. Hold it, I snapped. It's the girl who owns the apartment. I moved to face him, my back to the door. That was foolish of you, Legion, he said. Don't move again. I watched the door in the big mirror on the opposite wall. The knob turned, the door swung in, and a thin brown man in a white shirt and white pants slipped into the room. As he pushed the door back, he transferred a small automatic to his left hand. My keeper threw a lever on the revolver that was aimed at my belt buckle. Stand absolutely still, Legion, he said. If you have a chance, that's it. He moved aside slightly, looked past me to the newcomer. I watched in the mirror as the man in white behind me swiveled to keep both of us covered. This is a fail-safe weapon, said my first owner to the new man. I think you know about them. We leaked the information to you. I'm holding the trigger back, if my hand relaxes, it fires, so I'd be a little careful about shooting, if I were you. The thin man swallowed, a black leather bow tie bobbing against his Adam's apple. He didn't say anything. He was having to make some tough decisions. His instructions would be the same as my other friends, to bring me in alive, if possible. Who does this bird represent? I asked my man. I noticed my voice was pitched half an octave higher than usual. He's a Soviet agent. I looked in the mirror at the man again. Nuts, I said. He looks like a waiter in a chili joint. He probably came up to take our order. You talk too much when you're nervous, said my keeper between his teeth. He held the gun on me steadily. I watched his trigger finger to see if it looked like relaxing. I'd say it's a stalemate, I said. Let's take it once more from the top. Both of you go out and... Shut up, Legion. My man licked his lips, glanced at my face. I'm sorry. It looks as though... You don't want to shoot me, I blurted out loudly. In the mirror, I had seen the door, which was standing ajar, ease open an inch, 2 inches. You'll spoil this nice coat. I kept on talking. And anyway, it would be a big mistake because everybody knows Russian agents are stubby men with wide cheekbones and tight hats. Silently, Margarita slipped into the room, took 2 quick steps, and slammed a heavy handbag down on the slick-back pompadour that went with the Adam's apple. The man in white stumbled and fired a round into the rug. The automatic dropped from his hand, and my pal in tan stepped to him and hit him hard on the back of the head with his pistol. He whirled toward me, hissed "Play it smart" just loud enough for me to hear, then turned to Margarita. He slipped the gun into his pocket, but I knew he could get it out again in a hurry. Very nicely done, miss, he said. I'll have this person removed from your apartment. Mr. Legion and I were just going. Margarita looked at me. I thought over 2 or 3 remarks, but none of them seemed to fit. I didn't intend to see her get hurt or involved. Apparently, my FBI type was willing to leave her out of it if I went quietly. On the other hand, this was my last chance to get out of the net before it closed for good. My keeper was watching, waiting for me to try something, tip Margarita off. It's okay, honey, I said. This is Mr. Smith, of our embassy. We're old friends. I stepped past her, headed for the door. My hand was on the knob when I heard a solid thunk behind me. I whirled in time to clip the FBI on the jaw as he fell forward. Margarita looked at me, wide-eyed. That handbag packs a wallop, I said. Nice work, Maggie. I knelt, pulled off the fellow's belt, and cinched his hands behind his back with it. Margarita got the idea, did the same for the other man, who was beginning to groan now. Who are these men? She said. What? I'll tell you all about it later. Right now, I have to get to some people I know, get this story on the wires, out in the open. State'll be a little shy about gunning me down or locking me up without trial if I give the show enough publicity. I reached in my pocket, handed her the black and gold marked cylinder. Just to be on the safe side, I said, mail this to me, John Jones at Itsenka, General Delivery. All right, said Margarita. And I have your things. She stepped into the hall, came back with a shopping bag and a suit carton. She took a wad of bills from her handbag and handed it to me. I went to her and put my arms around her. Listen, honey, as soon as I leave, go to the bank and draw 50 grand. Get out of the country. They haven't got anything on you except that you beamed a couple of intruders in your apartment, but it'll be better if you disappear. Leave an address care of Post Restant, Basel, Switzerland. I'll get in touch when I can. She put up an argument, but I made my point. 20 minutes later, I was pushing through the big glass doors onto the sidewalk, clean-shaven, dressed to the teeth, with 5 grand on one hip and a .32 on the other. I'd had a good meal and a fair sleep, and against me, the secret services of 2 or 3 countries didn't have a chance. I got as far as the corner before they nailed me. You have a great deal to lose, General Smale was saying, and nothing to gain by your stubbornness. You're a young man, vigorous and, I'm sure, intelligent. You have a fortune of some $1.25 million, which I assure you you'll be permitted to keep. As against that prospect, so long as you refuse to cooperate, we must regard you as no better than a traitorous criminal and deal with you accordingly. What have you been feeding me? I said. My mouth tastes like somebody's old gym shoes and my arms purple to the elbow. Don't you know it's illegal to administer drugs without a license? The nation's security is at stake, snapped Smale. The funny thing is, it must not have worked, or you wouldn't be begging me to tell all. I thought that scopolamine or whatever you're using was the real goods. We've gotten nothing but gibberish, Smale said, most of it in an incomprehensible language. Who the devil are you, Legion? Where do you come from? You know everything, I said. You told me yourself. I'm a guy named Legion, from Mount Sterling, Illinois, population 1,892. I'm a humane man, Legion. But if necessary, I'll beat it out of you. You? I smiled, curling a lip. You mean you'll call in a herd of plug-uglies, real crooks, to do the dirty work? My only crime is knowing something you politicians want, and you're willing to lie, cheat, steal, torture, and kill to get it. You know that and so do I, let's not kid each other. I know your measure as a man, Mr. General. Smale had gone white. I'm in a position to inflict agonies on you, you insolent rotter, he grated. I've refrained from doing so. You might add that to your analysis of my character. I'm a soldier, I know my duty. I'm prepared to give my life, if need be, my honor. I'm even prepared to forego your good opinion so long as I obtain from my government the information you're withholding. Turn me loose, then ask me in a nice way. As far as I know, I haven't got anything of military significance to tell you, but if I were treated as a free citizen, I might be inclined to let you be the judge of that. Tell us now, then you'll go free. Sure, I said. I invented a combination rocket ship and time machine. I traveled around the solar system and made a few short trips back into history. In my spare time, I invented other gadgets. I'm planning to take out patents, so naturally, I don't intend to spill any secrets. Can I go now? Smale got to his feet. Until we can safely move you, you'll remain in this room. You're on the 63rd floor of the Giordano building. The windows are of unbreakable glass, in case you contemplate a particularly untidy suicide. Your person has been stripped of all potentially dangerous items, though I suppose you could still swallow your tongue and suffocate. The door is of heavy construction and securely locked. I forgot to tell you, I said. I mailed a letter to a friend, telling him all about you. The sheriff will be here with a posse any minute now, to spring me. You mailed no letter, Smale said. Unfortunately, we don't feel it would be advisable to allow any furniture to remain here which you might be foolish enough to dismantle for use as a weapon. It's rather a drab room to spend your future in, but until you decide to cooperate, this will be your world. I didn't say anything. I sat on the floor and watched him leave. I caught a glimpse of 2 uniformed men outside the door. No doubt they'd take turns looking through the peephole. I'd have solitude without privacy. I wondered if Margarita had managed to mail the cylinder. I stretched out on the floor, which was padded with a nice thick rug, presumably so that I wouldn't beat my brains out against it just to spite them. I was way behind on my sleep. Being interrogated while unconscious wasn't a very restful procedure. I wasn't too worried. In spite of what Smale said, they couldn't keep me here forever. Maybe Margarita had gotten clear and told the story to some newsman. This kind of thing couldn't stay hidden forever. Or could it? I thought about what Smale had said about my talking gibberish under the narcotics. That was an odd one. Quite suddenly, I got it. By means of the drugs, they must have tapped a level where the Valonian background briefing was stored. They'd been firing questions at a set of memories that didn't speak English. I grinned, then laughed out loud. Luck was still in the saddle with me. The glass was secured in double panels, nestled in aluminum frames, sealed with a plastic strip. The air between the panels was evacuated, creating an insulating barrier against the relentless sun. My finger traced the edge of the aluminum frame. It was dural, tough and sturdy. If only I had something to pry with, I might have managed to lever the metal away just enough to exploit the weak point of the armored glass. But I had nothing substantial to work with. Smale had done a thorough job of stripping both the room and me. I had only my shirt, pants, and no tie or belt. My wallet was empty, and the pack of cigarettes I found had 2 dried-out weeds. The matches were old-fashioned strike-anywhere types, which might prove useful. Smale had overlooked the possibility of me setting fire to myself or attempting some other desperate measure. I continued to scrutinize the window. The door was too solid to attempt any escape through it, and the guards outside would be eager for any excuse to subdue me. They wouldn't expect me to tackle the glass. After all, I was 63 stories up. But the glass presented a potential vulnerability. What if I could somehow reach the edge of the windowsill? I needed to focus on that possibility. My forefinger discovered a small irregularity in the smooth metal, a short groove. Upon closer inspection, I saw a screw head flush with the surface. If I could remove this screw, it might reveal more about how the window was sealed. I decided to wait until dark to attempt this. Without a light fixture in the room, the cover of darkness would give me a better chance to work unnoticed. Hours passed without interruption. Maybe they planned to starve me out or were simply not accustomed to the nuances of being jailers. I had a short scrap of metal I had pried loose from my wallet, mild steel, flimsy but potentially useful. I hoped the screw wasn't too tightly fastened, given that aluminum threads could strip easily. As night fell, I decided it was time to try my plan. I approached the window, inserted the metal scrap into the screw head, and twisted. It turned with ease. I unscrewed it, removing the thick bolt with fine threads, and heard a whoosh of air as it was released. The screw had apparently sealed the panel after the air was evacuated. I contemplated filling the space between the panels with water and letting it freeze, but the tropics rendered that impractical. I needed a more immediate solution with the resources at hand: cloth, matches, and paper. I lit a match and examined the hole more closely. It was about 3/16 of an inch in diameter and an inch deep, with a secondary hole near the bottom communicating with the airspace between the glass panels. This old-fashioned design had its advantages. I gathered the match heads, packed them into a tight roll of paper, and crimped the ends. I then inserted this makeshift firecracker into the hole where the screw had been. Using the metal scrap, I scratched the screw threads to ensure a snug fit and began threading it back into place. The screw would press against the packed match heads, ideally causing an explosion that would generate enough pressure to break the glass. I hoped this would work, despite the uncertainties. Taking a deep breath, I swung the shoe flexible and built for the purpose against the screw head with all my might. There was a deafening boom, followed by a blast of hot air and a chemical stench. The window shattered, and a gust of cool night air hit me. I was thrust onto the windowsill, with the street 600 feet below. Desperately, I groped for a handhold on the ledge above. I found a grip, pulled myself up, and rested my feet on the muntin strip. I paused for 3 seconds, then reached higher, inching my way up. My fingers ached as I climbed, and I could hear shouts from below. "Fool killed himself. Get a light in here." I clung to the ledge, breathless and afraid. The building seemed to tilt, and I felt my grip weakening. My muscles were tensed, my body frozen in fear. I started to yell, but only a thin croak emerged. The minutes dragged on, each one a test of my resolve. I knew I could hold on for maybe a minute or two before losing my grip. In that agonizing moment, I realized how insignificant I was in the grand scheme of things. My philosophical musings seemed meaningless against the raw force of instinct and fear. My conscious mind, sharp and capable, was overshadowed by the primal terror of my body. Yet, as I struggled to keep my grip, a flicker of defiance sparked within me. If I had to die, at least I would do so trying. My mind took charge, overriding my paralyzing fear. I needed a cool head and steady hands. If my body refused to cooperate, my mind would force it. I had sustained this body for 30 years, it would do what I commanded. My first task was to loosen my grip on the ledge, making way for a more controlled ascent or descent. Yes. If it killed me, so be it, bend those fingers. Sure, I might fall all the way and splatter when I hit, but did this lousy slab of meat expect to live forever? I had news for it, time was short, any way you figured. I was standing a little looser now, my hands flat, my legs taking the load. I had a wide ledge to stand on, nearly a foot across, and soon I was going to reach up, find a new hold, and lift 1 foot at a time. If I slipped, at least I'd have done it my way. I let go, and the building leaned out. To hell with it. I felt for the next ledge, gripped it, pulled myself up, and found a toehold. Sure, I was as good as dead. It was a long way to the top, and there was a fancy cornice I'd never get over. But when the moment came and I started the long ride down, I'd thumb my nose at the old hag, instinct, who hadn't been as tough as she thought she was. I was now under the cornice, hanging on for a breather, listening to the hooting and hollering from the window far below. A couple of heads had popped out to take a look, but it was dark up where I was. All the attention was focused on the crowd below, the lights searching for a mess. They'd figure it out soon, so I'd better be moving. I looked up at the overhang and felt the old urge to cling on. I leaned outward a little further, just to show myself who was boss. It was a long reach, and I'd have to risk it all on one lunge because if I missed, there was no net. My fingers knew it. I heard my nails rasp on the plaster, grated my teeth together, and unhooked one hand. It felt like a claw carved from wood. I took a half breath, bent my knees slightly, and prepared to leap. Tough, but it was now or never. I let go with both hands and stretched, leaning back. My wooden hands bumped the edge, scrabbled, and hooked on. My legs swung free, and I hung like an old-time sailor strung up by the thumbs. A wind off the roof whipped at my face, and I was a tissue paper doll fluttering in the breeze. I had to pull hard, heave myself up and over the edge. But I was tired, too tired. My crepe paper arms with their wooden hands seemed to belong to someone else, someone who'd been dead a long time. But the someone was me. Death was an old story, one I had written myself. This was something that had happened before, long ago, and the palindrome of life was finished where it started, with a dark curtain falling. Then, from the darkness, a voice spoke in a strange language, a confusion of thought symbols, but through them, an increasingly insistent call. Dilate the secondary vascular complex, shunt full conductivity to the upsilon neurochannel. Now, stripping oxygen ions from fatty cell masses, pour an electrochemical energy to the sinews. With a surge of power, I pulled myself up, fell forward, and rolled onto my back. I lay on the flat roof, the beautiful flat roof still warm from the day's sun. I was here, looking at the stars, safe. Later, when I had more time, I'd think about it. But for now, I had to move before they could organize themselves, cordon off the building, and start a floor-by-floor search. Staggering from the exertion of the climb, I got to my feet and went to the shed housing the entry to the service stair. The door was locked. I didn't waste time kicking at it. I got a leg up, stood on the doorknob, and with 2 jumps, it snapped off. I pushed the stub of the shaft through and tickled the back edge of the locking tongue until it eased out. The door opened. A short flight of steps led down to a storeroom. There were dusty boards, dried-up paint cans, and odd tools. I picked up a 5-foot length of 2x4 and a hammer with one claw missing, then stepped out into the hall. The street was a long way down, and I didn't feel like wasting time with stairs. I found the elevator, pushed the button, and stood in front of it whistling. A fat man in a drab suit came along, looked at me distastefully, thought about telling me that workmen used the freight elevator, then changed his mind and said nothing. The elevator arrived. I stepped in jauntily. The fat man followed me, pushed the button for the foyer. I smiled and nodded, and continued whistling. We stopped, and the doors opened. I waited for the fat man to leave, then glanced out, tightening my grip on the hammer, and followed. I could see the street lights out front and, in the distance, the wail of a siren. Nobody in the lobby looked my way. I headed toward the side exit, dumped the board at the door, tucked the hammer into the waistband of my pants, and stepped onto the pavement. There were many people hurrying past, but this was Lima. They didn't waste a glance on a barefooted carpenter. I moved off, not hurrying. There was a lot of rough country between me and Itsenka, the little town near which the lifeboat was hidden in a canyon. I aimed to cover it in a week. Sometime between now and tomorrow, I'd need to figure out a way to equip myself with a few necessities, but I wasn't worried. A man who had successfully taken up human fly work in middle life wouldn't have any trouble stealing a pair of boots. Foster had shoved off for home 3 years ago, local time, although to him, aboard the ship, only a few weeks might have passed. My lifeboat was a midge compared to the mothership he rode, but it had plenty of speed. Once aboard the lugger, maybe I could put a little space between me and the big boys I was up against now. I had used the best camouflage I knew of on the boat. The near-savage native bearers who had done my unloading and carried my Valonian treasures across the desert to the nearest railhead were not the gossipy type. If General Smale's boys had heard about the boat, they hadn't mentioned it. And if they had, well, I'd solve that one when I got to it. There were still quite a few ifs in the equation, but my arithmetic was getting better all the time. I took the precaution of sneaking up on the lifeboat in the dead of night, but I could have saved myself the trouble. Except for the fact that the camouflage nets had rotted away to shreds, the ship was just as I had left it, doors sealed. Why Smale's team hadn't found it, I didn't know. I'd think that one over when I was well away from Earth. It had been a long, tough trip from Lima to the canyon, but I had made it without interference. I had swapped my platinum finger ring for a beat-up .38 pistol, but I hadn't had to use it. In a shabby bar in one of the villages I passed through, I heard a battered radio sputtering news. There was no mention of the assault on the island, or of my escape. It seemed that all parties were willing to cover it up and pretend it hadn't happened. I went into the post office at Itsenka and picked up the parcel Margarita had mailed me with Foster's memory trace in it. While I was checking to see whether Uncle Sam's minions had intercepted the package and substituted a carrot, I felt something rubbing against my shin. I glanced down and saw a gray and white cat, reasonably clean and obviously hungry. I don't know if I'd plowed through a field of wild catnip the night before or if it was my way with a finger behind the furry ears, but Kitty followed me out of Itsenka and right into the bush. She kept pace with me, leading most of the time, all the way to the spaceboat, and was the first one aboard. I didn't waste time with formalities. I'd once audited a briefing on the boat's operation, though I hadn't expected to use the information for a takeoff. Once aboard, I hit the controls and cut a swath through the atmosphere that must have sent fingers jumping for panic buttons from Washington to Moscow. I didn't know how many weeks or months of unsullied leisure stretched ahead of me now. There would be time and to spare for exploring the boat, working out a daily routine, chewing over the details of both my memories, and laying plans for my arrival on Foster's world, Valen. But first, I wanted to catch a show that was making a one-night stand for me only, the awe-inspiring spectacle of the retreating Earth. I dropped into a seat opposite the screen and flipped into view the big luminous ball of wool that was my home planet. I'd been hoping to get a last look at my island, but I couldn't see it. The whole sphere was blanketed in clouds, a thin, worn blanket in places but still intact. But the moon was a sight. An undipped Edam cheese with the markings of Roquefort. For a quarter of an hour, I watched it grow until it filled my screen. It was too close for comfort. I dumped the tabby off my lap and adjusted a dial. The dead world swept past, and I caught a brief glimpse of burst bubbles of craters that became the eyes and mouth and pockmarks of a face on a head that swung away from me in disdain. Then the sibling planets dwindled and were gone forever. The lifeboat was completely equipped, and I found comfortable quarters. An ample food supply was available at the touch of a panel on the table in the screen room. That was a trick my predecessor with the dental jewelry hadn't discovered, I guessed. During my first journey earthward and on my visits to the boat for saleable playthings while it lay in dry dock, I discovered most of the available amenities aboard. Now I luxuriated in a steaming bath of recycled water, sponged down with disposable towels packed in scented alcohol, fed the cat and myself, and lay down to sleep for about 2 weeks. By the third week, I was reasonably refreshed and rested. The scars from my recent brushes with what passed as the law were healed. I had gotten over regretting the toys I'd left behind on my island and the money in my banks in Lima and Switzerland, and even Margarita. I was headed for a new world. There was no point in dragging along old attachments. The cat was a godsend, I began to realize. I named her Itsenka, after the village where she adopted me, and I talked to her by the hour. I always felt there was a subtle difference between talking to somebody else and talking to yourself. The latter gets a little tedious after the first few days, but you can keep the other up indefinitely. So it's got talked to plenty as we rode to the stars. Say, I said, where would you like your sandbox situated? Right there in front of the TV screen? There's not much traffic there, since we cleared the solar system. You'd have the place all to yourself. No, said Itsenka with a flirt of her tail. She walked over behind a crate that had never been unloaded on Earth. I pulled out a box of junk and slid the sandbox into its place. Itsenka promptly lost interest and jumped up on the junk box, which fell off the bench and scattered small objects of coffin metal in all directions. Come back here, blast you, I said, and help me pick up this stuff. It's bounded after a dull-gleaming silver object that was still rolling. I was there almost as quick as she was and grabbed up the cylinder. Suddenly, the horsing around was over. This thing was somebody's memory. I dropped onto a bench to examine it, my Valonian-inspired pulse pounding. Where the heck did this come from, cat? I said. It's jumped up into my lap and nosed the cylinder. I tried to hark back to those days 3 years before when I had loaded the lifeboat with all the loot it would carry for the trip back to Earth. Listen, we've got to do some tall remembering. Let's see, there was a whole rack of blanks in the memory recharging section of the room where we found the 3 skeletons. Yeah, now I remember, I pulled this one out of the recorder set, which means it had been used but not yet color-coded. I showed it to Foster when he was hunting his own trace. He didn't realize I'd pulled it out of the machine and thought it was an empty. But I'll bet somebody had his mind taped, and then left in a hurry before the trace could be color-coded and filed. On the other hand, maybe it's a blank that had just been inserted when somebody broke up the playhouse. But wasn't there something Foster said about when he woke up, way back when, with a pile of fresh corpses around him? He gave somebody emergency treatment, and to a Valonian, that would include a complete memory transcription. Do you realize what I've got here in my hand? She looked up at me inquiringly. This is what's left of the guy that Foster buried, his pal, a Marilyn, I think he called him. What's inside this cylinder used to be tucked away in the skull of the ancient sinner. The guy's not so dead after all. I'll bet his family will pay plenty for this trace and be grateful besides. That'll be an ace in the hole in case I get too hungry on Valen. I got up and crossed the apartment. It's followed me out to my sleeping couch. I dropped the trace in a drawer beside Foster's own memory. Wonder how Foster's making out without his past. He claimed the one I've got here would only be a copy of the original stored at OK Hammeloth, but my briefing didn't say anything about copying memories. He must be somebody pretty important to rate that service. Suddenly, my eyes were riveted to the markings on Foster's trace lying in the drawer. Sblood. The royal colors. I sat down on the bed with a lurch. Itsenka, old gal, it looks like we'll be entering Valonian society from the top. We've been consorting with a member of the Valonian nobility. During the days that followed, I tried again and again to raise Foster on the communicator, without result. I wondered how I'd find him among the millions on the planet. My best bet would be to get settled down in the Valonian environment and then start making a few inquiries. I would play it casually, act the part of a Valonian who had merely been traveling for a few hundred years, which wasn't unheard of, and keep my cards close to my gravy stains until I learned what the score was. With my Valonian briefing, I ought to be able to carry it off. The Valonians might not like illegal immigrants any better than they did back home, so I'd keep my interesting foreign background to myself. I would need a new name. I thought over several possibilities and selected Dragon. It was as good a Valonian jawbreaker as any. I canvassed the emergency wardrobe that was standard equipment on far Voyager lifeboats. There was everything from fur-lined parka-type suits for outings on worlds like Pluto to sheer silk one-man air conditioner balloon overalls for stepping out on Venus. Among them was a selection of dresses reminiscent of ancient Greece. They had been the sharp style of Valen when Foster left home. They looked comfortable. I picked one in a sober color, then got busy with the cutting and seaming unit to fit it to my frame. I didn't plan to attract unnecessary attention with ill-fitting garments when I crossed my first Valonians. Itsenka watched with interest. What the heck am I going to do with you on Valen? I asked her. The only cat on the planet. You may have to put up with an Agrafin for a boyfriend, I said, searching my Valonian memory. They're about the nearest thing to you in size and shape, but they're kind of objectionable, personality-wise. I finished off my new duds, then dug through the handicrafts gear and picked out a sheet of coffite, a copper-like Valonian alloy that was supposed to have almost the durability of cough without being so hard to work. There were appropriate tools in the little workshop for shaping it and adding decoration. Don't worry, I said to it. You won't go ashore shabbily clad either. You'll be a knockout in this item. I parked her on the workbench and sat down to my tools. I clipped out an inch-wide strip of the graphite, shaped it into a circle, and fitted it with a slip-out catch. After a leisurely meal, I spent what passed for an evening etching at Senka on the new collar with plenty of curlicues. Then I fitted it on her. She didn't seem to mind a bit. There. All set to wow those Valonians like they've never been wowed. It's Senka purred. We strolled into the observation lounge. Strange bright-hued star systems glowed far away. We'll be stepping out with our memories any night now, I said. The proximity alarms were ringing. I watched the screen with its image of a great green world rimmed on one edge with glaring white from the distant giant sun, on the other flooded with a cool glow reflected from the blue outer planet. The trip was almost over and my confidence was beginning to fray around the edges. In a few minutes, I would be stepping into an unknown world, all set to find my old pal Foster and see the sights. I didn't have a passport, but there was no reason to anticipate trouble. All I had to do was let my natural identity take a back seat and allow my Valonian background to do the talking. And yet, now Valen spread out below us, a misty gray-green landscape, bright under the glow of the immense moon-like sister world, Sint. I had set the landing monitor for OK Hamaloth, the capital city of Valen. That was where Foster would have headed, I guessed. Maybe I could pick up the trail there. The city was directly below, a vast network of blue-lit avenues. I hadn't been contacted by planetary control. That was normal enough, however. A small vessel coming in on auto could handle itself. A little apprehensively, I ran over my lines one last time. I was Dragon, citizen of the two worlds, back from a longer-than-average season of far voyaging and in need of breathing rods to bring me up to date on developments at home. I also required assignment of quarters. My tailoring was impeccable, my command of the language a little rusty from long non-use, and the only souvenirs I had to declare were a tattered native costume from my last port of call, a quaint weapon from the same, and a small animal I had taken a liking to. The landing ring was visible on the screen now, coming slowly up to meet us. There was a gentle shock and then absolute stillness. I watched the port cycle open. I went to it and looked out at the pale city stretching away to the hills. I took a breath of the fragrant night air, spiced with a long-forgotten perfume, and the part of me that was now Valonian ached with the inexpressible emotion of homecoming. I started to buckle on my pistol and gather up a few belongings, then decided to wait until I'd met the welcoming committee. I whistled to Itsenka, and we stepped out and down. We crossed the clipped green, luminous in the glow from the lights over the high-arched gate marking the path that curved up toward the bright-lit terraces above. There was no one in sight. Bright scintillite showed me the gardens and walks and, when I reached the terraces, the avenues beyond, but no people. I stood by a low wall of polished marble and thought about it. It was about midnight, and the nights on Valen lasted 28 hours, but there should have been some activity here. This was a busy port, scheduled vessels, private yachts, official ships, all of them came and went from OK Hamaloth. But not tonight. The cat and I walked across the terrace, passed through the open arch to a refreshment lounge. The low tables and cushioned couches stood empty under the rosy light from the ceiling panels. My slippered feet whispered on the polished floor. I stood and listened, dead silence. There wasn't even the hum of a mosquito, all such insect pests had been killed off long ago. The lights glowed, the tables waited invitingly. How long had they waited? I sat down at one of them and thought hard. I had made a lot of plans, but I hadn't counted on a deserted spaceport. How was I going to ask questions about Foster if there was no one to ask? I got up and moved on through the empty lounge, past a wide arcade, and out onto a terrace lawn. A row of tall poplar-like trees made a dark wall beyond a still pool, and behind them, distant towers loomed, colored lights sparkling. A broad avenue swept in a wide curve between fountains, slanted away to the hills. 100 yards from where I stood, a small vehicle was parked at the curb. I headed for it. It was an open two-seater, low-slung, cushioned, finished in violet inlays against bright chrome. I slid into the seat, looked over the controls, while Itsenka skipped to a place beside me. There was a simple lever arrangement, a steering tiller. It looked easy. I tried a few pulls and pushes, lights blinked on the panel, the car quivered, lifted a few inches, and drifted slowly across the road. I moved the tiller, twiddled things, the car moved off toward the towers. I didn't like the controls, a wheel and a couple of foot pedals would have suited me better, but it beat walking. 2 hours later, we had cruised the city and found nothing. It hadn't changed from what my extra memory recalled except that all the people were gone. The parks and boulevards were trimmed, the fountains and pools sparkled, the lights glowed, but nothing moved. The automatic dust precipitators and air filters would run forever, keeping things clean and neat, but there was no one there to appreciate it. I pulled over, sat watching the play of colored lights on a waterfall, and considered. Maybe I'd find more of a clue inside one of the buildings. I left the car and picked one at random, a tall slab of pink crystal. Inside, I looked around at a great airy cavern full of rose-colored light and listened to the purring of the cat and my own breathing. There was nothing else to hear. I picked a random corridor, went along it, and passed through empty rooms. It was all in the old Valonian style, walls paneled in jade, brocade hangings in iridescent colors, rugs like pools of fire. In one chamber, I picked up a cloak of semi-velvet and put it over my shoulders. I was getting cold in my daytime street dress. Walking among the tangible ghosts of the long past didn't warm me up any. We climbed a wide spiral stair, passed from vacant room to vacant room. I thought of the people who had once used them. Where were they now? I found a clarinet-like musical instrument and blew a few notes on it. It had a deep, mellow tone that echoed along the deserted corridor. I thought it sounded a lot like I felt, sad and forgotten. I went out onto a lofty terrace overlooking gardens, leaned on a balustrade, and looked up at the brilliant disk of Sint. It loomed enormous, its diameter 4 times that of the earthly moon. We've come a long way to find nothing, I said to Itsenka. She pushed her way along my leg and flexed her tail in a gesture meant to console. But it didn't help. After the long wait, the tension of expectation, I felt suddenly as empty as the silent halls of the building. I sat on the balustrade and leaned back against the polished pink wall, took out the clarinet, and played some blue notes. That which once had been was no more. Remembering it, I played the pavane for a dead princess and felt a forlorn nostalgia for a glory I had never known. I finished and looked up at a sound. For tall men in gray cloaks and a glitter of steel came toward me from the shadows. I had dropped the clarinet and scrambled to my feet. I tried to back up, but the balustrade stopped me. The 4 men fanned out around me. The leader, brandishing a wicked-looking short club, spoke to me in a harsh, incomprehensible language. I blinked at him, my mind racing for a snappy comeback. He snapped his fingers, and 2 of the others stepped forward, reaching for my arms. I tensed, ready to fight, but then I relaxed. I was just a tourist, Dragon by name. Unfortunately, before I could pull back, the man with the club swung it, striking me across the forearm. I yelped and jumped back, but found myself grappled by the others. My arm felt numb, dead to the shoulder. I tried a kick, but immediately regretted it. Their cloaks concealed armor. The club wielder muttered something and pointed at the cat. It was time to adapt. I forced myself to calm down and drew on my alter ego's experience. I tuned into the rhythm of their language. It was a distorted form of Valonian, but I could make out the meaning. A musician would be an owner. One of them declared. Laughter followed. Whose man are you, Piper? What are your colors? I attempted to mimic the alien syllables, struggling with the warped Valonian. My answer came haltingly. I am a citizen of Valen. A dog of a masterless renegade? The man with the club hefted it, glaring at me. And what abominable dialect do you speak? I have been long voyaging, I stuttered. I ask for briefing rods and for a dwelling place. A dwelling place you'll have, the man said coldly. In the men's shed at Rathgallion. He gestured, and handcuffs clicked around my wrists. Turning on his heel, he stalked away, and the others shoved me after him. Over my shoulder, I caught a glimpse of a cat's tail disappearing over the balustrade. Outside, a long gray aircar waited on the lawn. They unceremoniously dumped me into the back seat and climbed aboard. As we lifted off, I took one last look at the spires of Okehamaloth, disappearing as we sped away across the low hills. In the scuffle, I'd lost my new cloak. I shivered as I listened to the chatter around me, my wrists jingling with the chain. I realized I'd be hearing that sound often now. My idealistic notion of fitting into this new world, finding a place in its society, had turned out to be a fantasy. I had found a place, all right, a job with security. I was a slave. It was banquet night at Rathgallion. I gulped my soup in the kitchen, mentally rehearsing the latest batch of jingles I was expected to perform. Despite only being on the estate for a few weeks, I had already become Owner Gope's favorite piper. If I continued at this rate, I'd soon have a cell of my own in the slave pens. Syme, the pastry cook, approached me. "Pipe us a merry tune, Dragon," he said, "and I'll reward you with a frosting pot." With pleasure, good Sime, I replied. I finished off my soup and took out my clarinet. I'd tried a dozen strange instruments, but I still favored this one. What would you like to hear? One of the outland tunes you learned far voyaging, Kago, the bodyguard, called out. I played the beer barrel polka. The staff pounded the table and cheered when I finished, and I was rewarded with the frosting pot. Sime watched me eagerly as I scraped out the last bit. Why don't you challenge the chief piper, Dragon? Sime suggested. You play circles around the lout. Then you'd have freeman status and could sit among us in the kitchen, almost as an equal. I finished scraping out the last of the chocilla frosting, licked my fingers, and set the pot aside. I'd gladly be the equal of such a pastry cook as yourself, good Sime, I said. But what can a slave piper do? Sime blinked at me. You can challenge the chief piper, he explained. No one can deny you're his superior in all but name. Don't fear the trial, you'll surely prevail. He glanced around at the kitchen staff. Is that not so, Goodman? I'll vouch for it, the soupmaster said. If you lose, I'll take your stripes for you. You're moving too fast for me, Goodman, I said. How can I claim another's place? Sime waved his arms. You've traveled far, Piper Dragon. Know you nothing of how the world spins these days? One would take you for a Scintian heretic. As I've said, good men, in my youth, all men were free, and the High King ruled at Okehamiloth. 'Tis ill to speak of such things, Sime said in a low tone. Only owners remember their former lives, though I've heard it said that long ago, no man was so mean that he didn't record his lives and keep them safe. How you came by yours, I ask not, but do not speak of it. Owner Gope is a jealous master. Though a most generous and worshipful lord, he added hastily, glancing around. I won't speak of it, good Sime, I assured him. But I have been away a long time. Even the language has changed, so I struggle with speaking it. Advise me, if you will. Sime puffed out his cheeks, frowning. I scarcely know where to begin, he said. All things belong to the owners, as is only right. He looked around for confirmation. The others nodded. Men of low skill are likewise property, and 'tis well 'tis so, else would they starve as masterless strays, if the greyman failed to find them first. He made a sign and spat. Everyone followed suit. Now, men of good skill are freemen, each earning rewards as befits his ability. I am chief pastry cook to Lord Gope, with all the perks of that station, therefore no one else equals my talents. He looked around challengingly, seeing no objections. And thus it is with us all. And if someone claims the place of any man here, Kagu added, he must submit to the trial. Then, Sime said, pulling at his apron nervously, this upstart pastry cook must cook against me, and all in the hall will judge, and he who prevails is the chief pastry cook, while the other takes a dozen lashes for his impertinence. But don't worry, Dragon, Kagu said reassuringly. A chief piper is only a 5-stroke man. Only a tutor ranks lower among freemen. And anyway, the good soup master has promised to take the lash for you. A bellow from the door interrupted us. I grabbed my clarinet and hurried after the page. Owner Gope was not one for patience. As I darted to my assigned position within the large circle of the laden table, I saw the chief piper squeezing his bagpipe-like instrument, releasing a discordant blast. He was a lean, squint-eyed fellow, fond of bossing around the slave pipers. He pranced in an intricate pattern, pumping his colored bladders until the screech made me wince. Owner Gope noticed him at that moment, picked up a heavy brass mug, and half rose to hurl it. The chief piper dodged just in time, but the mug struck a swollen airbaga yellow one with green tassels, causing it to burst with a sour bleat. As sweet a note as has been played tonight, roared Owner Gope. Begone, lest you summon hill devils. His gaze fell on me. Here's Dogon, or Daigen, he declared. Now here's a true piper. Summon up a fair melody, Dragon, to clear the fumes of the last performer from the air before the wine sours. I bowed low, wet my lips, and launched into the 1 o'clock jump. The roar that erupted when I finished was thunderous. I followed with little brown jug and string of pearls, and Gope's pounding on the table soon hushed the crowd. The rarest slave in all Rathgallion, I swear it, Gope bellowed. Were he not a slave, I drink his health. By your leave, owner? I ventured. Gope stared at me, then nodded indulgently. Speak then, Dugong, he said. I claim the place of chief piper. I. Yells erupted from the crowd. Gope grinned widely. So be it, he declared. Shall we vote now, or must we endure more of the vile blatterings before we declare our good Dagran Chief Piper? Proclaim him. Someone shouted. There must be a trial, another offered dubiously. Gulp slammed his huge hand on the table. Bring Lylk, the Chief Piper, before me. He roared. He of the wretched airskins. The Chief Piper reappeared, fingering his bladders nervously. The place of the Chief Piper is declared vacant, Gulp announced loudly. The Piper pinched a pink bladder, which emitted a thin squeak. Since the former Chief Piper has been advanced to a new office, Gulp continued, as a blue bladder moaned amid cheers and jeers. Let these airbags be punctured, Gulp cried. I banish their rancid squeals forever from Rathgallion. Now, let all know, this former Piper is now chief fool to this household. Let him wear the broken bladders as a sign of his office. The hall erupted in laughter, glad cries, and whistles. Volunteers leaped to rip the colored airbags, they met their end with a final flurry of trills and flutters. A fool slave tied the draggled instrument to the ex-Piper's head. I played Mersey Dotes, and the former Piper capered gingerly. Owner Gulp roared with laughter. I followed with the dipsy doodle, and the new fool, encouraged by success, leaped, grimaced, pirouetted, and strutted with his bladders bobbing. The crowd laughed until tears flowed. A great day for Rathgallion, Gulp shouted. By the horns of the sea monarch, I have gained a prince of pipers and a king of fools. I proclaim them to be 10 lash men, and both shall have places at table henceforth. The fool and I performed 3 more numbers, and then Gulp allowed us to squeeze into a space on a hard bench at the far side of the table. A table slave set loaded plates before us. Well done, good Dragon, he whispered. Do not forget us slaves in your new honor. Don't worry, I said, sniffing the aroma of a big slab of roast beef. I'll be sneaking down for a snack every night about sunrise. As I looked around the barbarically decorated hall, everything seemed different. Nothing like a little slavery to make a man appreciate even a modest portion of freedom. Everything I thought I knew about Valen had been wrong, centuries had passed and not for the better. The old society Foster had known was dead and buried. The old palaces and villas lay deserted, the spaceports unused. And the old system of memory recording Foster described was lost and forgotten. I couldn't fathom what kind of cataclysm had plunged the seat of a galactic empire back into feudal darkness, but it had happened. So far, I hadn't found a trace of Foster. My questions yielded nothing but blank stares. Perhaps Foster hadn't made it, maybe there had been an accident in space. Or perhaps he was on the opposite side of the world. Valen was vast, and communications were poor. Foster could be dead. I might live out a long life here and never find answers. I remembered my own disappointment at Okehamaloth, realizing how much more heartbreaking it must have been for Foster if he had arrived back here. Now, we were both in the same boat, haunted by our memories of old Valen and the dreary reality of the new, providing ample cause for bitterness. And Foster's memory, the one I had been bringing him as a keepsake, what a joke. Far from being a redundant copy of a master trace he had expected easy access to, my trace was now, with the vaults at Okehamaloth sealed and forbidden, of the utmost importance to Foster. Unfortunately, there wasn't a machine left on the planet to play it. Still, I was determined to find Foster, if it took me. Owner Gulp was humming loudly and tunelessly to himself. I knew the sign. I prepared to play again. Being Chief Piper probably wasn't going to be one long bowl of cherries, but at least I wasn't a slave now. I had a long way to go, but I was making progress. Owner Gulp and I got along well. He was a shrewd old duck who enjoyed having such an unusual Piper around. He had heard from the Greymen, the freelance police force, about my arrival at the deserted port. He subtly warned me not to let word get out that I knew anything about old Valen. The entire subject was taboo, especially the old capital city and the royal palaces. No wonder my trespassing there had brought the Greymen down on me so quickly. Gulp took me with him everywhere by aircar, groundcar, or formal river barge. Although there were still many vehicles around, few people seemed to know how to use them. Aircars were more practical, requiring no roads, but Gulp preferred the groundcars. He seemed to enjoy the sensation of speed on the still perfect roads that had originally been intended as scenic drives. One afternoon, several months after my promotion, I stopped by the kitchen. I was about to leave with Owner Gulp and his usual retinue for a visit to Bar Ponderone, a large estate 100 miles north of Rathgallion towards Okehamaloth. Simon, my other old friends, prepared a hearty lunch and warned me that the trip would be rough, the stretch of road we would use was a favorite hangout for road pirates. What I don't understand, I said, is why Gope doesn't mount a couple of guns on the car and blast his way through the raiders. Every time he leaves the estate, he's taking his life in his hands. The kitchen staff looked shocked. Even piratical renegades would never dream of taking a man's life, good dragon, Syme said. Every owner, far and near, would band together to hunt such miscreants down. And their own fellows would aid the hunters. Nay, none is so low as to steal all a man's lives. The corsairs know full well that in their next life they may be mere good men or even slaves, the chief wine-pourer added. For you know, good dragon, that when a pirate band member suffers the change, the others lead the newman to an estate to find his place. How often do these changes occur? I asked. It varies greatly. Some men, of great strength and moral power, can go unchanged for 300 or 400 years. But the ordinary man lives about 80 to 100 years. Syme paused. Or less. A life of hardship and struggle can age one sooner than a life of peace and ease. Unusual hardships can significantly shorten a life. A cousin of mine, marooned on the great stony place in the southern half-world and wandering for 3 weeks with only a small bag of wine, underwent the change after only 14 years. When he was found, his face was lined, and his hair had turned grey, as if anticipating the change. He fell into a fit, as one does, and slept for a night and a day. When he awoke, he was a newman, young and knowing nothing. Didn't you tell him who he was? Nay. Syme lowered his voice. You are much favored by owner Gope, good dragon, and rightly. Still, there are matters a man speaks not of. A newman takes a name and sets out to learn whatever trade he can, interjected the carver of roasts. By his own skills, he can rise, as you have risen, good dragon. Don't you have memory machines or briefing rods? I persisted. Little black sticks, you touch them to your head and. Syme made a dismissive motion. I have heard of these wands, a forbidden relic of the black arts. Nonsense, I said. You don't believe in magic, do you, Syme? The rods are nothing but a scientific development by your own people. How you've managed to lose all knowledge of your own past. Syme raised his hands in distress. Good dragon, press us not on these matters. Such things are forbidden. Okay, boys. I guess I'm just nosy. I headed out to the car and climbed in, waiting for owner Gope. Learning about Valen's history was like asking a village of Eskimos about the great trek from Asia. They knew nothing. I had come to a few tentative conclusions on my own. My theory was that some sudden social cataclysm had shattered the system of personality reinforcement and memory recording that once provided continuity to the culture. Valonian society, reliant on memory preservation techniques, had disintegrated. Valen had been plunged back into a feudal state, resembling its ancient social pattern from 50,000 years ago, before the development of memory recording. The people, huddled together on estates for protection from real or imagined dangers and shunning the old villas and cities as taboo, knew nothing of space travel and ancient history. Like Syme, they had no wish to discuss such matters. I hoped I might have better luck with my detective work at a large estate like Barponderone. I was looking forward to the trip. I felt cramped on Rathgallion. It was a small, poor estate, covering only about 20 square miles, with a few villages and owner Gope's big house. I had seen all of it and it felt like a dead end. Gope appeared with Kagu and 2 other bodyguards, for dancing girls, and an extra-large gift hamper. They took their places, and the driver started up, wheeling the heavy car out onto the high road. A pulse of excitement surged through me as we accelerated toward Barponderone. Perhaps at the big estate, I would find news of Foster. We were speeding down a winding mountain road, doing about 50. I was in the front seat beside the driver, fiddling with my clarinet, watching the road from the corner of my eye. I wished the driver's knuckles didn't show white on the speed control lever. He drove fast but nervously, not entirely his fault. Gope demanded plenty of speed. I was grateful for the auto-steer mechanism, at least we couldn't drive off a cliff. We rounded a curve, wheel screeching from the driver's awkward, too fast swing into the turn, and saw another car parked sideways in the road a quarter of a mile ahead. The driver slammed on the brakes. Owner Gope yelled, "Pirates! Don't slacken your pace, driver." But, owner Gope, the driver gasped. "Ram the blackguards, if you must." Gope shouted. "But don't stop." The girls in the back yelped in alarm. The flunkies set up a wail. The driver rolled his eyes, almost lost control, then gritted his teeth, reached out to switch off the anti-collision circuit, and slammed the speed control lever against the dash. I watched for 2 long heartbeats as we roared straight for the blockading car. Then I slid over, grabbed for the controls. The driver held on, frozen. I reared back and clipped him on the jaw. He crumpled into his corner, mouth open and eyes shut, as I hit the auto-steer override and worked the tiller. It was an awkward position for steering, but better than hammering in at 90. The car ahead was still blocking the road, now 100 yards away, then 50. I cut hard to the right toward the rising cliff face, the car back to block me. At the last instant, I whipped to the left, barreling past with half an inch to spare, rocketed along the ragged edge with the left wheel rolling on air, then whipped back into the center of the road. "Well done!" yelled Kagu. "But they'll give chase!" Gope shouted. "Assassins! Masterless swine!" The driver had his eyes open now. "Crawl over me!" I barked. He mumbled and clambered past me, and I slid into his seat, still clinging to the accelerator lever and increasing speed. Another curve was coming up. I grabbed a quick look in the rearviewer. The pirates were swinging around to follow us. "Press on!" commanded Gope. "We're close to Barponderone, it's no more than 5 miles. What kind of speed have they got?" I called back. "They'll beat us easy," Kagu said cheerfully. "What's the road like ahead?" "A fair road, straight and true, now that we've descended the mountain," answered Gope. We squealed through the turn and hit a straightaway. A curving road branched off ahead. "What's that?" I snapped. "A winding trail," gasped the driver. "It goes to Barponderone, but by a longer way." I gauged my speed, braked minutely, and cut hard. We howled up the steep slope into a turn between hills. Gope shouted, "What madness is this? Are you in league with the villains?" "We haven't got a chance on the straightaway," I called back. "Not in a straight speed contest." I whipped the tiller over, then back the other way, following the tight S-curves. We flashed past magnificent vistas of rugged peaks and rolling plains, but I had no time to admire the view. There were squeals from the odalisks in the rear seats, a gabble of excited talk. I caught a glimpse of our pursuers just heading into the side road behind us. "Any way they can head us off?" I yelled. "Not unless they have Confederates stationed ahead," said Gope, "but these pariahs work alone." I worked the brake and speed levers, handling the tiller. We swung right, then left, higher and higher, then down a steep grade and up again. The pirate car rounded a turn, only a few hundred yards behind now. I scanned the road ahead, following its winding course along the mountainside, through a tunnel, then out again to swing around the shoulder of the next peak. "Pitch something out when we go through the tunnel," I yelled. "Anything." "My cloak," cried Gope. "And the gift hamper." One of the flunkies started to moan. The girls caught the fever and joined in with shrill lamentations. "Silence!" roared Gope. "Lend a hand here, or by the sea devil's beard you'll be jettisoned with the rest." We roared into the tunnel mouth. There was a blast of air as the rear deck cover opened. Gope and Kaga hefted the heavy gift hamper, tumbled it out, followed by a cloak, a wine jug, assorted sandals, bracelets, and fruit. Then we were back in the sunlight, and I was fighting the curve. In the rearviewer, I saw the pirates burst from the tunnel mouth, Gope's black and yellow cloak spread over the canopy, smashed fruit spattered over it, the remains of the hamper dragging under the chassis. The car rocked, and a corner of the cloak lifted, barely clearing the driver's view in time. "Tough luck," I said. "We've got a long straight stretch ahead, and I'm fresh out of ideas." The other car gained. I held the speed bar against the dash, but we were up against a faster vehicle. It was 100 yards behind, then 50, and pulling out to go alongside. I slowed imperceptibly, let him get his front wheels past us, then cut sharply. There was a clash of wheel fairings, and I fought the tiller as we rebounded from the heavier car. He crept forward, almost alongside again, shoulder to shoulder. We raced at 95 down the steep grade. I hit the brakes and cut hard to the left, slapping his right rear wheel, sliding back. He braked too, that was a mistake. The heavy car lost traction, sliding. In slow motion, off balance in a skid, it rose on its nose, plowing up a cloud of dust. The hamper whirled away, the cloak fluttered and was gone. The pirate car seemed to float for an instant in the air before dropping, wheels up, out of sight over the sheer cliff. We raced alone down the slope and out onto the wooded plain toward the towers of Barponderone. A shout went up, Owner Gope leaned forward to pound my back. By the 9 eyes of the hill devil! He bellowed. Masterfully executed. The Prince of Pipers is a Prince of Drivers too. This night you'll sit by my side at the ringboard at Bar Ponderone in the rank of 100 chief driver, I swear it. Compared with making a left turn off the outer drive at 5:15 on a Friday, that was nothing, I said, holding onto the tiller and trying to steady my breath. I'd been foolish to attempt flipping a heavier car, but it had worked, and now I had another promotion. Things were going well. And let no man raise a charge of assassination, Gope continued. I'll not see such a clever driver piper immured. I charge you all, say nothing of this. We'll consider that the rascals merely outdid themselves in their villainy. I hadn't considered that angle. Taking a human life was the one unthinkable crime in a world of immortals, for it meant taking all a man's lives. The punishment was walling up for life, but for just one life. In my case, one would be enough. I didn't have any spares. I had risked more with Gope than with the pirates. Life here was a series of gambles, and the risk-takers seemed to advance quickly. My best bet was to keep pushing and calculate the odds when it was over. I spent the first day at Bar Ponderone rubbernecking the tall buildings and hoping to catch a glimpse of Foster, though the chance was as slim as running into an old high school chum from Perth Amboy among the Shah of Afghanistan's body servants. By sunset, I had learned nothing. Dressed in the latest Valonian cape and ruffles, I sat with Kagu, chief bodyguard to Owner Gope, at a small table on the first terrace of the Palace of Merrymaking, Bar Ponderone's largest feasting hall. It resembled a Hollywood producer's vision of a 21st-century nightclub, complete with 9 dance floors on 5 levels, indoor pools, fountains, 2,000 tables, musicians, girls, noise, colored lights, and food fit for an owner. It was open to all 50 goodmen of the estate and guests of equivalent rank. After Rathgallion's backcountry life, this felt like the big time. Kagu, despite his morose appearance, was good-hearted. His face bore scars from countless encounters with other bodyguards, and his nose was broken so often it was invisible in profile. Where do you manage to get into all these fights, Kagu? I asked. In the 3 months I've known you, I haven't seen a single blow struck in anger. Here, he grinned, showing me his broken front teeth. Swell places, these big estates, lots of action. What, street fights? Nah. The boys show up down here, tank up, cruise around, you know. They start fights here in the dining room? Sure. Good crowd here, lots of laughs. I picked up my drink, raised it to Kagu, and spilled it in my lap as someone jostled my arm. I looked up to see a battle-scarred thug looming over me. Who sa punk, Kagu? He said in a hoarse whisper, probing a back tooth with a silver pick and glancing between me and my partner. Kagu stood up and threw a punch into the thug's paunch. The thug grunted, clinched, and glared resentfully at me over Kagu's shoulder. Kagu pushed him away, holding him at arm's length. How's a boy, Mull? Kagu said. Lay off of my sidekick, greatest little piper in the business, and a top driver too. Mull rubbed his stomach and sat down beside me. You losing your punch, Kagu? He turned to me. Sorry about that. I thought you were one of the guys. He signaled a passing waiter-slave. Bring my friend a new suit. Make it snappy. Don't the customers mind when you stage a heavyweight bout in the aisle? I asked. A drink in the lap is routine. It could happen in any joint in Manhattan. But a 7-course meal is overdoing it. Nah, we moved down into the spot. He waved a thumb in the direction of somewhere else. Where you been, Piper? Your first time in a palace? Dragon's been traveling, Kagu said. He's okay. Let me tell you the time these pirates pulled one, see. Kagu and Mull swapped stories while I continued drinking. Although I hadn't uncovered anything in Bar Ponderone, it was still a better place for snooping than Rathgallion. With 2 major cities and numerous villages on the estate, I might have better luck finding someone who knew Foster. Hey! Growled Mull. Look who's coming. 3 thick-set thugs swaggered up to the table. One, a long-armed gorilla at least 7 feet tall, grabbed Kagu and Mull by the necks and cracked their skulls together. I jumped up, dodged a massive fist, and saw a burst of fireworks before darkness enveloped me. I fumbled in the dark, freeing my leg from entangled chair rungs, and groped my way out from under the table. A waiter-slave helped me up and dusted me off. The 7-foot lout lounging in a chair glanced my way and nodded. You shouldn't hang out with lugs like that, Mull, he said. Kagu told me you were just a piper, but the way you came out of that chair. He shrugged and turned back to his watch. I checked my joints, worked my jaw, and tried my neck. Everything seemed okay. You the one that slugged me? I asked. Huh? Yeah. I approached his chair, chose a spot, and cleared my throat. Hey, you, I said. He turned, and I put everything behind a straight right to his jaw. He went over, feet in the air, flipped a rail, and crashed down between two tables below. I leaned over the rail. An indignant party of tally clerks stared up at me. Sorry, folks, I said. He slipped. A shout rose from the floor below. I looked down to see a pair of heavy-shouldered men slugging it out in a cleared circle. One was Kagu. I watched him fall, another man stepping in. I made my way to the ringside. Kagu exchanged haymakers with two more opponents before collapsing and being hauled from the ring. I propped him up in a chair, gave him a drink, and watched the fight. The combatants stood toe-to-toe, hitting as hard as they could until one fell. It wasn't fancy, but the crowd loved it. After a while, Kagu recovered and filled me in on the fighters. So they're all top boys, he said. But it ain't like in the old days when I was in my prime. I could have taken any three of these bums. The only one I might have had trouble with is Torbu. Which one is he? He ain't down there yet. He'll show to take on the last boys on their feet. More gladiators stepped into the spot, discarded their cloaks, and waded in. Others were dragged clear, revived, and cheered the fray. After an hour, the waiting line had dwindled. The two fighters remaining in the spot slugged it out, breathing hard, swinging and missing as the crowd booed. Where's Torbu? Kagu wondered. Maybe he didn't come tonight, I said. Sure, you met him, he knocked you under the table. Oh, him? Where'd he go? The last I saw, he was asleep on the floor, I said. Has it? I didn't like him slugging me. I clobbered him. Hey! Kagu yelped. His face lit up. He got to his feet. Hold it, I said. What's? Kagu pushed his way to the spot, took aim, and floored the nearest fighter, then turned and laid out the other. He raised both hands above his head. Rathgallion's got a champion, he bellowed. Rathgallion takes on all comers. He turned and waved to me. Our boy, Dragon, he. A bellow from behind cut him off. I turned to see Torbu, hair mussed and face purple, pushing through the crowd. Just a crummy minute, he roared. I'm the champion around here. He aimed a haymaker at Kagu, who ducked. Our boy, Dragon, laid you out cold, right? Kagu shouted. So now he's the champion. I wasn't set, Torbu protested. A lucky punch. He turned to the fans. I was tying my shoelace, see? And this guy. Come on down, Dragon, Kagu called, waving to me again. Torbu, sensing trouble, swung a vicious roundhouse right to the side of Kagu's jaw. The old fighter hit the floor with a thud, skidded, and lay motionless. I jumped to my feet, pushing through the crowd to Kagu. They pulled him to a nearby table, and I knelt beside him, feeling for a pulse. There was none. Kagu was dead. Torbu, stunned by the sudden turn of events, stood in the center of the spot, his mouth hanging open. I charged at him, but he saw me coming, crouched, and swung. I ducked, countering with an uppercut that sent him staggering. I pressed my advantage, landing a series of blows to his body, ducking under his wild swings. With a final, decisive right cross to his jaw, Torbu crashed to the floor, his limbs flailing. Panting, I glanced over at Kagu. His scarred face, now eerily serene, seemed to reflect a final, peaceful rest. Someone helped Torbu to his feet and led him away. The evening had turned into a violent spectacle, and now all I had to do was get Kagu's body home. I carried Kagu to the bodyguard's quarters, laying him out on a bunk. The room was filled with a dozen scowling bruisers, their anger palpable. I faced them, feeling the weight of my words. Kagu was a good man, I said. Now he's dead. He died like an animal, for nothing. That ended all his lives, didn't it, boys? How do you like it? Mull glowered at me. You talk like we were to blame, he said. Kagu was my compeer too. Whose pal was he 1,000 years ago? I snapped. What was he once? What were you? Valen wasn't always like this. There was a time when every man was his own owner. Look, you ain't of the Brotherhood, one thug started. So that's what you call it? But it's just another name for an old racket. A big shot sets himself up as dictator. We got our code, Mol said. Our job is to stick up for the owner, and that don't mean standing around listening to some japister calling names. I'm not calling names, I retorted. I'm talking rebellion. You boys have all the muscle and most of the guts in this organization. Why do you sit on your tails and let the boss live off the fat while you murder each other for the amusement of the patrons? I say let's pay him a call right now. You had a birthright once. But it's up to you to collect it before some more of you go the way Kagu did. An angry murmur spread among them. Torbu entered, his face swollen. I braced for trouble. Hold it, you birds, Torbu said. What's going on? This guy. He's talking revolt and treason, someone said. He wants us to rough up owner Kohi himself. Torbu approached me. You're a stranger around Bar Ponderone. Kagu said you were okay. You worked me over pretty good, and I got no hard feelings, that's the breaks. But don't try to start trouble here. We got our code and our brotherhood. We look out for each other, that's good enough for us. Owner Kohi ain't no worse than any other owner, and by the code, we'll stand by him. Listen to me, I said. I know the history of Valen. I know what you were once and what you could be again. All you have to do is take over the power. I can lead you to the ship I came here in. There are briefing rods aboard, enough to show you. That's enough, Torbo cut me off, making a Kabbalistic sign in the air. We ain't getting mixed up in no taboo ghost boats or taking on no magicians and dark elves. Hogwash. That taboo routine is just a gag to keep you away from the cities so you won't discover what you're missing. I don't want to have to take you to the Greymen, Dragon, Torbu growled. Leave it lay. I knew I was licked. They were as stubborn as mules and just about as smart. Torbu motioned me outside. You want to turn things upside down, don't you? I know how it is, you ain't the first guy to get ideas. We can't help you. Sure, things ain't like they used to be here and probably never were. But we got a legend, someday the RTHR will come back, and then the good time will come back too. What's the RTHR? I asked. Kinda like a big shot owner. There ain't no RTHR now. But a long time ago, back when our first lives started, there was a RTHR who was owner of all Valen, and everybody lived high, and had all their lives. Torbo hesitated, eyeing me warily. Don't say anything to anybody about what I've told you. That's a secret of the Brotherhood. It's like a hope we hold on to, through all our lives. We have to do the best we can, keep true to the code and the Brotherhood, and maybe someday the RTHR will come back. Okay, I said, turning away. Dream on, big boy. And while you're clinging to your dreams, you'll get your brains kicked out, like Kagu. I headed back toward the corridor, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on me. In Gope's suite, I stood in the middle of the deep pile carpet, grappling with the decision to confront him. He sat in his ceremonial chair, watching me with a detached expression. With your help or without it, I said, I'm going to find the answers. Yes, good Dragon, Gope said, his tone uncharacteristically calm. But there are matters you know not of. Just get me back into the spaceport, noble Gope. I have enough briefing rods aboard to prove my point and a few other items to boot. It's forbidden. Do you not understand? I understand too much, I snapped. Gope's gaze hardened. Mind your tone, Dragon. I am owner. I interrupted, do you remember Kagu? Perhaps you remember him as a young, handsome Newman, like a monarch from an old legend. You've seen him live his life. Was it a good life? Did the promise of youth ever get paid off? Gope closed his eyes, pained. Stop, he said. This is bad, bad. And the deaths they died I have watched beside, and the lives they led were mine, I quoted. Are you proud of them? And what about yourself? Don't you ever wonder what you might have been, back in the good time? Gope's eyes snapped open, fixed on me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Who are you? He demanded. You speak Old Valonian, you delve into forbidden knowledge, and challenge the very powers. I could have you immured, Dragon. I could hand you over to the Greymen for a fate I shudder to name. He paced restlessly, then turned back to me. Matters stand ill with this fair world, he said. Legend tells us that once men lived as the high monarchs on Valen. There was a mighty owner, RTHR of all Valen. It is whispered that he will come again. Your legends are all true. You can take my word for that. But that doesn't mean some supernatural savior is going to swoop in and fix everything. And don't get the idea I'm the fabled answer to prayers. Valen was once a thriving place, and it could be again. Right now, it's like a land under a spell, and you sleeping beauties need waking up. Your cities, roads, and ships are still intact. But nobody knows how to run them, and you're all too afraid to try. Who scared you off? Who spread the rumors? What broke down the memory recording system? Why can't we all go to OK Hamaloth and use the archives to restore what's been lost? These are dread words, Gope said, his face growing solemn. There must be someone behind this. Or there was once. Who is he? Gope thought for a moment. There is one man preeminent among us, the great owner of owners, Vordak by name. Where he dwells I know not. This is a secret known only to his closest intimates. What does he look like? How do I get to see him? Gope shook his head. I have seen him only once, closely cowled. He is a tall man, and silent. 'Tis said, Gope lowered his voice, by his black arts he possesses all his lives. An aura of dread hangs about him. Never mind that, I said. He's just a man, like any other. Stick a knife between his ribs and you put an end to him, aura and all. I do not like this talk of death. Let the doer of evil deeds be immured, it is sufficient. First, let's find him. How can I get close to him? There are those owners who are his confidants, said Gope. His trusted agents. It is through them that we small owners learn of his will. Can we enlist one of them? Never. They are bound to him by ties of darkness, spells, and incantations. I'm quick with loaded dice myself. It's all tricks and mirrors. Let's stick to the point, noble Gope. How can I get into a spot with one of these big shots? Nothing easier. A driver and piper of skills such as yours can claim what place he chooses. How about bodyguarding? Suppose I could take on a heavy named Torbu, would that set me in better with a new owner? Such is no place for a man of your abilities, good dragon, Gope exclaimed. True, it's a place close to an owner, but there is much danger in it. The challenge to a bodyguard involves the most bloody hand-to-hand combat, second only to the rigors of a challenge to an owner himself. What's that? Challenge an owner? Be calm, good dragon, Gope said, staring at me incredulously. No common man with his wits about him will challenge an owner. But I could if I wanted to? In truth, if you have tired of life and all your lives, 'tis as good a way to end them as another. But you must know, good dragon, an owner is a warrior trained in the skills of battle. None less than another such may hope to prevail. I smacked my fist into my palm. I should have thought of this sooner. The cooks cook for their places, the pipers pipe, and the best man wins. It figures the owners would use the same system. But what's the procedure, noble Gope? How do you get your chance to prove who can own the best? It is a contest with naked steel. It is the measure and glory of an owner that he alone stands ready to prove his quality against the peril of death itself, Gope said, drawing himself up with pride. What about the bodyguards? I asked. They fight. With their hands, good dragon. They lack the skill with weapons. A death such as you described tonight that is a rare and sorry accident. It showed the whole grubby farce in its true colors. A civilization like Valen reduced to this. Still, it is sweet to live by whatever rules. I don't believe that, and neither do you. What honor can I challenge? How do I go about it? Give up this course, good dragon. Where's the nearest buddy of the big owner? Gope threw up his hands. Here, at Bar Ponderone. Owner Kohi. But. And how do I call his bluff? Gope put a hand on my shoulder. It is no bluff, good dragon. It is long since owner Kohi last stood to his blade to protect his place, but you may be sure he has lost none of his skill. Thus it was he won his way to Bar Ponderone, while lesser knights, such as myself, contented themselves with meaner fiefs. I'm not bluffing either, noble Gope, I said, stretching a point. I was no harness maker in the good time. It is your death. Tell me how I offer the challenge, or I'll twist his nose in the main banqueting salon tomorrow night. Gope sat down heavily, raising his hands in defeat. If I tell you not, another will. But I will not soon find another piper of your worth. The audience hall was draped in gaudy purple hangings that turned the sunlight into a rich gloom. Courtiers and supplicants rustled and fidgeted, their anticipation palpable as they awaited the appearance of the owner. 2 months had passed since Gope had explained the formal challenge process. I had spent countless hours in the armory at Rathgallion, trading blows with Gope and his bodyguards. The 30-pound slab of edged steel had felt right in my hand for about a minute before my muscles had rebelled. After 5 minutes, I'd been slumped against the wall, gasping for breath while Gope continued to practice. You laid on like no piper, good dragon. Yet have you much to learn in endurance, Gope had said, laughing as he and the others had hauled me to my room to sleep. The next morning, I was rolled out and back at it again. After 2 months of grueling practice, I felt ready for anything. Gope had warned me that owner Kohi was a big fellow, but that didn't concern me. The bigger they came, the bigger the target. A murmur swept through the hall, and the tall gilt doors opened. A giant of a man, easily 7 feet tall, strode in, his massive neck and granite-like features striking. His brilliant purple cloak flowed behind him as he took his ceremonial sword from a flunky, settling it between his feet. Who has a grievance? Kohi's voice reverberated like thunder. This was my cue. There he was, just waiting for it. All I had to do was speak up. Owner Kohi would oblige me, no matter how colossal he was. I cleared my throat with a thin squeak and edged forward. I have one little item. Nobody was listening. Up front, a large man in a black toga was pushing through the crowd, causing heads to turn. The crowd parted, and the man in black stepped into the clear, flinging back his garment and drawing a long, polished length of razor-edged iron. It seemed someone had beaten me to the punch. The newcomer stood before Kohi, the naked blade held menacingly. Kohi regarded him for a moment, then stood and gestured to a flunky. The flunky cleared his throat and announced in a shrill voice, "The place of Bar Ponderone has been claimed. Let the issue be joined." He darted out of the way as Kohi threw aside his purple cloak and cowl and stepped down. I pushed forward for a better view. The challenger in black discarded his loose garment, revealing a skin-tight jerkin and hose. His heavy moccasins were laced up the calf. Muscular as he was, Kohi towered over him like a giant. I wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or dismayed. If the man in black won, could I then step in and challenge him? Though smaller, there was always a chance. Kohi unsheathed his ornate sword and whirled it effortlessly. I felt sympathy for the smaller man, who stood there, watching. It seemed he had no chance. I had reached the front rank. The challenger turned, and I froze, the clanging of alarm bells in my head. The man in black was Foster. In a tense silence, Kohi and Foster faced off, touching their sword points to the floor in a form of salute. Kohi's blade shot up in a vicious cut. Foster leaned aside, just enough to avoid it, then countered with a flick that made Kohi jump back. I released a long breath and tried to swallow. Foster was a terrier against a bull, but it only unsettled me. I had traveled far to find him, only to see him potentially lose his head. Kohi's blade flashed, aimed at Foster's head. Foster barely moved, almost effortlessly blocking the strike with his heavy weapon. Clash, clang. Kohi hacked and chopped, and Foster danced around him. Then Foster's arm flashed out, and blood appeared on Kohi's wrist. The crowd gasped. Foster stepped forward, struck, but faltered. Instantly, Kohi was on him, and the two were locked chest to chest. For a moment, Foster held his ground, but Kohi's weight overwhelmed him. Foster stumbled, struggled to raise his sword, and Kohi lashed out again. Foster twisted, took the blow awkwardly just above the handguard, stumbled, and fell. Kohi leaped on him, raising his sword. I pulled mine halfway out of its sheath and advanced. "Let the man be put away from my sight," Kohi rumbled. He lowered his immense sword, turned, and pushed aside a flunky who had hurried up with a wad of bandages. As he left the room, bodyguards formed a barrier between the crowd and Foster. I saw him struggling to rise, then was shoved back, craning for a glimpse. Something was off. Foster had moved like a man suddenly paralyzed. Had Kohi doped him? The bodyguards stopped pushing and turned their backs to the crowd. I grabbed the arm of the man beside me. Did you see anything strange there? I asked. He pulled free. Strange? Yeah, the mercy of our Lord Kohi. Instead of meting out death on the spot, our owner was generous. I mean about the fight. I grabbed his arm again to keep him from leaving. That the impudent rascal would dare to claim the place of owner at Barponderone, there's wonder enough for any man, he snapped. Unhand me. I let him go and tried to collect my thoughts. What now? I tapped a bodyguard on the shoulder. He spun around, club in hand. What's to be the fate of the man? I asked. Like the boss said, they're gonna immure the bum for his pains. You mean wall him up? Yeah. Just a peephole to pass him chow every day, so he don't starve, see? The bodyguard chuckled. How long? He'll last, don't worry. After the change, owner Kohi's got a Newman. Shut up, another bruiser interrupted. The crowd was thinning. The bodyguards relaxed, chatting in pairs. Two servants moved over the combat area, making mystical motions in the air. I edged closer, watching. They seemed to be plucking invisible flowers. Strange. I moved nearer and saw a tiny glint. A servant hurried past, making gestures. I pushed him aside and groped around, my fingers finding delicate filament wires. I pulled them in, gathering more. The servants stopped and watched me, muttering. The entire combat area was covered with invisible wires, looping up in coils 2 feet high. No wonder Foster had stumbled and struggled to raise his sword. He had been ensnared in a net of incredibly fine, tough wire. In the dim light, even the crowd 20 feet away hadn't seen it. Kohi was skilled, but he didn't rely on his sword alone to keep his position. I put my hand on my sword hilt, chewing my lower lip. I had found Foster, but it wouldn't help much. He was headed for the dungeons, to be walled up until the next change. And it would be 3 months before I could legally try for Kohi's place again. After seeing him in action, I was relieved I hadn't tried today. He wouldn't have needed any net to handle me. I would need to spend the next 3 months improving my swordplay and hope Foster could endure. Maybe I could sneak him a message. A heavy blow to my back sent me spinning. 4 bodyguards closed in, clubs in hand. I spotted Torbu across the room, looking my way. I saw him, he started to pull that fancy sword, said one of the guards. He was asking me questions. Unbuckle it and drop it, another ordered. Don't try anything. What's this all about? I protested. I have a right to wear a ceremonial sword at an audience. Move in, boys. The guards advanced, clubs raised. I managed to deflect a blow with my left arm but took a blinding hit to the face, feeling myself go down under another blow, and another. Then I was aware of being dragged, voices barking sharp questions, and pain. After a long time, it was dark and silent, and I slept. I groaned, the sound muffled and distant. I touched stone on my right, and my left elbow brushed more stone. I tried to sit up but hit my head against more stone. My new room was confined. Gingerly, I felt my face and winced. The bridge of my nose felt different, lower than it used to be, despite the swelling. I lay back and traced the pain-smashed nose, secondary aches around my eyes. They would be beautiful shiners if I could see them. My left arm, curled close to my side, wasn't broken, but the shoulder was out of place, and there was a deep bruise above the elbow. My knees and shins, as far as I could reach, were caked with dried blood. That made sense, I remembered being dragged. I tried deep breathing, my chest seemed okay. My hands worked, and my teeth were in place. Maybe I wasn't as badly off as I felt. But where was I? The floor was hard and cold. I needed a big soft bed, a little soft nurse, a hot meal, and a cold drink. Foster. I hit my head again and flopped back, groaning more. The sound remained muffled and dead. I swallowed, licked my lips, and felt a split that ran deep into the bristles. I had attended the audience clean-shaven. Quite a few hours must have passed since then. They had taken Foster away to immure him, and then the guards had worked me over. Immured. I received another blow to the head. Suddenly, it was hard to breathe. I was walled up, sealed away from light, buried beneath the immense towers of Barponderone. I felt their crushing weight. I forced myself to relax and breathe deeply. Being immured wasn't quite the same as being buried alive, not exactly. The Valonians had devised a method to end a man's life effectively without killing him outright. They intended to keep me here, neatly packaged until the next change, hoping to replace me with a healthy Newman for the kitchen or the stables. They didn't realize the only change I'd be experiencing would be death. They had to feed me, which meant there was a hole. I ran my fingers along the rough stone, finding an 8-inch square opening on the left wall, just under the ceiling. I reached through it, feeling nothing but the solidity of its thick sides. How thick the wall was, I couldn't determine. I felt dizzy. I lay back and tried to think. I woke again to a sound. Something hit my chest. Groping around, I found it was a small loaf of hard bread. I heard another thump and felt a second object against me. "Hey!" I yelled. "Listen to me. I'll die in here. I'm not like the rest of you, I won't go through a change. I'll rot here till I die." Silence answered me. "Answer me!" I screamed. "You're making a mistake." I stopped when my throat went raw. The people who dropped bread through the little holes for prisoners had heard plenty of yelling. They didn't listen anymore. I felt for the other item pushed in with me. It was a water bottle made of tough plastic. I fumbled with the cap, took a swallow. It wasn't pleasant. The bread was tough and tasteless. I lay back, chewing, and wondered about toilet facilities, an interesting problem. I laughed weakly, a snort of despair. As a world saver, I was a failure. I hadn't even managed to help my friend Foster after Kogi had trapped him. I wondered where Foster was now, probably sealed in another cubbyhole. He hadn't answered my calls. Yeah, my grand idea had faltered. I had traveled far, only to die in this stinking hole. I envisioned steaks uneaten and life unlived. I would have been good for another few decades at least. Then I had another thought: if I never got them, was it because I hadn't tried? I resolved to stay calm and use my head. I wouldn't waste energy on screams and struggles. I'd figure out the angles and make the best attempt I could. First, to explore the tomb-like cell. It hurt to move, but that didn't matter. I felt over the walls, estimating the size. My chamber was 3 feet wide, 2 feet high, and 7 feet long. The walls were relatively smooth, except for a few mortar joints. The stones were large, 18 inches or so by a couple of feet. I scratched at the mortar, it was rock hard. I wondered how they had gotten me in. Some stones must be newly placed, or perhaps there was a door. I couldn't feel anything within reach. Maybe at the other end. I tried to twist around, but it was impossible. The builders of the cage had designed it perfectly to keep the occupant oriented as they wanted. I was supposed to lie quietly and wait for the bread and water to drop through the hole above my chest. That was reason enough to change positions. If they wanted me to stay put, I'd at least enjoy defying the rules. And there might be a reason they didn't want me moving around. I turned onto my side, pulled my legs up, hugged them to my chest, and worked my way down, and jammed. My skin, knees, and shins didn't help. I inched them higher, wincing at the pain, then braced my hands against the floor and roof, forcing my torso toward my feet. Still no go. The rough stone shredded my back. I moved my knees apart, easing the pressure slightly, and made another inch of progress. I rested, struggling to get air. My chest was crushed between my thighs and the stone wall at my back. I breathed shallowly, debating whether to retreat or push on. I tried to move my legs, they resisted. I might as well press on. Inactivity and lack of food would weaken me further. This was the time to act. I set myself and pushed again. I didn't move. I pushed harder, scraping my palms raw against the stone. I was stuck. I went limp suddenly. Then panic set in, the grip of claustrophobia taking over. I snarled, rammed my hands hard against the floor and wall, and heaved, feeling my lacerated back slide along the stone, lubricated by blood. I pushed again, my back arched and doubled, my knees were forced up beside my ears. I couldn't breathe, and my spine was bending. It didn't matter. I might as well break it, rip off all the skin, bleed to death, I had nothing to lose. I shoved again, feeling the back of my head grate, my neck bent and creaked, then I was through, flopping on my back, gasping, my head where my feet had been. Score 1 for our side. It took a long time to catch my breath and assess my various injuries. My back was the worst, followed by my legs and hands. There was a messy spot on the back of my head and sharp pains shooting down my spine. Breathing through my mouth instead of my smashed nose was getting old. Other than that, I'd never felt better. I had room to relax and could breathe. All I needed was to rest, and after a while, they'd drop more bread and water in for me. I shook myself awake. The absolute darkness and silence made my mind want to curl up and sleep, but there was no time for that. If there was a freshly set stone sealing the chamber, now was the time to find it before it hardened too much. I ran my hands over the wall, finding the joints. The mortar was dry and hard in some places, but in others, under my fingernail, soft mortar crumbled away. I traced the joint, which ran around a 12 by 18-inch stone. I raised myself on my elbows and settled down to scratch at it. Half an hour later, my fingertips were bloody, and I had a half-inch groove dug around the stone. It was slow work, and I couldn't progress much without a tool. I felt for the water bottle, tried to crush it, but it wouldn't budge. There was nothing else in the cell. Maybe the stone would move, mortar and all, if I shoved hard enough. I set my feet against the end wall, my hands against the block, and strained until blood roared in my ears. No use. It was planted as solid as a mother-in-law in the spare bedroom. As I lay there, contemplating, I became aware of something. It wasn't exactly a noise. It was more like a fourth-dimensional sound inside my brain, or the memory of one. Then I felt something real, 4 little feet walking gravely up my belly toward my chin. It was my cat, Itsenka. For a while, I toyed with the idea of chalking it up as a miracle. Then I decided it would be an interesting problem in probabilities. It had been 7 months since we had parted company on the pink terrace at Okehamiloth. Where would I have gone if I were a cat? And how could I have found my old pal from Earth? Itsenka exhaled a snuffle in my ear. Come to think of it, the stink is pretty strong, isn't it? I guess there's nobody on Valen with quite the same heady fragrance. And what with the close quarters here, the concentration of sweat, blood, and you name it must be pretty penetrating. Itsenka didn't seem to mind. She marched around my head and back again, occasionally laying a tentative paw on my nose or chin, her steady purr a comforting presence. The affection I felt for her at that moment was one of my life's grand passions. My hands roamed over her scrawny frame, fingering the coffite collar I had painstakingly crafted for her aboard the lifeboat. My head hit the stone wall with a crack I barely noticed. Within 10 seconds, I had released the collar clasp, pulled the collar from Itsenka's neck, and thumbed the stiff coffite into a blade about 10 inches long. Feverishly, I began scraping at the mortar beyond my head. They had fed me 3 times by the time the groove around the block was 9 inches deep, and the mortar had hardened. But I was nearly through. I took a brief rest, then tried again to loosen the block. I thrust the blade into the slot and levered gently. If the block was supported on only one edge now, it should be about ready to move. I couldn't be sure. I put down my scraper, got into position, and pushed. I wasn't as strong as I'd been, the push lacked force. After resting, I tried again. Maybe there was only a thin crust of mortar holding it, perhaps 1 more ounce of pressure would be enough. I took a deep breath, strained, and felt the block shift slightly. Now! I heaved again, gritting my teeth, drew back my feet, and thrust hard. The stone slid out with a grating sound, dropping half an inch. I paused to listen, all was quiet. I shoved again, and the stone fell with a heavy thud to the floor outside. Without wasting time, I pushed through behind it, felt a breath of cooler air, got my shoulders free, pulled my legs through, and stood for the first time in who knows how many days. I had already planned my next move. As soon as Itsenka had stepped out, I reached back in, groped for the water bottle, the dry crusts I had saved, and the wad of bread paste I'd made. I reached a second time for a handful of powdered mortar, then lifted the stone. I placed it back in position, using the hard bread as supports, packed the open joint with the gummy bread, and dusted it over with dry mortar. I swept up the debris as well as I could in the total darkness. The bread and water man would have a light and was due in about half an hour, as closely as I could estimate. I didn't want him to see anything out of the ordinary. I hoped to find Foster filed away somewhere in the stacks, and I needed time to try to release him. I moved along the corridor, counting my steps, one hand filled with breadcrumbs and stone dust, the other feeling the wall. There were narrow side branches every few feet, access ways to the feeding holes. 41 paces from my slot, I came to a wooden door. It wasn't locked, but I didn't open it. I wasn't ready to use it yet. I went back, past my hole, and continued 9 paces to a blank wall. Then I tried the side branches. They were all 7-foot stubs, dead ends, each with the 8-inch holes on either side. I called Foster's name softly at each hole, but there was no answer. No signs of life, no yells or heavy breathing. Was I the only one here? That wasn't what I had figured. Foster had to be in one of these delightful bedrooms. I had traveled across the universe to find him, and I wasn't leaving Bar Ponderone without him. It was time to prepare for the bread man. I had to choose between getting back into my hole and replacing the block or hiding in one of the side branches. I quickly decided against getting back into the tomb. If there were as many vacancies as I guessed, I'd be safe in any of the side passages but my own. I groped my way into a convenient hidey hole, Itsenka at my heels. With half a year's experience at dodging humans behind her, I trusted her not to reveal our location. I had just jettisoned my handful of trash in the backmost corner of the passage when there was a soft grating sound from the door. I flattened myself against the wall, waiting to see how observant the keeper was. A light splashed on the floor. It must have been dim but seemed like the blaze of noon to my eyes. Soft footsteps sounded. I held my breath. A man in bodyguard trappings, basket in hand, moved past the entry of the branch where I stood and continued on. I breathed again. Now all I had to do was keep an eye on the feeder and watch where he stopped. I stepped to the corridor, risked a glance, and saw him entering a branch far down the corridor. As he disappeared, I made it 3 branches farther along and ducked out of sight. I heard him coming back. I flattened myself. He went by me, opened the door. It closed behind him, and darkness and silence settled once more. I stood where I was, feeling like a guy who had just shown up for a party, on the wrong day. The bread man had stopped at one cell, only mine. Foster wasn't here. It was a long wait for the next feeding, but I made use of the time. First, I took a good nap. I hadn't been resting while scratching my way out of my cell. I woke feeling better and began thinking about my next move. The bodyguard bringing the food was the first item. I needed a set of clothes, and he'd be the easiest source to tap. If my mental clock was right, it was almost time. The door creaked, and I made a fast escape down a side branch. The guard shuffled into view. Now was the time. I moved out quietly, or so I thought, and he whirled, dropping the load and bottle, fumbling at his club. I didn't have a club to slow me down. I went at him, delivering a clean right hook square to the mouth. He went over backwards, and I landed on top. I heard his head hit with a sound like a rubber hose slapping a grapefruit. He didn't move. I stripped off his clothes, struggled into them. They didn't fit perfectly and probably smelled gamey to anyone who hadn't spent a week where I had, but details like those didn't matter now. I tore his sash into strips and tied him up. He wasn't dead, but I knew that any yelling he did would likely go unnoticed. I hoped he enjoyed the quiet rest until the next feeding time. By then, I expected to be long gone. I lifted the door open and stepped out into a dimly lit corridor. With Itsenka beside me, I moved along in absolute silence, past a side corridor, and came to a heavy door, locked. We retraced our steps, went down the side hall, and found a flight of worn steps. Following them up 2 flights, we emerged in a dark room. A line of light showed around a door. I went to it, peered through the crack. 2 men in stained kitchen slave tunics fussed over a boiling cauldron. I pushed through the door. The 2 looked up, startled. I rounded a cluttered table, grabbed a heavy soup ladle, and struck the nearest cook just as he opened his mouth to yell. The other one, a big fellow, reached for a cleaver. I tackled him in 2 jumps, laying him out cold beside his colleague. I found an apron, ripped it up, and tied and gagged the 2 slaves, then hauled them into a storeroom. I was stacking Volonians away like a squirrel storing nuts. I returned to the kitchen. It was silent now, reeking of sour soup. A stack of unpleasantly familiar loaves stood by the oven. I gave them a kick, collapsing the pile, and picked up a knife. I hacked tough slices from a cold haunch of Volonian mutton, threw one to Itsenka across the table, and sat down, gnawing the meat while I tried to think through my plans. Owner Kohi was a daunting figure, but he was the one with the answers. If I could reach his apartment and interrogate him without getting stopped, I might uncover where Foster was hidden. If I was lucky enough, I could tell Foster that I had the memory he needed, if it hadn't been stolen from the lifeboat. I had 4 ifs and a might, but it was a plan worth pursuing. My first task was to locate Koi's quarters within the palace and gain entry. My bodyguard disguise seemed like my best bet for the mission. I finished my meal, stood up, and realized I needed to clean up and shave. The rear door slammed open, and 2 bodyguards burst in, laughing and talking loudly. "Hey, cook! Set out meat for." The lead guard stopped abruptly, staring at me in shock. I stared back. It was Torbu. "Dragon! How did you?" He trailed off. The other bodyguard, sizing me up, said, "You're no brother of the guard." I reached for the cleaver the kitchen slave had left, pressing my back against a tall cupboard. The bodyguard unsheathed his club. "Hold it, Blonde," Torbu said, his gaze fixed on me. "Dragon's okay. I thought you were finished, Dragon. The boys gave you a rough time." "Yeah," I replied, "and thanks for the help in stopping it." "This is the miscreant we immured," Blonde exclaimed. "Take him." Torbu hesitated, looking uncomfortable. "Listen, you two. You believe in the system here. It's all about fair play and plenty of goodies for the winner. But what about what happened in the audience hall? You guys try to ignore that?" Blonde started to justify, "The noble owners got a right." "I didn't like what I saw with the wires either," Torbu said. "Most of the boys didn't. And I didn't get much of a show myself," I added. "I plan to track down a couple of your buddies when I have time." "I didn't lay a hand on you, Dragon," Torbu said. "I wanted no part of that." "It was the owner's orders," Blonde said. "What was I supposed to do? Tell him." "Never mind," I interrupted. "I'll handle it myself. I just need a brief chat with the owner without the wires." Torbu glanced at Blonde. "This guy's got a punch. He doesn't look great, but he could handle himself. If he's good with a blade." "Just lend me one," I said, "and show me the way to his apartment." Blonde shook his head. "The owner will cut this clown to ribbons in no time." "How do we explain it afterward?" Blonde said. "The owner won't appreciate finding guys he thought were immured in his bedchamber armed." Torbu shook his head. "We're brothers of the guard. Our code doesn't include wires. If we don't uphold our oath, we're no better than slaves." He turned to me. "Come on, Dragon. We'll get you to the guardroom to clean up and get a good blade. If you're going out, you want to do it right." Torbu watched as the guards outfitted me in a proper fighting uniform. His unease was clear, perhaps even a hint of doubt about his choices. If I could survive those 2 minutes flat before Koi killed me, he'd collect his bet, and I'd be out of his hair. If I won. Feeling better in the leather and steel of the guardsman's outfit, Torbu led the way with 15 bodyguards trailing behind like a herd. We crossed the empty audience hall, climbed a wide staircase, and walked through a lavish corridor with rich brocades and deep pile silk carpet. We arrived at a grand double door, where 2 guards in purple approached. Torbu briefed them. They hesitated but eventually opened the door. I pushed past Torbu into a room of opulent splendor. Scintillite streamed through tall windows, illuminating a wide bed with Kohei in it. I yanked the bedclothes off, revealing owner Kohei 7 feet of muscle. He sat up, staring at me and then at my escort. Before he could react, Kohei was out of bed and charging at me. I met him head-on, throwing a powerful right hook. It connected, but Kohei was still on his feet. I pressed the attack with a kidney punch, a jaw strike, and a series of gut blows. Suddenly, it felt as if a girder had fallen on me. Pain engulfed me, and I was floating in a roaring, dark sea. Then I was in hell, tormented by red-hot prods. Blinking my eyes open, I saw Kohei, still leaning against the foot of the bed, breathing heavily. I had to finish this. I managed to stand, despite the pain. My chest felt caved in, and my left arm seemed foreign. But I still had my right. I closed in on Kohei, positioning myself for a decisive blow. He was struggling to breathe, clearly affected by my earlier strikes. I threw a powerful punch behind his right ear. Kohei collapsed onto the floor. I collapsed onto the edge of the bed, trying to catch my breath and ignore the swirling lights threatening to overtake me. Eventually, I noticed Torbu standing before me, the cat under one arm, grinning. "Any orders, Owner Dragon?" I found my voice. "Wake him up and prop him in a chair. I want to talk to him." Kohi, clearly displeased with the situation, reluctantly agreed after Torbu and others explained things to him with gestures. Get off his head, Mol, Torbu instructed. And untie the rope, Blon. Owner Dragon wants him to be conversational. I was checking my ribs, assessing the damage. Kohi's punch had been like the kick of a giant beast. He was now looking at me, his eyes wild. Kohi, I need some answers. If I don't like them, I'll see if I can find a room for you in the basement annex. It's quiet there, though not very pleasant. Kohi grunted, struggling to speak around his broken jaw. The fellow in black, I said. The one who took your place. You netted him and had your guards haul him off. Where is he? Kohi grunted again. Hit him, Torbu, I said. It'll help him speak more clearly. Torbu kicked Kohi in the shin, making him jump and glare. Call off your dogs, Kohi muttered. You won't find the upstart you seek here. Why not? I sent him away. Where? To a place from which you and your turncoat crew will never retrieve him. Be more specific, I demanded. Kohi spat defiantly. Torbu didn't appreciate that crack about turncoats, I said, showing him the needle-pointed knife I carried. I pressed the point against Kohi's throat, letting a trickle of crimson run down his thick neck. Talk quickly, or I'll cut your throat myself. Kohi shrank back as far as he could in the heavy chair. Seek him then, assassin, he sneered. Seek him in the dungeons of the owner of owners. Keep talking, I pressed. The great owner commanded that the slave be brought to him, at the Palace of Sapphires by the Shallow Sea. Has this owner of owners got a name? How did he hear about him? Lord Vordak, Kohi rasped, his gaze darting to Torbu's foot. There was something about the stranger that led me to inform him. When did he leave? Yesterday. Do you know this Sapphire Palace, Torbu? Sure, Torbu replied. But it's taboo, it's crawling with dark elves and warlocks. There's a curse on the place. Then I'll go in alone, I said, putting away the knife. But first, I need to make a stop at the spaceport at OK Hamaloth. Sure, Owner Dragon. The port's easy to find. Some say it's haunted too, but that's just a story, the Greymen hang out there. We can handle the Greymen, I said. Get 50 of your best men together and line up some aircars. I want the outfit ready to move out in half an hour. What about this chiseler? Torbu asked, indicating Kohi. Seal him up until I return. If I don't make it, I'm sure he'll understand. The first light of dawn was breaking when my task force touched down on the smooth landing pad next to the lifeboat that had brought me to Valen. It looked exactly as I had left it 7 months ago, port open, access ladder extended, interior lights glowing. No ghosts aboard, but the aura of abandonment had kept visitors at bay. Even the Greymen kept their distance from ghost boats. Someone had done a thorough job of indoctrination on Valen. You're not really going inside that cursed vessel, are you, Owner Dragon? Torbu asked, making a protective gesture. It's manned by goblins. That's just propaganda. If my cat can go in, so can I. Look. Itsenka scampered up the ladder and disappeared inside by the time I started climbing. The guards below gawked as I stepped into the softly lit lounge. The black and gold cylinder that was Foster's memory lay where I had left it, alongside the plain one containing Emerald's memory. Somewhere in OK Hamaloth was the machine to give these memories meaning. Foster and I would find it. I picked up the .38 automatic, strapping it on. It was a bright idea to bring it along, given Valen's lack of personal armament. In a society of immortals, knives were deemed sufficient for ordinary purposes. Come on, cat, I said. Nothing more we need here. Back on the ramp, I gathered my platoon leaders. I'm heading to the Sapphire Palace, I said. Anyone who doesn't want to come can check out now. Pass the word. Torbu stood silently for a moment, staring ahead. I don't like it much, Owner, he said finally. But I'll go. And so will the rest of them. There'll be no backing out once we leave, I warned. And by the way. I chambered around in the pistol, raised it, and fired a shot into the air. The men flinched. If you hear that sound, come running. The men nodded and moved to their cars. I picked up the cat and joined Torbu in the lead vehicle. It's a half-hour run, he said. We might run into some Greyman trouble along the way. We can handle them. We took off, heading east, flying at low altitude. What do we do when we get there, boss? Torbu asked. We'll play it by ear, I said. Let's see how far we can get on sheer bravado before Vordak notices us. The sapphire palace loomed below us, its blue towers reaching for the twilit sky, like a royal residence from a fairy tale. Beyond it, the shallow sea mirrored the sunset colors. The timeless stones and tranquil waters looked as they had when Foster had sought to lose his identity on Earth 3,000 years ago. But to my men, the grandeur was lost. They lived their feudal lives in dismal contrast to the monuments around them. I turned to my motley crew. You boys say the dark elves and warlocks keep everyone away from this place. If that's true, there's no protocol for a new owner's reception at the Blue Palace. A guy with some luck and less memory could show up at the palace grounds out of politeness to the top dog. Anything wrong with that? What if they attack us before we can play it cool? One of the men asked. That's where luck comes in, I said. Anyone else? Torbo looked at his henchman. There were a few shrugs and grunts. He looked back at me. You handle the planning, owner. The boys will back your play. As we descended towards the wide lawns, no opposition appeared. The towering blue spires grew larger, and we saw men forming up behind the blue-stained steel gates of the great pavilion. A reception committee, I noted. Hold tight, fellas. Don't start anything. The further in we get peacefully, the less we'll have to do the hard way. The vehicles settled down, well formed. Torbu and I climbed out, and as the other vehicles disgorged their men, we moved towards the gates. Itsenka, as our mascot, brought up the rear. Still no excitement, no rush from the palace guards. Had centuries of calm made them complacent, or did Vordak use some unseen visitor repellent? We reached the gate, and it opened. In we go, I instructed, but be ready. Inside the compound, uniformed men, clearly chosen for their size, kept their distance and watched us with curiosity. We pulled up on a broad blue paved drive and waited. Someone should have come to greet us, but it was understandably no visitors had called here for about 2,900 years. After a long 5 minutes, a pompous figure in beetle-backed armor and a puffy pink cape hustled down the palace steps and approached us. Who comes in force to the Sapphire Palace? He demanded, eyeing my team. I'm Honor Dragon, I barked. These are my honor guard. What kind of provincial welcome is this from the great owner to a loyal liegeman? His arrogance deflated a bit. He half-heartedly apologized and mumbled something about arrangements, then signaled to a couple of aides. One of them approached Torbu, who looked my way, hand on his dagger. What's this? I said. My men come with me. There's the matter of caste, the pink-caped official explained. Retainers are not ushered en masse into the presence of Lord Vordak, owner of owners. I considered this and couldn't find a plausible loophole. Okay, Torbu, I said. Keep the boys together and behave yourselves. I'll see you in an hour. Oh, and make sure Itsenka is comfortable. The beetleman snapped out a few orders, then gave me the slightest of bows, barely perceptible. A 6-man guard escorted me up the steps and into the great pavilion. I had expected the usual opulent audience chamber, a velvet-draped hall full of ceremonial guards and extravagant displays. Instead, I was led into a plain office, about 16 by 18 feet, with blue carpeting and minimal decor. In front of me was a block of blue-veined gray marble with a pair of quill pens and a crystal holder, and behind it sat the great owner. He rose with the ponderous mass of Nero Wolf but with far more agility and grace. You wish? He rumbled. I'm Owner Dragon, ah. Great owner, I said, sticking to my plan of playing the friendly but dumb routine. But there was something about Vordak that made me feel like a mouse reconsidering a cheese trap. Kohi had been imposing, but Vordak could crush skulls as easily as pinching peanut hulls. His eyes held a remote, almost godlike detachment, the result of millennia of unchallenged power. You ignore superstition, Vordak observed, his words minimal. Gope had said he was the silent type, and it seemed to be true. I decided to follow his lead. Don't believe in it, I said. To your business then, Vordak continued. Why? Just been chosen owner at Bar Ponderone, I said. Thought it fitting to come and pay my respects to your grace. That expression is not used. Oh, I said, feeling disoriented by his non-reactive demeanor. Lord Vordak? He nodded imperceptibly, then turned to the guard who had brought me in. Quarters for the guest and his retinue. His eyes, once again, withdrew like a turtle's into its shell, lost in contemplation. I cleared my throat. Ah, pardon me. Vordak's piercing gaze returned to me. There was a friend of mine, I gulped, a great guy but impulsive. It seems he challenged the former owner of Bar Ponderone. Vordak's only reaction was a slight twitch of his eyebrow. Suddenly, the atmosphere crackled with tension. His unblinking stare remained fixed on me, but the guard's lazy postures snapped into rigid alertness. I felt a sinking feeling I might have overstepped. So I thought maybe I'd request Your Excellency's assistance in locating my friend, I finished weakly. For an interminable moment, Vordak bored into me with his eyes. Then, he raised a finger slightly. The guards relaxed, but Vordak had dismissed me. I left quietly, accompanied by my hulking escort. I struggled to keep my excitement in check. Vordak's silent demeanor suggested he might have more to his memories than he let on. Instead of the debased modern dialect I had heard everywhere on Valen, Vordak spoke flawless Old Valonian. At 27 o'clock, the Palace of Sapphires was silent. I was alone in the ornate bedchamber Vordak had assigned me. It was a fine room, but staying put wouldn't yield any useful information. I wasn't confined to quarters, so I decided to do some scouting. Slipping on my holster in .38, I slipped out of the darkened chamber into the corridor. The corridors were scarcely lit, but I noticed that none of the rooms were locked. There was no visible arsenal or archives available to anyone but the great owner. The palace's open access seemed to rely on the indifference of its occupants to deter snoopers. Here and there, guards eyed me but remained silent. Passing by Vordak's office again, I saw an ostentatious hall with black onyx floors and ceiling, gold hangings, and a ceremonial ringboard. The wall behind the throne featured concentric circles of beaten gold, with sunburst lines radiating outward. At the center was a black and gold boss, reminiscent of a sword hilt. It was the same symbol I had seen before on Valen, and I found it oddly thrilling, like finding a footprint in the sand. I continued my tour, inspecting laundry rooms and pantries, catching a whiff of stables. The palace was asleep, and few of its inhabitants noticed me. Those who did kept their distance. It seemed Vordak had given orders for me to roam freely, which was more unsettling than reassuring. In a purple vaulted hall, I encountered a squad of guards, the same 6 who had escorted me earlier. They were stationed in front of a massive ivory door, guarding something or someone in safety and splendor. 6 sets of hard eyes turned toward me. It was too late to retreat. I approached one of the guards. "Say, fella," I stage whispered, "where's the you know?" "Every bedchamber is equipped," he replied gruffly, raising his sword and fondling its tip. "Yeah? I never noticed." I turned away, pretending to be chastened. I was a mouse in cat country and wasn't ready to fake a meow yet. Back on the ground floor, I found Torbu and his men quartered in a barack room off the main entry hall. "We're still in enemy territory," I reminded Torbu. "I want every man ready." "No fear, boss," Torbu assured me. "All my bullies have an eye on the door and a hand on a knife hilt." "Have you seen or heard anything useful?" "Nah. These local dullards fall dumb at the first query. Keep your ears open. I want at least 2 men awake and on alert all night." "You bet, noble dragon." I carefully judged the distances as I returned to my room. Inside, I dropped into a brocaded easy chair and reviewed what I had seen. First, Vordak's apartment was directly above mine, 2 floors up. That could be a break or a setup for easier surveillance. I chose to ignore the latter. I needed to stay optimistic. Second, wandering corridors wasn't going to yield anything useful. Vordak was too astute to leave traces of skullduggery accessible to guests. Third, I should have known better than to tackle this fortress with only 2 squads and a .38. Foster was here. Kohi had confirmed it, and Vordak's reaction supported it. What was it about Foster that made him so interesting to these top people? I'd have to ask him when I found him. But to do that, I needed to stray from the beaten path. I approached the wide double window and looked up. A cloud had swept across the face of Sint, partially obscuring the light. I saw an intricately carved facade extending past a row of windows above mine to a railed balcony bathed in a pale light. If my calculations were correct, that was Vordak's quarters. The front door was heavily guarded, but the back way seemed promising. It was risky, but the element of surprise might work in my favor. Tomorrow, Vordak might have reconsidered and moved me to another room or even to a cell. Valonians weren't quick to think of scaling walls, considering their risk-averse nature. Overthinking wasn't helpful when your pulse was telling you it was time for action. I quietly rolled a heavy armoire across the carpet and wedged it against the door to slow down any casual visitors. I fitted 9 cartridges into the magazine of my .38, chambered around, and slipped the pistol back into its holster. The weight of the weapon was reassuring. I buttoned the strap over it and returned to the window. The clouds were back, covering Sin's light. I stepped out onto the ledge. The intricate carvings provided easy handholds, and I reached the next windowsill without much effort. Compared to my last climb in Lima, this was a breeze. I rested a moment, then clambered around the dark window, just in case there was an insomniac on the other side of the glass. I went on up. Reaching the balcony, I had a hairy moment as I groped outward for a hold on the smooth floor tiling above. Then I was pulling up and over the ornamental ironwork. The balcony was narrow, about 20 feet long, lined with half a dozen tall glass doors. 3 showed light behind heavy draperies, the other 3 were dark. I moved close, trying to see something past the edge of the draperies. No luck. I put an ear to the glass, thought I heard a sound, a distant volcano, perhaps. Vordak was in his cave. I went along to the dark doors and, on impulse, tried a handle. It turned and the door swung open soundlessly. My pulse quickened. I stood peering past the edge of the door into the ink-black interior. It didn't look inviting. In fact, it looked repellent. Even a country boy like me could see that stepping into the dragon's den without even a Zippo to light my way would be the act of a fool. Swallowing hard, I got a firm grip on my pistol and stepped inside. A soft fold of drapery brushed my face. I had the pistol out and my back to the wall with a speed that would have made her faint with envy. My adrenals gave a couple of wild jumps and my nervous system followed with a variety of unpleasant sensations. I took a moment to steady myself, reminding myself that I was a rough, tough son of a gun from Earth, who had parlayed one short life into more trouble than most Valonians managed in half of eternity. I was on my way to get my pal Foster out of a tight spot, hand him back his memory, and set the 2 worlds back on the rails they had fallen off of about 600 years before Alexander started looking around for his first rumble. I stopped short of charging into the next room and challenging Vordak to a wrestling match. I could hear his voice better now, muttering beyond the partition. If I could make out what he was saying. I edged along the wall, found a heavy door, closed and locked. No help there. I felt my way further and found another door. Delicately, I tried the handle and eased it open a crack. It was a closet, half filled with racked garments. But I could hear more clearly now. Maybe it was a double closet with communicating doors to the room I was in and the next one where the great owner was still rambling on. Apparently, something had overcome his aversion to talking. There were pauses, filled in by the replies of somebody else who didn't have Vordak's timbre. I felt around in the dark, encountered a low shelf covered with shoes. It was movable. I eased it aside, stepped up, and found a ridge like the trim around an access panel to a crawl space. I crossed my fingers, stood on tiptoe to push at the panel. Nothing moved. I felt around, encountered a low shelf covered with shoes. I investigated, it was movable. I eased it aside a foot or two, piled the shoes on the floor, and stepped up. The panel was 2 feet long on a side, with no discernible hinges or catch. I pushed some more, then gritted my teeth and heaved. There was a startlingly loud crack and the panel lifted. I blinked away the dust and reached to feel around within the opening. I touched nothing but rough floorboards. This would be an excellent time to back out of here, get a few hours sleep, and tomorrow bid Vordak a hearty farewell. Then, in a few months, after I had had time to organize my new estate and align a few supporting owners, I could come back in force. I cocked my head, listening. Vordak had stopped talking, and another voice said something. There was a heavy thump, the clump of feet, and a metallic sound. After a moment, Vordak's voice came again, and the other voice answered. I stretched, grabbed the edge of the opening, and pulled myself up. I leaned forward, got a leg up, and rolled silently onto the rough floor. Feeling my way, I crawled, felt a wall rising, followed it, and turned a corner. The voices were louder. I saw why. There was a ventilating register ahead, grid light gleaming through it. I crept along to the opening, lay flat, and peered through it. I saw 3 men. Vordak was standing with his back to me, a giant figure swathed to the eyes in purple robes. Beside him, a lean redhead with a leg that had been broken and badly set stood round-shouldered, teeth bared in an eager grin, clutching a rod of office. The third man was Foster. Foster stood, legs braced apart as though to withstand an earthquake, hands manacled before him. He looked steadily at the redhead, like a man marking a tree for cutting. "I know nothing of these crimes," he said. Vordak turned, swept out of sight. The redhead motioned. Foster turned away, moving stiffly, passed from my view. I heard a door open and close. I lay where I was and tried to sort out half a dozen conflicting impulses that clamored for attention. A few were easy: yelling "Stop, thief," or falling through the register to chase after Foster with loud cries of joy wouldn't help. It wouldn't be much better to scramble out, dash downstairs, and turn out my bodyguards to raid Vordak's apartment. What might help was gathering more information. It had been bad luck that I had arrived at my peephole a few minutes too late to hear what the interview had been about. But I might still make use of my advantage. I felt over the register, found fasteners at the corners. They lifted easily, and the metal grating tilted back into my hands. I laid it aside, poked my head out. The room was empty, as far as I could see. Time to take a few chances. I reversed my position, let my legs through the opening, and dropped softly to the floor. I reached back up and managed to prop the grating in place just in case. It was a fancy chamber, hung in purple and furnished for a king. I poked through the pigeonholes of a secretary, opened a few cupboards, and peered under the bed. It looked like I wasn't going to find any useful clues lying around loose. I went to the glass doors to the balcony, unlocked one, and left it ajar in case I needed a quick escape. There was another door across the room. I tried it, locked. That gave me something definite to look for: a key. I rummaged some more in the secretary, then tried the drawer in a small table beside a broad couch and came up with a nice little steel key that looked promising. I tried it. It worked. Luck was still coming my way. I pushed open the door, saw a dark room beyond. I felt for a light switch, flicked it on, and pushed the door shut behind me. The room looked like the popular idea of a necromancer's study. The windowless walls were lined with shelves packed closely with books. The high black-draped ceiling hung like a hovering bat above the rampart floor of bare, dark-polished wood. Narrow tables choked with books and instruments stood along one side of the chamber, and at the far end, I saw a deep cushion couch with a heavy dome-shaped apparatus like a beauty shop hairdryer mounted at one end. I recognized it. It was a memory-reinforcing machine, the first I had seen on Valen. I crossed the room and examined it. The last one I had seen on the Far Voyager was a stark utility model. This was a deluxe job, with soft upholstery, bright metal fittings, and more dials and idiot lights than a late-model Detroit status symbol. This solved one of the problems that had been hovering around the edge of my mind. I had fetched Foster's memory back to him, but without a machine to use it in, it was just a tantalizing souvenir. Now, all I had to do was sneak him away from Vordak, make it back here. All of a sudden, I felt a wave of fatigue, vulnerability, and loneliness. I had been taking wild chances, putting myself increasingly into the sort of trouble Vordak would relish for his enemies, all without a coherent plan or any clear idea of what was going on. What was Vordak's interest in Foster? Why was he hiding away, keeping the rest of Valen at bay with rumors of magic and spells? What connection did he have with the disaster that had befallen the two worlds, now reduced to one, and a poor one at that? And why was I, a plain Joe named Legion, entangled in all of this when I could be sitting safely in a clean federal pen? The answer to that last question was straightforward. I had a pal once, a smooth character named Foster, who had pulled me back from the brink of disaster when I was about to make a monumental mistake. He had been a gentleman in the truest sense, treating me with respect and camaraderie. Together, we had shared a strange adventure that made me rich and showed me that it was never too late to straighten my back and face whatever the fates threw my way. I had come running his way when trouble thickened back home, only to find him in a worse spot than I was. He had returned after a grueling exile to find his world fallen into savagery and his memories still eluding him. Now he was in chains, friendless, and hopeless but still unbroken, standing tall. But he was wrong on one point: he had one small hope. Not much a hard-luck guy with a penchant for bad decisions, but I was here, free, with a pistol on my hip and a neat back way into the owner's bedroom. If I played it right, watched my timing, and had a bit of luck, I might still pull this off. Right now, it was time to return to my crawl space. Vordak might come back, talk some more, and tip me off to a vulnerable spot in his fortress. I went to the door, flicked off the light, turned the handle, and froze. Vordak was back. He tossed aside his purple cloak and strode to a wall bar. I clung to the crack of the door, not daring to move even to close it. But my lord, the redhead's voice said, I know he remembers. Not so, Vordak's voice rumbled. On the morrow, I strip his mind to the bare clean jelly. Let me, dread lord. With my steel, I'll have the truth from him. Such a one as he, your steel has never known, the bass voice snarled. Great owner, I crave but 1 hour, tomorrow, in the ceremonial chamber. I shall environ him with the emblems of the past. Enough! Vordak's fist slammed against the bar, making glasses jump. On such starveling lackwits as you a mighty empire hangs. It is a crime before the monarchs, and on his head, I lay it. The owner tossed off a glass, jerked his head at the cowering man. Still, I grant thy boon. Now begone, babbler of folly. The redhead ducked, grinning, and disappeared. Vordak muttered to himself, strode up and down the room, then stood staring out into the night. He noticed the open balcony door and pulled it shut with a curse. I held my breath, but no general check of doors followed. The big man threw off his clothes, climbed onto the wide couch, touched a switch somewhere, and the room went dark. Within 5 minutes, I heard the heavy breathing of deep sleep. I had learned one thing: tomorrow was Foster's last day. Vordak and the redhead would destroy him, one way or another. That didn't leave much time. But since the project was already hopeless, it didn't make much difference. I had a choice of moves now: tiptoe across to the register and try to wiggle through without waking the brontosaurus on the bed, or try for the balcony door a foot from where he slept, or stay put and wait him out. The last idea had the virtue of requiring no immediate daring adventures. I could curl up on the floor, or better still, on the padded couch. A weird idea began taking shape in my mind like a genie rising from a bottle. I felt in my pocket, pulled out the 2 small cylinders that represented 2 men's memories of hundreds of years of living. One belonged to Foster, marked with black and golden bands, the other was the property of a stranger who had died 3,000 years ago, out in space. This cylinder, barely 3 inches long, held all the memories of a man who had been Foster's confidant when he was Kulklin. He had known what happened aboard the ship, the purpose of the expedition, and the conditions they had left behind on Valen. I needed that knowledge. Any knowledge could add weight to my side of the balance when the showdown came. The cylinder would tell me plenty, possibly even the reason for Vordak's interest in Foster. It was simple to use. I merely had to place the cylinder in the receptacle on the side of the machine, take my place, lower the helmet into position, and in an hour or so, I would awaken with another man's memories stored in my brain, to use as I saw fit. It would be a crime to waste the opportunity. The machine I had found here was probably the only one still in existence on Valen. I had blundered my way into the one room in the palace that could help me with what I had to do. I had been lucky, I couldn't waste that luck. I went across to the soft cushioned chair, spotted the recess in its side, and thrust the plain cylinder into it. It seated with a click. I sat on the couch, lay back, reached up to pull the headpiece down into position against my skull. There was an instant of pain, like a prefrontal lobotomy performed without anesthetic. Then blackness. I stood beside the royal couch where Kulklin the RTHR lay, and I saw that this was the hour for which I had waited long. The change was upon him. The timescale stood at the 3rd hour of the death watch. All aboard slept save for myself alone. I must move swiftly and, at the dawn watch, show them the deed well done. I shook the sleeping man, him who had once been the RTHR king no more, by the law of the change. He woke slowly, looked about him with the clear eyes of the newborn. Rise, I commanded. And the king obeyed. Follow me, I said. He made to question me, after the manner of those newly awakened from their change. I bade him be silent. Like a lamb, he came, and I led him through shadowed ways to the cage of the hunters. They rose, keen in their hunger, at my coming, as I had trained them. I took Kulklin's arm and thrust it into the cage. The hunters clustered, taking the mark of their prey. He watched, innocent eyes wide. That which you feel is pain, mindless one, I spoke. It is a thing of which you will learn much in the time before you. Then they had done, and I set the time catch. In my chambers, I cloaked the innocent in a plain purple robe and afterward led him to the cradle where the lifeboat lay. And by the curse of the monarchs upon me, someone had been there before me. I didn't waste time, I struck swiftly, my dagger finding its mark in the back of the unsuspecting foe. I dragged the body into hiding behind the flared foot of a column. No sooner had I concealed it than others emerged from the shadows, summoned by some unknown device. they inquired of the RTHR's nocturnal stroll, clad in the colors of Emerald of Brothers Iliand. Black despair settled over me as my grand design faltered in their zeal. With a show of great anger, I declared that I, Ameron, the Zir and confidant of the RTHR, had only been speaking in confidence with my lord. Yet they persisted, with Galad at their forefront. One of them discovered the hidden corpse, and in an instant, they encircled me. I drew my long blade and held it at Kulklan's throat. "Press me not, or your king will surely die," I warned. They shrank back, fearing the threat. "Do you think that I, Ameron, wisest of the wise, have come here for the love of far voyaging?" I raged. "I have long plotted this moment, luring the king away in his princely yacht with his faithful vizier at his side, to ensure that the change would come far from his court. Thus would the ancient wrong be redressed. There are men born to rule, as the dream tree seeks the sun, and I am one such man. This mindless one has long denied me my destiny. But behold, with one stroke, I shall set things right. Below us lies a green world, inhabited by savages. I am not here to exact blood vengeance on a man newly emerged from the change. Instead, I shall set him free to take up his life below. May the fates guide him back to his royal state if that be their will." But they were fools and drew their steel. I cried out that all should share in this fate. Yet they ignored me and rushed forward. I turned to Kulklan and thrust the blade at his throat, but Galad threw himself in the way and fell. They pressed me, and I fought back against the three who surrounded me. Though they bore many wounds, they persisted, leaping in to strike and attacking from behind, forcing me to whirl and slash at shadows that danced away. In the end, I hunted them down in their corners and put each to the sword. Turning, I found the RTHR gone and some few of them still present. Madness overtook me, realizing I had been deceived by mere common men. I sought them in the memory chamber, where they intended to restore the mindless one's memory of past glorious scheme I had labored so long to thwart. Almost, I wept at the waste of such cunning. Filled with wrath, I struck down the two defenders in the chamber, their puny dirks no match for my blade. I reached for the cylinder marked with the vile gold and black of Kulklan, intending to destroy it and with it the RTHR, forever. Then I heard a sound and turned. A hideous figure staggered from the gloom, the cursed Galad, whom I had left for dead. I saw the flash of steel in his bloodied hand and felt a cold agony between my ribs. Galad lay slumped against the wall, his face pallid above the blood-soaked tunic. His words came through a slashed throat, whistling with each breath. "Have done, traitor who was once honored by the king," he whispered. "Have you no pity for him who ruled justly and splendidly at High Oke Hamaloth? Had you not robbed me of my destiny, murderous dog," I croaked, "that splendor would have been mine." "You came upon him helpless," Galad gasped. "Make amends now for your shame. Let the RTHR have his mind, which is more precious than his life." "I rest to gather strength," I replied. "Soon, I will rise and turn him from the couch. Then, I will die content." "Once you were his friend," Galad whispered. "You fought by his side when you were both young. Remember that, and have pity. To leave him here, mindless and alone, in this ship of death. I have loosed the hunters." I shrieked in triumph. "With them, the RTHR will share this tomb until the end of time." I searched within for a final, terrible strength. As my hand reached out to pluck away the mind trace of the king, I felt Galad's bloody fingers on my ankle, and my strength was gone. I fell headlong into the dark well of death from which there was no return. I woke, lying in the dark without moving, trying to recall the fragments of a strange dream of violence and death. The lingering bitterness of the dream was still present. I had more pressing matters to attend to. For a moment, I couldn't remember what I needed to do, then it struck me I had been lying on the couch with the headpiece in place. It hadn't worked. I thought hard, trying to tap into a new reservoir of memories, but drew a blank. Perhaps my earthly mind was too alien for the Valonian memory trace to affect. Another good idea gone awry. At least I had rested well. It was time to see if Vordak was still asleep. I tried to sit up. Nothing happened. A moment of vertigo struck as my inner ear adjusted to the fact that I hadn't moved. I lay still, trying to figure it out. I had tried to move and hadn't so much as twitched a muscle. I was paralyzed, or tied up, or maybe, if I was lucky, just imagining things. Maybe I should go back to sleep and try again later. This was ridiculous. All I had to do was sit up. Nothing. I lay in the dark, willing an arm to move, my head to turn. It was as though I had no body, just a mind alone in the dark. I strained to sense any ropes or restraints, nothing. No pressure, no physical sensation. I was a disembodied brain, nestled in a great bed of pitch-black cotton wool. Then, abruptly, I was aware of myself, not the gross mechanism of bone and muscle, but the neuroelectric field generated within a brain alive with flashing currents and a lightning interplay of molecular forces. A sense of orientation grew. I occupied a block of cells in the left hemisphere. The mass of neural tissue loomed over me, gigantic. And I was reduced to the elemental ego, possessing as material appurtenances my arms and legs, my body, my brain. Relieved of outside stimuli, I was able to conceptualize myself as I actually was, an insubstantial state existing in an immaterial continuum, created by the action of neural currents within the cerebrum, as a magnetic field is created in space by the flow of electricity. And I knew what had happened. I had opened my mind to an invasion by alien memories. The other mind had seized upon the sensory centers and driven me into this dark corner. I was a fugitive within my own skull. For what felt like an eternity, I lay stunned, immured as never before. My basic self-awareness survived but was shunted aside, cut off from any contact with my body. With shadowy fingers of imagination, I clawed at the walls surrounding me, fighting for a glimpse of light, for a way out. And found none. Then, at last, I began to think again. I focused on analyzing my awareness of my surroundings, trying to trace the channels through which sensory impulses flowed. I ventured cautiously, extending my self-concept with utmost delicacy. There were the cells, the torrents of fluid, the taut cables of the neural web, and there. A barrier. Blank and impregnable, it loomed like a wall. My probing tendril brushed against it, moving like an ant across a melon, finding no fissure. The barrier was alien and inscrutable, the invader who had seized my brain. I withdrew. It was pointless to dissipate my force. I had to select a point of attack and focus all my remaining power before my identity dwindled away completely, becoming merely an abstraction. The last of the phantom emotions, remnants of the incorporeal mind field, had faded, leaving me with only an intellectual resolve. I recognized this waning sense of identity but felt no instinctive fear. Instead, I assessed my resources and soon stumbled upon an unused channel within my own self-field. For a moment, I hesitated, recoiling from the strange configuration of stored patterns. Then I remembered. I had been in the water, struggling, while the Red Soldier aimed his rifle. And then came a flood of data, flowing with cold, impersonal precision. I had marshaled my body's forces to survive. And again, as I hung by numbed fingers under the cornice of the Giordano building, the cold voice had spoken. I had forgotten. The miracle had been pushed aside, rejected by my conscious mind. But now I knew, this was the knowledge I had received from the background briefing device used in my island strongroom before I fled. It was the survival data known to all old Valonians from the days of the two worlds. It lay here, buried by my aversion to the alien. But now, freed from neurosis and subconscious pressures, my ego alone remained. I saw the levels of the mind laid bare, the regions where dreams were born, the sources of instinctive fears, the linkages to blinding emotions. All were now under my control. Without hesitation, I tapped into the stored Valonian knowledge, made it mine. I approached the barrier again, spreading out and probing. Vile primitive. The thought thundered with crushing force. I recoiled but renewed my attack, now alert. I found a line of synaptic weakness and burrowed into it. Intolerable, vestigial, erasure. I struck swiftly, slipping past the shield, grasping an optic receptor bank. The alien mind resisted, but it was too late. I held firm as the assault faded. I extended my interpretive receptivity, detecting a pattern of pulses and oscillations in the lambda/mu range. I tuned and focused. Abruptly, I was seeing. My equilibrium wavered as I integrated the flow of external stimuli into my bodiless self-concept. I steadied myself and stared through the one eye I had reclaimed from the usurper. And I reeled. Bright daylight blazed in the chamber of Vordak. The body moved about, crossing the room, turning. I had assumed the body was still in the dark, but instead, it walked, propelled by a stranger. The field of vision flashed across the couch. Vordak was gone. Sensing that the entire left lobe, disoriented by the loss of the eye, had slipped to secondary awareness, I retreated momentarily, laying a temporary traumatic block across the axis nerves to prevent the intruder from reasserting control. I concentrated my force on an attack on the auricular channels. It was an easy victory. Instantly, my eye coordinated with the oral impressions, and I heard my voice curse. The body stood beside a bare wall, hand resting on it. A recess in the wall, partly obscured by a sliding panel, was empty. The body turned and strode to a doorway, emerging into a gloomy, violet-shadowed corridor. I glanced from one guard to another. They stared in surprise, raising their weapons. "You dare to bar the path to the Lord Amiraln?" My voice sliced through the air. "Stand aside, if you value your lives." The body pushed past them, continuing down the corridor. It passed through a grand archway, descended a flight of marble stairs, and entered the onyx chamber with the great golden sunburst on the high black wall. In the great owner's chair at the ringboard, Vordak sat, scowling at the red-haired courtier now hidden under a black cowl. Foster stood between them, heavy manacles dragging at his wrists. Vordak turned, his face paling, then flushing darkly. He rose, baring his teeth. My eye fixed on Foster. Foster stared back, incredulous. "My lord RTHR," my voice said, dripping with mockery. The eye focused on the manacles. The body drew back as if horrified. "You overreach yourself, Vordak!" My voice cried harshly. Vordak stepped toward me, his immense arm raised. "Lay not a hand on me, dog of a usurper!" My voice roared. "By the monarchs, would you take me for common play?" Unbelievably, Vordak paused, staring at me. "I know you as the upstart Dragon, petty owner," he rumbled. "But I see another there behind your pale eyes." "Foul was the crime that brought me to this pass," my voice said. "But know that your master, Amiraln, stands before you, in the body of a primitive." "Amiraln!" Vordak jerked as though struck. My body turned, dismissing him, and fixed on Foster. "My liege," my voice said smoothly. "I swear the dog dies for this treason." "It is a mindless one, intruder," Vordak interrupted. "Seek no favor with the RTHR, he that was RTHR is no more. You deal with me now." My body whirled on Vordak. "Give thought to your tone, lest your ambitions prove your death." Vordak put a hand to his dagger. "A Merliv brother Zilliand you may be, or a changeling from dark regions unknown to me. But know that this day I hold all power in Valen." "And what of this one who was once Kulklin? What consort do you hold with him you say is mindless?" I saw my hand make a contemptuous gesture toward Foster. "An end to patience." The great owner roared. "Shall I stand in my inner citadel and account for myself to a madman?" He moved toward my body. "Does the fool, Vordak, forget the power of the great Amiraln?" My voice said softly. The towering figure hesitated, searching my face. "The RTHR's hour is past, and yours, bungler and fool," my voice continued. "Your months, or is it years, of self-delusion are ended." My voice rose in a bellow. "Know that I, Amiraln, the Great, have returned to rule at High Okhamaloth." "Months?" Vordak rumbled. "Indeed, I believe the tales of the Greymen. An evil spirit haunts me." "You speak of months?" He threw back his head, laughing a throaty laugh that was half sob. "No, elf, or madman, or ancient prince of evil, for 30 centuries have I brooded alone, sealed from an empire by a single key." I felt the shock ripple through the invader mind. This was the opportunity one had hoped for. Quick as thought, I moved, slashing at the wavering shield, and was past it. I grappled with the foul mind matrix, scanning its symbolist twisted concepts like great webs, bristling nodes like crouching spiders, and a torrent of deformed thought shapes. In my eagerness, I was careless. The invader mind, recovering, struck back. I felt it slip into my awareness, flick over the stored information. I leaped to protect one fact, and lost my gains. With only a single tenuous line of rapport with the alien mind still open, I clung, shaken but holding precious patterns of stolen data. My raid had been more of an irritation to the other mind, but I had seized a mass of information. I interpreted and integrated it, matching it to known patterns. A complex structure of relationships emerged, growing into a new awareness. Upon Foster's face was now superimposed another, Kulklin, RTHR of all Valen, ruler of the two worlds. And other pictures, snatched from the intruder mind, were present now in the earth consciousness of me, Legion. The vaults, deep in the rock under the fabled city of Okhamaloth, where the mind trace of every citizen was stored, sealed by the RTHR and keyed to his mind alone. Amaryln, urging the king to embark on a far voyage, stressing the burden of government, tempting him to bring with him the royal mind trace, Culklin's acquiescence and Amaryln's secret joy at the advancement of his scheme, the coming of the change for the RTHR, aboard ship, far out in space and the vizier's bold stroke, and then the fools who found him at the lifeboat, and the loss of all. There my own memories took up the tale, the awakening of Foster, unsuspecting, and his recording of the mind of the dying Amaryln, the flight from the hunters, the memory trace of the king that lay for 3 millennia among Neolithic bones until I, a primitive, plucked it from its place, and the pocket of a coarse fiber garment where the cylinder lay now on the hip of the body I inhabited but as inaccessible to me as if it had been a million miles away. But there was a second memory trace Amaryln's. I had crossed a galaxy to come to Foster, and with me, locked in an unmarked pewter cylinder, I had brought Foster's ancient nemesis. I had given it life and a body. Foster, once RTHR, had survived against all logic and had come back from the dead, the last hope of a golden age, to meet his fate at my hands. 3,000 years, I heard my voice saying. 3,000 years have the men of Valen lived mindless, with the glory that was Valen locked away in a vault without a key. I, alone, said Vordak, have borne the curse of knowledge. Long ago, in the days of the RTHR, I took my mind trace from the vaults in anticipation of the day of days when he should fall. Little joy has it brought me. And now, my voice said, you think to force this mind that is no mind to unseal the vault? I know it for a hopeless task, Vordak said. At first I thought since he speaks the tongue of old Valen that he dissembled. But he knows nothing. This is but the dry husk of the RTHR, and I sicken of the sight. I would fain kill him now and let the long farce end. Not so. My voice cut in. Once I decreed exile to the mindless one. So be it. The face of Vordak twisted in its rage. Your witless chatterings too. I tire of them. Wait. My voice snarled. Would you put aside the key? There was a silence as Vordak stared at my face. I saw my hand rise into view. Gripped in it was Foster's memory trace. The 2 worlds lie in my hand, my voice spoke. Observe well the black and golden bands of the royal memory trace. Who holds this key is all-powerful. As for the mindless body yonder, let it be destroyed. Vordak locked eyes with mine. Then, let the deed be done, he said. The redhead drew a long stiletto from under his cloak, smiling. I could wait no longer. Along the link I had kept through the intruder's barrier I poured the last of the stored energy of my mind. I felt the enemy recoil, then strike back with crushing force. But I was past the shield. As the invader reached out to encircle me, I shattered my unified forward impulse into myriad nervous streamlets that flowed on, under, over, and around the opposing force. I spread myself through and through the inner allmass, drawing new power from the trunk sources. I caught a vicious blast of pure wrath that rocked me, and then I grappled, shield to shield, with the alien. And he was stronger. Like a corrosive fluid, the massive personality gestalt shredded my extended self-field. I drew back, slowly, reluctantly. I caught a shadowy impression of the body, standing rigid, eyes blank, and sensed a rumbling voice that spoke, quick. The intruder. Now. I struck for the right optic center, clamped down with a death grip. The enemy mind went mad as the darkness closed in. I heard my voice scream and I saw in vivid pantomime the vision that threatened the invader, the redhead darting to me, the stiletto flashing. And then the invading mind broke, swirled into chaos, and was gone. I reeled, shocked and alone inside my skull. The brain loomed, dark and untenanted now. I began to move, crept along the major nerve paths, reoccupied the cortex. Agony. I twisted, felt again with a massive return of sensation my arms, my legs, opened both eyes to see blurred figures moving. And in my chest a hideous pain. I was sprawled on the floor, gasping. Sudden understanding came, the redhead had struck, and the other mind, in full rapport with the pain centers, had broken under the shock, left the stricken brain to me alone. As through a red veil I saw the giant figure of Vordak loom, stoop over me, rise with the royal cylinder in his hand. And beyond, Foster, strained backward, the chain between his wrists corroding the redhead. Vordak turned, took a step, flicked the man from Foster's grasp and hurled him aside. He drew his dagger. Quick as a hunting cat, Foster leaped, struck with the manacles, and the knife clattered across the floor. Vordak backed away with a curse, while the redhead seized the stiletto he had let fall and moved in. Foster turned to meet him, staggering, and raised heavy arms. I fought to move, got my hand as far as my side, fumbled with the leather strap. The alien mind had stolen from my brain the knowledge of the cylinder, but I had kept from it the fact of the pistol. I had my hand on its butt now. Painfully I drew it, dragged my arm up, struggled to raise the weapon, centered it on the back of the mop of red hair, free now of the cowl, and fired. Vordak had found his dagger. He turned back from the corner where Foster had sent it spinning. Spattered with the blood of the redhead, Foster retreated until his back was at the wall, a haggard figure against the gaudy golden sunburst. The flames of beaten metal shimmered and flared before my dimming vision. The great gold circles of the two worlds seemed to revolve, while waves of darkness rolled over me. But there was a thought, something I had found among the patterns in the intruder's mind. At the center of the sunburst rose a boss, in black and gold, erupting a foot from the wall, like a sword hilt. The thought came from far away. The sword of the RTHR, used once, in the dawn of a world, by a warrior king but laid away now, locked in its sheath of stone, key to the mind pattern of the RTHR, that none other might ever draw it to some ignoble end. A sword, keyed to the basic mind pattern of the king. I drew a last breath, blinked back the darkness. Vordak stepped past me, knife in hand, toward the unarmed man. Foster, I croaked. The sword. Foster's head came up. I had spoken in English, the syllables rang strangely in that outworld setting. Vordak ignored the unknown words. Draw, the sword, from the stone. Your. Kulplin. RTHR, of Valen. I saw him reach out, grasp the ornate hilt. Vordak, with a cry, leaped toward him. The sword slid out smoothly, 4 feet of glittering steel. Vordak stopped, stared at the manacled hands gripping the hilt of the fabled blade. Slowly he sank to his knees, bent his neck. I yield, Kulplin, he said. I crave the mercy of the RTHR. Behind me I heard thundering feet. Dimly I was aware of Torbo raising my head, of Foster leaning over me. They were saying something but I couldn't hear. My feet were cold, and the coldness crept higher. I felt hands touch me and the cool smoothness of metal against my temples. I wanted to say something, tell Foster that I had found the answer, the one that had always eluded me before. I wanted to tell him that all lives are the same length when viewed from the foreshortened perspective of death, and that life, like music, requires no meaning but only a certain symmetry. But it was too hard. I tried to cling to the thought, to carry it with me into the cold void toward which I moved, but it slipped away and there was only my self-awareness, alone in emptiness, and the winds that swept through eternity blew away the last shred of ego and I was one with darkness. Epilogue. I awoke to a light like that of a morning when the world was young. Gossamer curtains fluttered at tall windows, through which I saw a squadron of trim white clouds riding in a high blue sky. I turned my head, and Foster stood beside me, dressed in a short white tunic. That's a crazy set of threads, Foster, I said, but on your build it looks good. But you've aged, you look 25 if you look a day. Foster smiled. Welcome to Valen, my friend, he said in English. I noticed that he faltered a bit over the words, as if he hadn't used them for a long time. Valen, I said. Then it wasn't all a dream? Regard it as a dream, Legion. Your life begins today. There was something, I said, something I had to do. But it doesn't seem to matter. I feel relaxed inside. Someone came forward from behind Foster. Gope, I said. Then I hesitated. You are Gope, aren't you? I said in Valonian. He laughed. I was known by that name once, he said, but my true name is Guan. My eyes fell on my legs. I saw that I was wearing a tunic like Foster's except that mine was pale blue. Who put the dress on me? I asked. And where's my pants? This garment suits you better, said Gope. Come. Look in the glass. I got to my feet, stepped to a long mirror, glanced at the reflection. It's not the real me, boys, I started. Then I stared, open-mouthed. A Hercules, black-haired and clean-limbed, stared back. I shut my mouth, and his mouth shut. I moved an arm and he did likewise. I whirled on Foster. What, how, who? The mortal body that was Legion died of its wounds, he said, but the mind that was the man was recorded. We have waited many years to give that mind life again. I turned back to the mirror, gaped. The young giant gaped back. I remember, I said. I remember, a knife in my guts, and a red-headed man, and the great owner, and... For his crimes, told Gope, he went to a place of exile until the change should come on him. Long have we waited. I looked again and now I saw two faces in the mirror and both of them were young. One was low down, just above my ankles, and it belonged to a cat I had known as Itsenka. The other, higher up, was that of a man I had known as Vordak. But this was a clear-eyed Vordak, just under 21. Onto the blank slate we traced your mind, said Gope. He owed you a life, Legion, Foster said. His own was forfeit. I guess I ought to kick and scream and demand my original ugly puss back, I said slowly, studying my reflection, but the fact is, I like looking like Mr. Universe. Your earthly body was infected with the germs of old age, said Foster. Now you can look forward to a great span of life. But come, said Gope. All Valen waits to honor you. He led the way to the tall window. Your place is by my side at the great ringboard, said Foster. And afterwards, all of the two worlds lie before you. I looked past the open window and saw a carpet of velvet green that curved over foothills to the rim of a forest. Down the long sward I saw a procession of bright knights and ladies come riding on animals, some black, some golden palomino, that looked for all the world like unicorns. My eyes traveled upward to where the light of a great white sun flashed on blue towers. And somewhere trumpets sounded. It looks like a pretty fair offer, I said. I'll take it. A trace of memory. Help wanted, soldier of fortune seeks companion in arms to share unusual adventure. Foster, Box 19. Legion was desperate but not that desperate. Even petty larceny seemed preferable to that kind of proposal. But fate stepped in, and now he is on the run, pursued by cops, the CIA, and a few not-so-friendly acquaintances of Foster. And Foster has lost his memory, not to mention about 30 years of his age. The key to Legion's dilemma, and to Foster's forgotten past, is in a row of metal cylinders aboard a spaceship that has been orbiting Earth for thousands of years. And Legion's troubles have really only begun.